Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tadho Jayam Mudirayet. Shrinvatam Swakatha Krishna Punyashravana Kirtana Hridyantasto Hyabhadrani Vidhunoti Suhritsatam Nastya Prayeshu Abhadreshu Nityam Bhagavada Sevaya Bhagavatyuttama Sloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naistiki. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatvam Vande Shri Gurum Deenataranam. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Janmadyasya yadho anvayat idaratas chartveshvabhitnaswarat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat suraya tejo vari mridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo mrisha dhamna swena sada nirasta kuhakam satyam param dhimahi. Janmadyasya yadho anvayad idarataschartveshvabhitnaswarat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat suraya tejo vari mridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo mrisha dhamna swena sada nirasta kuhakam satyam param dhimahi. Janmadyasya yadho anvayat idaratas chartveshvabhitnaswarat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat suraya tejo vari mridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo mrisha dhamna swena sada nirasta kuhakam satyam param dhimahi. I see that you have shown the screen up there on the computer. Should I read from there?
Either way, Mataji, whatever works for you.
So I'm going to the translation and purport, right?
Okay, yes.
Or should we? Okay,
Translation and purport.
I mean, I can do the synonyms if.
Yeah, maybe I think we have we need to cover. I think Mataji, maybe you can directly go to translation and purport.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. O my Lord, Sri Krishna, son of Vasudeva, O all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance, and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him, even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire or land seen on water. Only because of him do the material universes, temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature, appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. Om Atnanatimidandhasya Atnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Obeisances unto the personality of Godhead Vasudeva directly indicate Lord Sri Krishna, who is the divine son of Vasudeva and Devaki. This fact will be more explicitly explained in the text of this work. Sri Vyasadeva asserts herein that Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead and all others are his direct or indirect plenary portions or portions of the portion. Srila Jiva Goswami has even more explicitly explained the subject matter in his Krishna Sandarbha and Brahma, the original living being, has explained the subject of Sri Krishna substantially in his treatise named Brahma Samhita. In the Samaveda Upanishad, it is also stated that Sri Krishna is the divine son of Devaki. Therefore, in this prayer, the first proposition holds that Lord Sri Krishna is the primeval Lord. And if any transcendental nomenclature is to be understood as belonging to the absolute personality of Godhead, it must be the name indicated by the word Krishna, which means the all-attractive. In Bhagavad Gita, in many places, the Lord asserts himself to be the original personality of Godhead, and this is confirmed by Arjuna, and also by great sages like Narada, Vyasa, and many others. In the Padma Purana, it is also stated that out of the innumerable names of the Lord, the name of Krishna is the principal one. Vasudeva indicates the plenary portion of the personality of Godhead and all the different forms of the Lord, being identical with Vasudeva, are indicated in this text. The name Vasudeva particularly indicates the divine son of Vasudeva and Devaki. Sri Krishna is always meditated upon by the Paramahamsas, who are the perfected ones among those in the renounced order of life. Vasudeva, or Lord Sri Krishna, is the cause of all causes. Everything that exists emanates from the Lord. How this is so is explained in later chapters of this work. This work is described by Mahaprabhu Sri Chaitanya as the spotless Purana because it contains the transcendental narration of the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. The history of Srimad Bhagavatam is also very glorious. It was compiled by Sri Vyasadeva after he had attained maturity in transcendental knowledge. He wrote this under the instructions of Sri Naradji, his spiritual master. Vyasadeva compiled all Vedic literatures containing the 4 divisions of the Vedas, the Vedanta Sutra or the Brahma Sutras, the Puranas, the Mahabharata, and so on. But nevertheless, he was not satisfied. His dissatisfaction was observed by his spiritual master, and thus Narada advised him to write on the transcendental activities of Lord Sri Krishna. These transcendental activities are described specifically in the 10th canto of this work. But in order to reach to the very substance, one must proceed gradually by developing knowledge of the categories. It is natural that a philosophical mind wants to know about the origin of the creation. At night, he sees the stars in the sky and he naturally speculates about their inhabitants. Such inquiries are natural for man because man has a developed consciousness which is higher than that of the animals. The author of Srimad Bhagavatam gives a direct answer to such inquiries. He says that Lord Sri Krishna is the origin of all creations. He is not only the creator of the universe, but the destroyer as well. The manifested cosmic nature is created at a certain period by the will of the Lord. It is maintained for some time and then it is annihilated by his will. Therefore, the supreme will is behind all cosmic activities. Of course, there are atheists of various categories who do not believe in a creator, but that is due to a poor fund of knowledge. The modern scientist, for example, has created space satellites, and by some arrangement or other, these satellites are thrown into outer space to fly for some time at the control of the scientist who is far away. Similarly, all the universes with innumerable stars and planets are controlled by the intelligence of the personality of Godhead. In Vedic literature, it is said that the absolute truth, personality of Godhead, is the chief amongst all living personalities. All living beings, beginning from the first created being, Brahma, down to the smallest ant, are individual living beings. And above Brahma, there are even other living beings with individual capacities. And the personality of Godhead is also a similar living being. And he is an individual he is an individual as are the other living beings. But the Supreme Lord or the Supreme Living Being has the greatest intelligence and he possesses supermost inconceivable energies of all different varieties. If a man's brain can produce a space satellite, one can very easily imagine how brains higher than man can produce similarly wonderful things, which is far superior. The reasonable person will easily accept this argument, but there are stubborn atheists who would never agree. Srila Vyasadeva, however, at once accepts the supreme intelligence as the Parameshwara. He offers his respectful obeisances unto the supreme intelligence. Unto the supreme intelligence addressed as the Para or the Parameshwara or the supreme personality of Godhead. And that Parameshwara is Sri Krishna, as admitted in Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures delivered by Sri Vyasadeva and specifically in this Srimad Bhagavatam. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that there is no other Paratattva, Samam Bonam, than himself. Therefore, Sri Vyasadeva at once worships the Paratattva, Sri Krishna, whose transcendental activities are described in the 10th canto. Unscrupulous persons go immediately to the 10th canto, and especially to the 5 chapters which describe Lord's Rasa dance. This portion of Srimad Bhagavatam is the most confidential part of this great literature. Unless one is thoroughly accomplished in the transcendental knowledge of the Lord, one is sure to misunderstand the Lord's worshipable transcendental pastimes called Rasa dance and his love affairs with the gopis. This subject matter is highly spiritual. and only the liberated persons who have gradually attained to the stage of Paramahamsa can transcendently relish this rasa dance. Srila Vyasadeva therefore gives the reader the chance to gradually develop spiritual realization before actually relishing the essence of the pastimes of the Lord. Therefore, he purposely invokes a Gayatri mantra, Dhimahi. This Gayatri mantra is meant for spiritually advanced people. When one is successful in chanting the Gayatri mantra, he can enter into the transcendental position of the Lord. One must therefore acquire Brahminical qualities or be perfectly situated in the quality of goodness in order to chant the Gayatri mantra successfully and then attain to the stage of transcendently realizing the Lord, His name, His fame, His qualities, and so on. I will read it again. One must therefore acquire Brahminical qualities or be perfectly situated in the quality of goodness in order to chant the Gayatri mantra successfully and then attain to the stage of transcendently realizing the Lord, His name, His fame, His qualities, and so on. Srimad Bhagavatam is the narration of the Swarupa of the Lord manifested by His internal potency. And this potency is distinguished from the external potency which has manifested the cosmic world, which is within our experience. Srila Vyasadeva makes a clear distinction between the two in this sloka. Sri Vyasadeva says herein that the manifested internal potency is real, whereas the external manifested energy in the form of material existence is only temporary and illusory, like the mirage in a desert. In the desert mirage, there is no actual water. There is only the appearance of water. Real water is somewhere else. The manifested cosmic creation appears as reality, but reality, of which this is but a shadow, is in the spiritual world. Absolute truth is in the spiritual sky, not the material sky. In the material sky, everything is relative truth. That is to say, one truth depends on something else. This cosmic creation results from interaction of the three modes of nature, and the temporary manifestations are so created as to present an illusion of reality to the bewildered mind of the conditioned soul, who appears in so many species of life, including the higher demigods like Brahma, Indra, Chandra, and so on. In actuality, there is no reality in the manifested world. There appears to be reality, however, because of the true reality which exists in the spiritual world, where the personality of Godhead eternally exists with his transcendental paraphernalia. The chief engineer of a complicated construction does not personally take part in the construction, but he knows every nook and corner because everything is done under his direction. He knows everything about the construction, both directly and indirectly. Similarly, the personality of Godhead, who is the supreme engineer of this cosmic creation, knows every nook and corner, although affairs are being carried out by demigods. Beginning from Brahma down to the insignificant ant, no one is independent in this material creation. The hand of the Lord is seen everywhere. All material elements, as well as all spiritual sparks, emanate from Him only. And whatever is created in this material world is but the interaction of two energies, the material and the spiritual, which emanate from the absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. A chemist can manufacture water in the chemical laboratory by mixing hydrogen and oxygen. But in reality, the living entity works in the laboratory under the direction of the Supreme Lord. And the materials with which he works are also supplied by the Lord. The Lord knows everything directly and indirectly, and he is recognized of all minute details. He is cognizant of all minute details, and he is fully independent. He is compared to a mine of gold, and the cosmic creations in so many different forms are compared to objects made from the gold, such as gold rings, necklaces, and so on. The gold ring and the gold necklace are qualitatively one with the gold in the mine, but quantitatively, the gold in the mine is different. Therefore, the absolute truth is simultaneously one and different. Nothing is absolutely equal with the absolute truth, but at the same time, nothing is independent of the absolute truth. Conditioned souls, beginning from Brahma, who engineers the entire universe, down to the insignificant ant, are all creating, but none of them are independent of the Supreme Lord. The materialist wrongly thinks that there is no creator other than his own self. This is called Maya or illusion. Because of his poor fund of knowledge, the materialist cannot see beyond the purview of his imperfect senses, and thus he thinks that matter automatically takes its own shape without the aid of a superior intelligence. This is refuted in this sloka by Srila Vyasadeva. Since the complete whole or the absolute truth is the source of everything, nothing can be independent of the body of the absolute truth. Whatever happens to the body quickly becomes known to the embodied. Similarly, the creation of the body of the absolute whole. Therefore, the absolute knows everything directly and indirectly that happens in the creation. In the Shruti mantra, it is also stated that the absolute whole or Brahman is the ultimate source of everything. Everything emanates from him, and everything is maintained by him. And at the end, everything enters into him. That is the law of nature. In the Smriti mantra, the same is confirmed. It is said that the source from which everything emanates at the beginning of Brahma's millennium and the reservoir to which everything ultimately enters is the absolute truth or Brahman. Material scientists take it for granted that the ultimate source of the planetary system is the sun, but they are unable to explain the source of the sun. Therefore, the ultimate source is explained. According to the Vedic literature, Brahma, who may be compared to the sun, is not the ultimate creator. It is stated in this sloka that Brahma was taught Vedic knowledge by the personality of Godhead. One may argue that Brahma, being the original living being, could not be inspired because there was no other being living at that time. Therefore, it is stated that the Supreme Lord inspired the secondary creator, Brahma, in order that Brahma could carry out his creative functions. So, the supreme intelligence behind all creations is the absolute Godhead Sri Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Sri Krishna states that it is he only who superintends the creative energy, Prakriti, which constitutes the totality of matter. Therefore, Sri Vyasadeva does not worship Brahma, but the Supreme Lord, who guides Brahma in his creative activities. In this sloka, the particular word abhitna and swarat are significant. These two words distinguish the Supreme Lord from all other living entities. No other living entity is either abhitna or swarat. That is, no one is either fully cognizant or fully independent. Even Brahma has to meditate upon the Supreme Lord in order to create. Then, what to speak of great personalities like Einstein? The brain of such scientists are certainly not the products of any human being. Scientists cannot manufacture such a brain. And what to speak of foolish atheists who defy the authority of the Lord? Even Mayavadi impersonalists who flatter themselves that they can become one with the Lord are neither Abhitnaha or Swarat. Such impersonalists undergo severe austerities to acquire knowledge, to become one with the Lord, but ultimately they become dependent on some rich disciple who supplies them with money to build monasteries and temples. Atheists like Ravana or Hiranyakashipu had to undergo severe penances before they could flout the authority of the Lord. But ultimately, they were rendered helpless and could not save themselves when the Lord appeared before them as cruel death. This is also the case with the modern atheists who also dare to flout the authority of the Lord. Such atheists will be dealt with similarly, for history repeats itself. Whenever men neglect the authority of the Lord, nature and her laws are there to penalize them. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita in the well-known verse Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Glani. Whenever there is a decline of dharma and the rise of adharma, O Arjuna, then I incarnate myself. So that is 7:30. Once again, I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, by whose mercy we have His wonderful, it's not even, the word is not wonderful, His realized translations and purports. Srila Prabhupada mentioned in one line some previous paragraph, that without the purity of heart, one cannot understand anything about the Lord. And the purity of heart does not come from a position of intelligence. Purity of heart comes by the quality of the devotee, who worships the Lord, chanting his holy name with focused attention, and the Lord, being pleased with such a devotee, reveals Srimad Bhagavatam and the message of Srimad Bhagavatam to such a person, because the Lord is pleased. So without that purity of heart, one cannot approach Srimad Bhagavatam or the deity in the temple, because it will be simply a superficial exercise if we do that. We have to be so grateful to Srila Prabhupada for everything that he has given to us, because if we did not have, his position is that of a pure devotee. He did not write these purports out of for an intellectual exercise. There are so many people who are extraordinarily intelligent, who can pretend to be they are doing things with their intelligence, but intelligence takes a backseat when it comes to devotion. And nobody can get to that position unless one purifies one heart. And all of us who have come to this process of devotional service, this life of devotion, need to pay very close attention to that fact, because we are not dealing with anything ordinary here. We are worshipping that Supreme Lord who exists eternally in his transcendental abode. He is a spiritual entity full of all type of energies, and when an ordinary human being has to approach the Lord, one has to very consciously live one's life, the purity of thinking, the purity of acting, the purity that is required to go anywhere near the deity and touch the deity. One needs to keep that in mind, and one cannot get that unless one chants the holy name of the Lord with so much of faith and attention. I wanted to thank each and every one of the book distribution team who has gone out and distributed so many Srimad Bhagavatams during this Badra Purnima. I offer my obeisances at your lotus feet because you are the ones who are distributing the mercy of Srimad Bhagavatam and Srila Prabhupada. You are distributing this to unlimited number of people in this neighborhood. So each and every one of you deserves the greatest respect. And I offer my obeisances to you a million times. You are the best of devotees. And I know that others are going to continue reading, and I will stop right here. I took a few minutes extra because I am here to serve you, this temple, this community, and I have no words to, I cannot just read something and just walk away from this without expressing my heartfelt appreciation for all of you who have so much desire to read Srimad Bhagavatam, to communicate this message to others, and to distribute this to others. And this is a very sublime service. And so I have to take a few minutes to express that to all of you. And with that, I am passing this back on to Lingaraj Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you so much for reading and sharing. So, let's start. Thank you so much. Next.
I also want to express that their book distributors are also the representative of Srila Prabhupada and his leaders of his temple, starting with the president and so on, Mataji.
Yeah, but leader of the temple cannot do any this service that you are all doing, and therefore I am very grateful for your service. And but our process is our process of this whole devotional life. The practice of devotional life is, first of all, pleasing the Guru, pleasing Srila Prabhupada, and therefore pleasing Krishna. And that cannot happen without the purity of heart. And to get to that point, one has to approach the holy name and Srimad Bhagavatam with that type of a attitude, that type of a mindset. And the moment that mindset is changed, and the moment someone thinks that this whole, I can control the Lord's material energy, Lord's creation, it's a huge fall down. And it is just like that somebody has received a treasure. If you have received a very valuable object, the most valuable precious diamond or something, and you just throw it into the garbage. So therefore, I'm taking this much time because I have not been in touch with the community for some time, and I'm taking this few minutes extra.
Sure.
Just to remind everybody, this process is not like some kind of a material endeavor where we can calculate with our brain and conquer whatever it is that we are trying to conquer. This process, ultimately, anything else that we do, it is to please your spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada and Guru, and it will not happen unless there is an approach with a purity of heart, and purity of heart will not happen if the motivation is different, if you allow negative energies to consume. And it is the purity alone can counteract any kind of unpleasantness. Purity alone can address all that, and you will get purity only depending upon how sincere, how with what heart you are chanting the holy name of the Lord. We are not here for any mechanical process, and therefore I appreciate the devotees who take the time to distribute transcendental literature, because at least it gives me a lot of faith and confidence that at least some devotees are very serious about their spiritual life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here doing this particular service. And therefore, I offer my obeisances to all of you. That's what I wanted to say.
Very much for your empowerment, Mataji, and creating the platform for all of us to thrive upon whatever we are thriving on. And thank you also for inaugurating this Yajna, Mataji. With your blessings, we'll move on now.
Thank you. Thank you, Prabhu. Namavam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nitinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishisha Sunyavadi Pachasate Satarani. I'll read from here. That the Supreme Lord is all perfect is confirmed in the Shruti Mantras. It is said in the Shruti Mantras that the all perfect Lord threw a glance over matter and thus created all living beings. The living beings are parts and parcels of the Lord, and he impregnates the vast material creation with the seeds of spiritual sparks. And thus the creative energies are set in motion to enact so many wonderful creations. An atheist may argue that God is no more expert than a watchmaker. But of course, God is greater because he can create machines in duplicate male and female forms. The male and female forms of different types of machineries go on producing innumerable similar machines without God's further attention. If a man could manufacture such a set of machines that could produce other machines without his attention, then he could approach the intelligence of God. But that is not possible, for each machine has to be handled individually. Therefore no one can create as well as God. Therefore no one can create as well as God. Any another name of God is Ashamordhava, which means that no one is equal or greater than him. Param Satyam, or the supreme truth, is he who has no equal or superior. No equal or superior. This is confirmed in the Shruti Mantras. It is said that before the creation of the material universe, there existed the Lord only, who is the master of everyone. That Lord instructed Brahma in Vedic knowledge. The Lord has to be obeyed in all respects. Anyone who wants to get rid of the material entanglement must surrender unto him. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Unless one surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, it is certain that he will be bewildered. When an intelligent man surrenders unto the lotus feet of Krishna and knows completely that Krishna is the cause of all causes, as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, then only can such an intelligent man become a Mahatma or a great soul. But such a great soul is rarely seen. Only the Mahatmas can understand that the Supreme Lord is the primeval cause of all creations. He is Parama or ultimate truth because all other truths are relative to him. He is omniscient. For him, there is no illusion. Some Mayavadi scholars argue that Srimad Bhagavatam was not compiled by Sri Vyasadeva, and some of them suggest that this book is modern creation written by someone named Vapadeva. In order to refute such meaningless arguments, Sri Sridhara Swami points out that there is reference to the Bhagavatam in many of the oldest Puranas. This is first sloka of the Bhagavatam begins with Gayatri Mantra. There is reference to this in the Matsya Purana, which is the oldest Purana. In that Purana, it is said that, with reference to the Gayatri Mantra in the Bhagavatam, that there are many narrations of spiritual instructions beginning with the Gayatri Mantra, and there is the history of Prutrasura. Anyone who makes a gift of this great work on a full moon day attains to the highest perfection of life by returning to Godhead. There is a reference to the Bhagavatam in other Puranas also, where it is clearly stated that this work was finished in the 12 cantos, which include 18,000 slokas. In the Padma Purana also, there is a reference to the Bhagavatam in a conversation between Gautama and Maharaj Ambarisha. The king was advised therein to read regularly Srimad Bhagavatam if he desired liberation from the material bondage. Under the circumstances, there is no doubt about the authority of the Bhagavatam. Within the past 500 years, many erudite scholars and acharyas like Jiva Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Vallabhacharya, and many other distinguished scholars, even after the time of Lord Chaitanya, made elaborate commentaries on the Bhagavatam. And the serious student would do well to attempt to go through them to better relish the transcendental messages. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakura specifically deals with the original and pure sex psychology, Adi Rasa, devoid of all mundane inebriety. The whole material creation is moving under the principle of sex life. In modern civilization, sex life is the focal point for all activities. Wherever one turns his face, is his sex life predominant. Therefore, sex life is not unreal. It is reality is its reality is experienced in the spiritual world. The material sex life is but the perverted reflection of the original fact. The original fact is in the absolute truth, and thus the absolute truth cannot be impersonal. It is not possible to be impersonal and contain pure sex life. Consequently, the impersonalist philosophers have given indirect impetus to the abominable mundane sex life because they have overstressed the impersonality of the ultimate truth. Consequently, man without information of the actual spiritual form of sex has accepted perverted material sex life as all in all. There is a distinction between sex life in the diseased material condition and a spiritual sex life. Thus, this Srimad Bhagavatam will gradually elevate the unbiased reader to the highest perfectional stage of transcendence. It will enable him to transcend the three modes of material activities, fruitive actions, speculative philosophy, and worship of functional deities as inculcated in the Vedic verses. So, Prabhupada, actually, my sharing, I have a 3 minutes. My sharing actually in this, one thing that touched upon about the creation. Prabhupada is, the way actually, I was hearing some time back how the scientists or the modern scientists became atheists. Actually, the earlier scientists, even the Newton and all, it looks like they were not an atheist; they were theists, right? They know that there are small people in front of God. But when the people invented this clock, then they thought, okay, yeah, so we are there is no God, right? That is when because earlier actually the time was measured using different kind of sand particles dropping and then the different other methods. But when they invented the clock, then they thought, okay, there is no God, or the God was there, he made the clock and then made the universe, he is no more. So that is when the atheism became more popular in the among the scientists, right? Then it got spreaded. It's only a few hundred years back it happened, it looks like. So, but that's what Prabhupada was talking about, the clock making machine. He's not like that. And the other thing, of course, Prabhupada is talking about the impersonalism, and then the how the how the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam takes one to the highest stage, not the perverted reflection that we see in the current material world, right? So, Mataji was reading about the 10th canto, how people jump onto those 5 chapters of Krishna's Rasa Leela, right? But one takes, it is a pure spiritual thing that is there. It doesn't exist in an impersonal thing, right? That means God is a person. So, but it is not the same thing that we see in this world. People misunderstand and then do that. And the other point Prabhupada is talking about in this section is about the history of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So primarily he quoted a lot of other Puranas which are very old, right? So people accept them, but Bhagavad Purana, I think they say that it's a 9th century. It was written 9th century, but actually it's much before, because it's referenced in all other Puranas. right? How I mean we had multiple times on the on this more details about. I think recently still Rom Padmaras as well gave a class on referencing all these quotes, right? And in last Badra Purnima also we had. So how this thing as well. Giving a gift on gift of Srimad Bhagavatam on a full moon day attains the highest perfection of life by returning to Godhead. Right, Prabhupada is quoting that. Earlier when in the beginning when I read, I don't think I caught this thing, but then yeah, so it's very nice. Again, Prabhupada is quoting that in the beginning of the first verse itself. Thank you all devotees. It's 7:45. So Radhika Mohan Prabhu, read the second verse.
Can you hear me, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu, I can
Hare
hear you.
Krishna, Damar Pranam to the all Vaishnavas. Dharma projita kaitavotra paramo nitma nirmatsaranam satam vidyam vastamatram vastu sivadam tapatrayon mulam Srimad Bhagavate Mahamune Krute kim va paririshvarah sadyo hyavrudhyatra krutibhi sushru vitachana. We are not reading the word to word, Prabhu.
Yeah, bro, we're not
Yeah.
word to word, only
Yeah.
retranslate.
Om Agnantimirandasya Gnanajan Salakaya Chaksunutanam Sri Guru Namaha Jai Shri Madhu Ki Jai. Purport by Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated, this Bhagavatam Purana propound the highest truth which is understandable by those devotees who are fully pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth uproot the threefold miseries. This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the great sage Vyasadeva in his maturity, is sufficient in itself for God realization. What is the need of any another scripture? As soon as one attains the submissively hears the message of Bhagavatam, by this culture of knowledge, the Supreme Lord is established within his heart. Religious, the purport by Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila. Religion includes four primary subjects, namely pious activities, economic development, satisfaction of the senses, and finally liberation from material bondage. Irreligious life is a barbarous condition. Indeed, human life begins when religion begins. Eating, sleeping, fearing, and mating are the four principles of animal life. There are common both of the animal and the human being, but the religion is the extra function of the human being. Without religion, human life is no better than animal life. Therefore, in human societies, there is some form of religion which aims at self-realization and which makes reference to man's eternal relationship with God. In the lower stages of human civilization, there is always competition to the Lord it over the material nature, or in other world, there is a continuous rivalry to satisfy the senses. Driven by such consciousness, man turns to religion. He thus performs pious activities or religious functions in order to gain something material. But if such material gain are obtained in another way, then so-called religion is neglected. There is a situation in modern civilization, man is thriving economically, so at present he is not very interested in religion. Churches, mosques, or temples are now practically vacant. Men are more interested in factories, shops, and cinemas than in religious places which are erected by their forefathers. This particularly proves that religion is performed for some economic gains. Economic gains are needed for sense gratification. Often when one is baffled in the pursuit of sense gratification, he takes to salvation and tries to become one with the Supreme Lord. Consequently, all these states are simply different type of sense gratification. In the Vedas, the above mentioned 4 activities are prescribed in the regulative way so that there will not be any undue competition for sense gratification. But Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental to all these sense gratification activities. It is purely transcendental literature which can be understood only by the pure devotees of the Lord who are transcendental to competitive sense gratification. In the material world, this is keen competition between animal and animal, man and man, community and community, nation and nation. But the devotees of the Lord rise above such competition. They do not compete with the materialist because they are on the path of back to Godhead where life is eternal and blissful. Such transcendentalists are non-envious and pure in heart. In the material world, everyone is envious of everyone else, and therefore there is competition. But the transcendental devotees of the Lord are not only free from material envy, but are well wishers of everyone, and they strive to establish a competitionless society with God in the onter. The contemporary socialist concept is a competition-less society is artificial because in the societies, in the socialist state, there is competition for the post of dictator. From the point of view of the Vedas or from the point of view of common human activities, sense gratification is the basis of material life. There are 3 paths mentioned in the Vedas. One involves fruitive activities to gain promotion to better planets. Another involves worshipping different demigod for promotion to the planet of the demigods, and another involved realizing the absolute truth and his impersonal future and become one with him. The impersonal aspect of the absolute truth is not the highest. Above the impersonal feature is the Paramatma feature, and above this is the personal feature of the absolute truth or Bhagavan. Srimad Bhagavatam gives information about the absolute truth in his personal feature. It is higher than impersonalist literature and higher than the Jnana division of the Vedas. It is even higher than the Karmakand division and even higher than the Upasana division because it's recommended the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna. In the Karmakand, there is competition to reach heavenly planet for better sense gratification, and there is similar competition in the Jnana Kand and the Upasana Kand. The Srimad Bhagavatam is superior to all of this because it aims at the supreme truth, which is the absolute, which is the substance or the root of all categories. From Srimad Bhagavatam, one can come to know the substance as well as the categories. The substance is the absolute truth, the Supreme Lord, and all emanation are relative form of energy. Nothing is apart from the substance, but at the same time, the energies are different from the substance. This conception is not contradictory. Srimad Bhagavatam is explicitly promulgate this simultaneously one and different philosophy of the Vedanta Sutra, which is begin with the Janmadhyaya Asya Sutra. The knowledge that the energy of the Lord is simultaneously one with the different from the Lord is at answer to the mental speculator attempt to establish the energy as the absolute. When this knowledge is factually understood, one sees the concept of monism and dualism to be imperfect. Development of this transcendental consciousness, grounded in the concept of simultaneously one and different, lead one immediately to the stage of freedom from the threefold miseries. The threefold miseries are those miseries which arise from the mind and body. Second, those miseries inflicted by other living beings. And third, those miseries arise from nature catastrophes over which one has no control. Srimad Bhagavatam begins with the surrender of the devotees unto the absolute person. The devotees is fully aware that he is one with the absolute, and at the same time in the eternal position of servant to the absolute. In the material conception, one falsely thinks himself the Lord of all he serves, and therefore he is always troubled by the threefold miseries of life. But as soon as one comes to know his real position as transcendental servant, he at the one become free from all miseries. As long as the living entity is trying to master material nature, there is no possibility of his becoming servant of the Supreme. Service to the Lord is rendered in pure consciousness of one's spiritual identity. By service, one is immediately free from material encumbrance. Over and above this, Srimad Bhagavatam is personal commentation on the Vedanta Sutra by Srila Vyasadeva. It was written in the maturity of his spiritual life. Through the mercy of the Narada, Sri Vyasadeva is the authorized incarnation of Narayan, the personality of Godhead. Therefore, there is no question as to his authority. He is the author of all other Vedic literatures, yet he recommended the study of Srimad Bhagavatam above all others. In other Puranas, there are different methods set forth by which one can worship the demigod. But in the Bhagavatam only, the Supreme Lord is mentioned. The Supreme Lord is the total body, and the demigod are the different parts of the body. Consequently, by worshipping the Supreme Lord, one does not need to worship the demigod. The Supreme Lord becomes fixed in the heart of the devotee immediately. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has recommended the Srimad Bhagavatam as a spotless Puran and distinguishes it from all other Purans. The proper method of receiving this transcendental message is to hear it submissively. A challenging attitude cannot help one realize this transcendental message. One particular word is used here, the proper guidance. The word is susrusa. One must be anxious to hear this transcendental message. The desire to sincerely hear is the first qualification. Less fortunate person are not at all interested in hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. The process is simple, but the application is difficult. Unfortunate people find enough time to hear the social, political conversation, but when invited to attend the meeting of devotees to hear Srimad Bhagavatam, they suddenly become reluctant. Sometimes professional leaders at the Bhagavatam immediately plunge into the confidential topics of the pastime of the Supreme Lord, which they seemingly interpret as sex literature. Srimad Bhagavatam is meant to be heard from the beginning. Those who are fit to assimilate these work are mentioned in the slokas. One becomes qualified to hear Srimad Bhagavatam after many pious deeds. The intelligence person with thoughtful discretion can be assured by the great sages Vyasadeva that he can realize the Supreme Personality directly by hearing Srimad Bhagavatam without undergoing the different stage of realization set forth in the Vedas. One can be lifted immediately in the position of the Paramhans simply by agreeing to receive this message. Hare Krishna. Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you so much for reading. I already 8 o'clock. If you would like to share 1 minute, Prabhu,
No,
anything?
that's okay, Prabhu. Already
Thank,
we read lots. Yeah. Hare
thank
Krishna.
you. Prabhu.
We
Next
have
one.
to say something.
Yeah. say something, Prabhu.
Just again, I'm reading the Prabhupada says all this first sloka. Prabhupada says that we have to read from very beginning. We haven't to directly jump to the
Yeah.
dance in this sloka also. In the next sloka, Purport also, Prabhupada saying the same things. We have to read it from very carefully with that. And it's really, and each time whenever I read the purport and that things, I'm seeing that Prabhupada is writing differently. The last time when I read, I not read this part. So I'm getting lots of new things. It like that things. That's all.
So nice, Prabhu. Thank you.
Next one is Rundan, Prabhu, right? Rundan, Prabhu, there?
Yeah. Yes, Prabhuji. Nigamakalpataror galitam phalam sukhamukhat amrutadrava samyutam pipata bhagavatam rasamalayam muhuraho rasika bhuvi bhavukaha. Translation. O expert and thoughtful men, relish Bhagavatam, the mature fruit of the desire tree of Vedic literatures. It emanated from the lips of Sri Shukadeva Goswami. Therefore, this fruit has become even more tasteful. Although its nectarian juice was already relishable for all, including the although its nectarian juice was already relishable for all, including the liberated souls. Purport. By His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. In the two previous slokas, it has been definitely proved that the Srimad Bhagavatam is the sublime literature which surpasses all other Vedic scriptures due to its transcendental qualities. It is transcendental to all mundane activities and mundane knowledge. In this sloka, it is stated that Srimad Bhagavatam is not only a superior literature, but is the ripened fruit of all Vedic literatures. In other words, it is the cream of all Vedic knowledge. Considering all this, patient and submissive hearing is definitely essential. With great respect and attention, one should receive the message and lessons imparted by the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Vedas are compared to the desire tree because they contain all things knowable by man. They deal with the mundane necessities as well as spiritual realization. The Vedas contain regulative principles of knowledge covering social, political, religious, economic, military, medicinal, chemical, physical, and metaphysical subject matter. And all these and all that may be necessary to keep the body and the soul together. Above and beyond all this are specific directions for spiritual realization. Regulative knowledge involves gradual raising of the living entity to the spiritual platform. And the highest spiritual realization is knowledge that the personality of Godhead is the reservoir of all the spiritual tastes or rasas. Every living entity, beginning from Brahma, the firstborn living being within the material world, down to the insignificant ant, desires to relish some sort of taste derived from the sense perceptions. These sensual pleasures are technically called rasas. Such rasas are different varieties. In the revealed scriptures, the following 12 varieties of the rasas are enumerated. 1. Raudra, anger. 2. Adbhuta, wonder. 3. Sringara, conjugal love. 4. Hasya, comedy. 5. Veera, chivalry. 6. Daya, mercy. 7. Dasya, servitorship. 8. Sakya, fraternity. 9. Bhayanaka, horror. 10. Bhibatsa, shock. 11. Shanta, neutrality. 12. Vatsalya, parenthood. The sum total of all these rasas is called affection or love. Primarily, such signs of love are manifested in adoration, service, friendship, parental affection, and conjugal love. And when these 5 are absent, love is present indirectly in anger, wonder, comedy, chivalry, fear, shock, and so on. For example, when a man is in love with a woman, the rasa is called conjugal love. But when such love affairs are disturbed, there may be wonder, anger, shock, or even horror. Sometimes love affair between two persons culminate in ghastly murder scenes. Such rasas are displayed between man and between animal and animal. There is no possibility of an exchange or rasa between a man and an animal or between a man and any other species of living beings within the material world. The rasas are exchanged between members of the same species, but as far as the spirit souls are concerned, they are one qualitatively with the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the rasas were originally exchanged between the spiritual living being and the spiritual whole, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spiritual exchange, or rasa, is fully exhibited in spiritual existence between the living beings and the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is therefore described in Shruti mantras, Vedic hymns, as the fountainhead of all rasas. When one associates with the Supreme Lord and exchanges one's constitutional rasa with the Lord, then the living being is actually happy. These Shruti mantras indicate that every living being has its constitutional position, which is endowed with particular type of rasa to be exchanged with the personality of God. In the liberated condition, only the primary rasa is experienced in full. In the material existence, the rasa is experienced in the perverted form, which is temporary. And thus, the rasas of the material world are exhibited in the material form of Raudra and so on. Therefore, one who attains full knowledge of these different rasas, which are the basic principles of activities, can understand the false representations of the original rasas, which are reflected in the material world. The learned scholar seeks to realize the real rasa in the spiritual form. In the beginning, he desires to become one with the Supreme. Thus, less intelligent transcendentalists cannot go beyond this conception of being one with the spirit whole, without knowing of the different rasas. In this shloka, it is definitely stated that spiritual rasa, which is relished even in the liberated stage, can be experienced in the literature of the Srimad Bhagavatam due to its being the ripened fruit of all Vedic knowledge. By submissively hearing the transcendental literature, one can attain the full pleasure of his heart's desire. But one must be very careful to hear the message from the right source. Srimad Bhagavatam is exactly received from the right source. It was brought by Narada Muni from the spiritual world and given to his disciple Sri Vyasadeva. The latter, in turn, delivered the message to his son Srila Sukadeva Goswami, and Srila Sukadeva Goswami delivered the message to Maharaja Parikshit just 7 days before the king's death. Sri Sukadeva Goswami was a liberated soul from his very birth. He was liberated even in the womb of his mother, and he did not undergo any sort of spiritual training after his birth. At birth, no one is qualified, neither in the mundane nor in the spiritual sense. But Sri Sukadeva Goswami, due to his being a perfectly liberated soul, did not have to undergo an evolutionary process of spiritual realization. Yet, despite his being a completely liberated person situated in transcendental position above the three material modes, he was attracted to the transcendental rasa of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is adored by liberated souls who sing Vedic hymns. The Supreme Lord's pastimes are more attractive to liberated souls than to mundane people. He is of necessity not impersonal. He is of necessity not impersonal, because it is only possible to carry on transcendental rasa with a person. In Srimad Bhagavatam, the transcendental pastimes of the Lord are narrated, and the narration is systematically depicted by Srila Sukadeva Goswami. Thus, the subject matter is appealing to all classes of persons, including those who seek liberation and those who seek to become one with the Supreme Whole. In Sanskrit, the parrot is also known as suka. When ripened fruit is cut by the red beaks of such birds, its sweet flavor is enhanced. The Vedic fruit, which is mature and ripe in knowledge, is spoken through the lips of Srila Sukadeva Goswami, who is compared to the parrot not for his ability to recite Bhagavatam exactly as he heard it from his learned father, but his ability to present the work in a manner that would appeal to all classes of men. The subject matter is so presented through the lips of Srila Sukadeva Goswami that any sincere listener that hears submissively can at once relish transcendental tastes which are distinct from the perverted tastes of the material world. The ripened fruit is not dropped all of a sudden from the highest planet of Krishna Loka. Rather, it has come down carefully through the chain of disciple succession without change or disturbance. Foolish people who are not in the transcendental disciple succession commit great blunders by trying to understand the highest rasa known as the Rasa dance without following the footsteps of Sukadeva Goswami, who presents this fruit very carefully by stages of transcendental realization. One should be intelligent enough to know the position of Srimad Bhagavatam by considering personalities like Sukadeva Goswami, who deals with the subject so carefully. This process of disciplic succession of the Bhagavatam school suggests that in the future also Srimad Bhagavatam has to be understood from a person who is factually a representative of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. A professional man who makes a business out of reciting Bhagavatam illegally is certainly not a representative of Srimad Bhagavatam. Such a man's business is only to earn his livelihood. Therefore, one should refrain from hearing lectures of such professional men. Such men usually go to the most confidential part of the literature without undergoing the gradual process of undergoing this grave subject. They usually plunge into the subject matter of the rasa dance, which is misunderstood by the foolish class of men. Some of them take this to be immoral, while others try to cover it up by their own stupid interpretations. They have no desire to follow the footsteps of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. One should conclude, therefore, that the serious student of the rasa should receive the message of Bhagavatam in the chain of discipleship from the Srila Sukadeva Goswami, who describes Bhagavatam from its very beginning, and not whimsically to satisfy the mundane who has very little knowledge in transcendental science. Srimad Bhagavatam is so carefully presented that a sincere and serious person can at once enjoy the ripened fruit of Vedic knowledge simply by drinking the nectarian juice through the mouth of Sukadeva Goswami or his bona fide representative. Hare Krishna, devotees. Thank you very much for this opportunity to read this beautiful verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. As the verse itself is saying, Bhagavatam is the most ripened fruit of the entire Vedic literature, and Prabhupada is really emphasizing that aspect that this literature would provide all the rasas required for one for the living entity to satisfy, to the extent it will connect us to the highest rasa with the Lord in our mature form. So of course this is the starting point, and Prabhupada is also giving a caution saying that this literature has to be read carefully from the beginning from a bona fide source. And specifically, we are very fortunate to be in this disciple succession where this fruit has been very carefully passed down from Acharya to Acharya through their commentaries and embellishings. So it's very beautiful, and we are very fortunate to be in this disciple succession to receive this fruit as intended by Srila Vyasadeva. And even currently also we are seeing how our current teachers are so careful to pass it down, this message, very nicely, so that we will understand the spirit of Srimad Bhagavatam. I would stop there. Thank you very much again. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Next one is Kalpataru Mataji, right?
Yes.
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me, Prabhu?
Yes, Mataji, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Vamshidhar Prabhu will be sharing the screen.
Uh,
Prabhu, can you-
Okay, Prabhu, okay, 1 second.
I can do it until that time.
No, ready. Just let me start sharing.
We can start, Mataji, if you are looking at the
Okay.
book.
Sure, Prabhu. Yeah, I have a book. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumritam Yena Tasmai Shri Guru. Text 4,
So this
Canto
will
1, Chapter 1, Text 4.
introduction to Bhagavatam. From here, the story of Bhagavatam starts.
Yes, Prabhu. The storyline begins here. Thank you, Prabhu. Naimishe Nimisha Kshetre Rasa Rasyah Saunakadayah Shatram Swargaya Lokaya Sahastram Tra Samamasata. Translation. Once, in a holy place in the forest of Naimisharanya, great sages headed by the sage Saunaka assembled to perform a great 1,000-year sacrifice for the satisfaction of the Lord and his devotees. Purport by Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The prelude of the Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken in the previous 3 slokas. Now the main topic of this great literature is being presented. Srimad Bhagavatam, after its first recitation by Srila Sukadeva Goswami, was repeated for the second time at Naimisaranya. In the Vayavya Tantra, it is said that Brahma, the engineer of this particular universe, contemplated a great wheel which could enclose the universe. The hub of this great circle was fixed at a particular place known as Naimisaranya. Similarly, there is another reference to the forest of Naimisharanya in the Varaha Purana, where it is stated that the performance of sacrifice at this place, the strength of demoniac people is curtailed. Thus, Brahmanas prefer Naimisharanya for such sacrificial performances. The devotees of Lord Vishnu offer all kinds of sacrifices for his pleasure. The devotees are always attached to the service of the Lord, whereas fallen souls are attached to the pleasures of material existence. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that anything performed in the material world for any reason other than for the pleasure of Lord Vishnu causes further bondage for the performer. In the enjoined, therefore, It's enjoined, therefore, that all acts must be performed sacrificially for the satisfaction of Vishnu and his devotees. This will bring everyone peace and prosperity. The great sages are always anxious to do good to the people in general, and as such, the sages, headed by Saunaka and other assembled at this holy place of Naimisharanya, with a program of performing a great and continuous chain of sacrificial ceremonies. Forgetful men do not know the right path for peace and prosperity. However, the sages know it well, and therefore for the peace and therefore for the good of all men, they are always anxious to perform acts which may bring about peace in the world. They are sincere friends to all living entities, and at the risk of great personal inconvenience, they are always engaged in the service of the Lord for the good of all people. Lord Vishnu is just like a great tree, and all others, including the demigods, men, siddhas, charanas, vidyadharas, and other living entities, are like branches, twigs, and leaves of that tree. By pouring water on the root of the tree, all the parts of the tree are automatically nourished. Only those branches and leaves which are detached cannot be so satisfied. Detached branches and leaves dry up gradually despite all watering attempts. Similarly, human society, when it is detached from personality of Godhead, like detached branches and leaves, is not capable of being watered, and one attempting to do so is simply wasting his energy and resources. The modern materialistic society is detached from its relation to the Supreme Lord, and all its plans, which are being made by atheistic leaders, are sure to be baffled at every step. Yet they do not wake up. They do not wake up to this. In this age, the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord is the prescribed method for waking up. The ways and means are most scientifically presented by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and intelligent persons may take advantage of his teachings in order to bring about real peace and prosperity. Srimad Bhagavatam is also presented for the same purpose, and this will be explained more specifically later in the text. Should I continue reading? This is really wonderful, and I feel it's such a right time that this verse has come today, meaning we are also doing congregation chanting by reading since morning and until evening we'll be reading. And and it is, and we are also praying, like the yajna is particularly to pray for all, like human society, their well-being, and they also kind of take shelter to Srimad Bhagavatam, and that's what it is described here as well. And for the betterment of the society, so that everybody is so detached and so much materially engrossed, and so Srimad Bhagavatam will attain peace and prosperity through this. And then the only purpose of doing this is not gratifying our senses, but it has to be, the focus has to be satisfy Vishnu and his devotees always. So such a nice Prabhu, should I continue reading?
Yes, Mother, you have until 8:30.
8:30, okay. Text 5. Tad ekada tu punnah प्रातहुर्तहुताग्नयः सत्रुतं सुतमासिनः पप्रचुरिदमादरात. Translation. One day, after finishing their morning duties by burning a sacrificial fire and offering a seat of esteem to Srila Sutta Goswami, the great sages made inquiries with great respect about the following matters. Purport. Morning is the best time to hold spiritual services. The great sages offered the speaker of the Bhagavatam an elevated seat of respect called the Vyasasana, or the seat of Sri Vyasadeva. Srila Vyasadeva is original spiritual preceptor for all men, and all other preceptors are considered to be his representatives. A representative is one who can exactly present the viewpoint of Srila Vyasadeva. Srila Vyasadeva impregnated the message of Bhagavatam unto Srila Sukadeva Goswami, and Srila Sutta Goswami heard from him, Sri Sukadeva Goswami. All bona fide representatives of Srila Vyasadeva in the chain of disciplic succession are to be understood to be Goswamis. These Goswamis restrain all their senses and they stick to the path made by the previous acharyas. The Goswamis do not deliver lectures on the Bhagavatam capriciously. Rather, they execute their services most carefully, following their predecessors who delivered the spiritual message unbroken to them. Those who listen to the Bhagavatam may put questions to the speaker in order to elicit the clear meaning, but this should not be done in a challenging spirit. One must submit questions with a great regard for the speaker and the subject matter. This is also the way recommended in Bhagavad Gita. One must learn the transcendental subject by submissive oral reception from the right sources. Therefore, the sages addressed the speaker Sutta Goswami with great respect. Yeah, so what is explained here is Shila.
You can read the next also, and then.
And then okay, sure, Prabhu. Yeah. Text 6. Tvaya khalu Puranani Setihasani Chanadha Akhyatanya Vyadhitani Dharmakshastrani Yanyata. Translation. The sages said, respected Sutta Goswami, you are completely free from all vice. You are well versed in all scriptures famous for religious life, and in the Puranas and the histories as well, for you have gone through them under proper guidance and have also explained them. Purport. A Goswami or a bona fide representative of Srila Vyasadeva must be free from all kind of vices. The four major vices of Kali Yuga are illicit connection with women, animal slaughter, intoxication, speculative gambling of all sorts. A Goswami must be free from all these vices before he can dare sit on the Vyasasana. No one should be allowed to sit on the Vyasasana who is not spotless in character and who is not freed from the above mentioned vices. He not only should be freed from all such vices, but must also be well versed in all revealed scriptures or in the Vedas. The Puranas are also part of the Vedas, and histories like Mahabharata or Ramayana are also part of the Vedas. The Acharya or the Goswami must be well acquainted with all these literatures. To hear and explain them is more important than reading them. One can assimilate the knowledge of the revealed scriptures only by hearing and explaining. Hearing is called Shravana, and explaining called Kirtana. The two processes of Shravana and Kirtana are of primary importance to progressive spiritual life. Only one who has properly grasped the transcendental knowledge from the right source by submissive hearing can properly explain the subject.
So nice. You want to say something in a minute or two, like highlights for you, Mataji?
Absolutely, Prabhu. Yeah, so we have to hear from the right source is the emphasis here. And yeah, I mean, also like how Srimad Bhagavatam, simply by oral reception to this Vedic literature, the feeling of love, devotional service to Lord Krishna, the personality of Godhead sprouts, up at once to extinguish the fire of lamentation or illusion, fear, and there are so many other benefits, right? And effect, if we regularly attend Srimad Bhagavatam classes and by rendering service to the poor devotees, how all the troublesome to the heart it completely destroys. And So yeah, and as Premanand Mataji said, I mean, it was giving goosebumps. You know, we are not dealing with anything ordinary. If we remind this every morning, I was thinking like, you know, it will be very beneficial for myself, I was thinking. So yeah, we have to be very, very consciously and with faith and attention, and by Guru and Krishna's mercy, we can, you know, we can be in touch with Srimad Bhagavatam pretty much every day, and you know, yeah, yes, Prabhu, that is what is coming to my mind.
So nice, Mataji. We made it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Radhakunji Bihari Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We are reading from Canto 1, Chapter 1, Questions by the Sages, verse number 7. Yani Vedan Vidham Shreshto Bhagavan Badarayanaha Anye cha Muneyah Sutta Pravara Vidho Viduhu. Being the eldest, learned Vedantist, O Sutta Goswami, you are acquainted with the knowledge of Vedavyas, who is the incarnation of God, and you also know other sages who are fully versed in all kinds of physical and metaphysical knowledge. Purport by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srimad Bhagavatam is a natural commentation on the Brahma Sutra or the Badarayani Vedanta Sutras. It is called natural because Vedavyas is author of both the Vedanta Sutras and Srimad Bhagavatam, or the essence of all Vedic literatures. Besides Vedavyasa, there are other sages who are the authors of 6 different philosophical systems, namely Gautama, Kanada, Kapila, Patanjali, Jaimini, and Ashtavakra. Theism is explained completely in the Vedanta Sutra, whereas in other systems of philosophical speculations, practically no mention is given to the ultimate cause of all causes. You can sit on the Vyasasan only after being conversant in all systems of philosophy, so that one can present fully the theistic views of Bhagavatam in the defiance of all other systems. Srila Sutta Goswami was the proper teacher, and therefore the sages of Naimisharanya elevated him to the Vyasasan. Srila Vyasadeva is designated herein as the personality of Godhead because he is the authorized, empowered incarnation. Verse 8, Vetatvam Saumya tat sarvam tatvatastad anugrahat bhruyah snigdasya sishyasya guruvaho guhyam apya uta. Translation: and because you are submissive, your spiritual masters have endowed you with all the favors bestowed upon a gentle disciple. Therefore, you can tell us all that you have scientifically learned from them. Purport by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The secret of success in spiritual life is in satisfying the spiritual master and thereby getting his sincere blessings. Srila Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakur has sung in his famous 8 stanzas on the spiritual master as follows: I offer my respectful obeisances onto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Only by his satisfaction can one please the personality of Godhead. And when he is dissatisfied, there is only havoc, no havoc on the path of spiritual realization. It is essential, therefore, that a disciple be very much obedient and submissive to the bona fide spiritual master. Srila Sutta Goswami fulfilled all these qualifications as a disciple, and therefore he was endowed with all favors by his learned and self-realized spiritual masters, such as Srila Vyasadeva and others. The sages of Naimisharanya were confident that Srila Suta Goswami was bona fide. Therefore, they were anxious to hear from him. So these three verses 6, 7, and 8 are actually praising Suta Goswami and actually talking about his qualities. Who can really be a guru, an acharya, and that is what is being talked about here. So verse number 6 was all about anaga, freed from all vices. It also talked about well versed in scriptures, Puranas, and histories. And then number 7 included eldest learned Vedantas, knows the knowledge of Vyasadeva and other sages. And number 8 was he's gentle, pure, and simple, submissive. Therefore, your gurus endowed you with these favors. Now, I will go on to verse number 9.
From here, the sages present the Kali Yuga situation, like our situation, and there are 6 questions related to that. 9 to 20.
Yes, thank you so much. Tatra tatragnya sya shman bhavat yad vinishchitam pumsham ekantaha shreya tannaha samastitau arshihi. Translation: please, therefore, being blessed with many ears, explain to us in an easy, understandable way what you have ascertained to be the absolute and ultimate good for the people in general. Purport by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. In Bhagavad Gita, worship of the Acharya is recommended. The Acharyas and Goswamis are always absorbed in thought of the well-being of the general public, especially their spiritual well-being. Spiritual well-being is automatically followed by material well-being. The Acharyas therefore give directions in spiritual well-being for the people in general, foreseeing the incompetencies of the people in this age of Kali, or the iron age of quarrel. The sages requested that Suta Goswami give a summary of all revealed scriptures because the people of this age are condemned in every aspect. The sages therefore inquired of the absolute good, which is the ultimate good for the people. The condemned state of affairs of the people of this age is described as follows. Verse 10. Prayena alpashyosaha sabyaha kalau asmin yuge jana manda sumando matayoho manda bhagyo hi upadruta. O learned one, in this iron age of Kali, men have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. Purport by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The devotees of the Lord are always anxious for the spiritual improvement of the general public. When the sages of Naimisharanya analyzed the state of affairs of the people in this age of Kali, they foresaw that men would live short lives. In Kali Yuga, the duration of the life is shortened, not so much because of insufficient food, but because of irregular habits. By keeping regular habits and eating simple food, any man can maintain his health. Overeating, over-sense gratification, over-dependence on another's mercy, and artificial standards of living sap the very vitality of the human energy. Therefore, the duration of life is shortened. The people of this age are also very lazy, not only materially, but in the matter of self-realization. The human life is especially meant for self-realization. That is to say, man should come to know what he is, what the world is, and what the supreme truth is. Human life is a means by which the living entity can end all the miseries of the hard struggles for life in the material existence, and by which he can return to Godhead, his eternal home. But due to a bad system of education, men have no desire for self-realization. Even if they come to know about it, they unfortunately become victims of misguided teachers. In this age, men are victims not only of different political creeds and parties, but also of many different types of sense gratificatory diversions, such as cinema, sport, gambling, club, mundane libraries, bad association, smoking, drinking, cheating, pilfering, bickering, and so on. Their minds are always disturbed and full of anxieties due to so many different engagements. In this age, many unscrupulous men manufacture their own religious faiths, which are not based on any revealed scriptures. And very often, people who are addicted to sense gratification are attracted by such institutions. Consequently, in the name of the religion, so many sinful acts are being carried on the people, on that the people in general have neither peace of mind nor health of body. The student brahmachari communities are no longer maintained, and households do not observe the rules and regulations of grahastha ashrama. Consequently, the so-called vanaprastha and sannyasis who come out of such grahastha ashrama are easily deviated from the rigid path. In the Kali Yuga, the whole atmosphere is surcharged with faithlessness. Men are no longer interested in the spiritual values. Material sense gratification is now the standard of civilization. For the maintenance of such material civilizations, men have formed complex nations and communities, and there is a constant strain of hot and cold wars between these different groups. It has become very difficult, therefore, to rise the spiritual standards due to the present distorted values of the human society. The sages of Naimisharanya are anxious to disentangle all fallen souls, and here they are seeking the remedy from Srila Suta Goswami. So,
one more, Prabhu.
one more. Oh, okay, Prabhuji. Yeah. Text 11. Bhurani bhuri karmani sarvotyani vibhagasa atah sadho atrayat smaram samudhartyam manishiya bhuri badrayam bahutam etenam suprasidati. Translation: there are many varieties of scriptures, and in all of them there are many prescribed duties, which can be learned only after many years of study in their various divisions. Therefore, O sage, please select the essence of all these scriptures and explain it for the good of all living beings, that by such instructions their hearts may be fully satisfied. By A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Atma or self is distinguished from matter and material elements. It is spiritual in constitution, and thus it is never satisfied by any amount of material planning. All scriptures and scriptural instructions are meant for the satisfaction of the self or Atma. There are many varieties of approaches which are recommended for the different types of living beings in different times and at different places. Consequently, the numbers of revealed scriptures are innumerable. There are different methods and prescribed duties recommended in the various scriptures. Taking into consideration the fallen condition of the people in general, in this age of Kali, the sages of Naimisharanya suggest that Srila Suta Goswami relate the essence of all such scriptures, because in this age it is not possible for the fallen souls to understand and undergo all the lessons of all these various scriptures in a Varna and Ashrama system. The Varna and Ashrama society was considered to be the best institution for lifting the human being to the spiritual platform. But due to Kali Yuga, it is not possible to execute the rules and regulations of these institutions, nor is it possible for the people in general to completely severe relations with their families as the Varnashrama institution prescribes. The whole atmosphere is surcharged with opposition. And considering this, one can see the spiritual emancipation for common man in this age is very difficult. The reason the sages presented this matter to Srila Sutta Goswami is explained in the following verses. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, it's such a nice thing. Actually, with these verses, we have entered, like Vamshidhari Prabhu already explained, the 6 questions of the sages. And, we've covered 2 of the questions right now. The first one was the ultimate good of humanity, and the second one is the essence of all scriptures. I will stop there. And
No, there's something what highlighted for you, Prabhu. Like what some tickling will happen, right, when you read. You can.
Prabhuji, yes, I just want to say something more general about Srimad Bhagavatam. We are about to end the 2nd canto, and we are on the 3rd Virata Rupa that is being presented. And I was wondering, why is it that so much emphasis is being laid on these things in the first 2 cantos, and then it was senior devotees, while glorifying Srimad Bhagavatam, the series that we had just for a few days now, it was explained that the first 2 cantos are like the place where Krishna's faith is established. He is established as the supreme personality through various viewpoints. And once you understand that, then you can establish the Supreme Lord in your heart. And with that, when you read the rest of the Bhagavatam, you will be in the right mood and right consciousness to move forward. So thank you for bringing that series of Srimad Bhagavatam glorification. I learned a lot. Otherwise, I would be just reading this book as a mundane book without understanding, but just reading it mechanically. Thank you all so much for keeping me in your association.
Sure. So these 6 questions sets to that platform.
Yes.
Okay. Who is next is Jyoti.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hari Bol Mati. Want to start from 12?
Yes. Text 12. Suta janasi bhadram te bhagwana sattvatam patiha devakyayam vasudevasya jato yasya chikirashaya. Translation. All blessing upon you, O Sutta Goswami. You know for what purpose the personality of God had appeared in the womb of Devaki as the son of Vasudeva. Purport. Bhagwan means the Almighty God, who is the controller of all opulences, power, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. He is the protector of his pure devotees. Although God is equally disposed to everyone, he is especially inclined to his devotees. Sata means the absolute truth. And persons who are servitors of the absolute truth are called sattvatas. And the personality of Godhead who protects such a pure devotee is known as the protector of the sattvatas. Bhadram te, or blessing upon you, indicates that sage's anxiety to know the absolute truth from the speaker. Lord Shri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appeared to Devaki, the wife of Vasudeva. Vasudeva is the symbol of the transcendental position wherein the appearance of the Supreme Lord takes place. Text 13. Tanaha Shushrusham Samanama Nanam Arhasya Anganu Varanitam Yashya Yavatro Bhutanam Shemaya Cha Bhavaya Cha. Translation. O Suta Goswami, we are eager to learn about the personality of Godhead and his incarnations. Please explain to us those teachings imparted by previous masters, acharyas, for one is uplifted both by speaking them and by hearing them. Purport. The conditions of hearing and transcendental message of the absolute truth are set forth herein. The first condition is that the audience must be very sincere and eager to hear, and the speaker must be in the line of disciple succession from the recognized acharya. The transcendental message of the absolute is not understandable by those who are materially observed under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master, and one becomes gradually purified. Therefore, one must be in the chain of disciple succession and learn the spiritual art of submissive hearing. In the case of Sutta Goswami and the sage of Naimisharayana, all these conditions are fulfilled because Srila Sutta Goswami is in the line of Srila Vyasadeva, and the sages of Naimisharayana are all sincere souls who are anxious to learn the truth. Thus, the transcendental topics of Lord Shri Krishna, superhuman activities, his incarnations, his birth, appearance or disappearance, his forms, his names, and so on are easily understandable because all requirements are fulfilled. Such discourses help all men on the path of spiritual realization. Text 14. Apanaha samshritam ghoram yannama vivaso grahana tat sadyo vimuchyate yadbhihiti swayam bhayam. Living beings who are entangled in the complicated messes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. Vasudeva, purport, Vasudeva for Lord Krishna, the absolute personality of Godhead, is the supreme controller of everything. There is no one in creation who is not afraid of the rage of the Almighty. Great Asura like Ravana, Hiranyakashipu, Kamsa, and other who were very powerful living entities were all killed by the personality of Godhead. And the Almighty Vasudeva has empowered his name with the powers of his personal self. Everything is related to him, and everything has its identity in him. It is stated herein that the name of Krishna is feared even by fear personified. This indicates that the name of Krishna is no different from Krishna. Therefore, the name of Krishna is so powerful as Lord Krishna himself. There is no difference at all. Anyone therefore can take advantage of the holy names of Lord Sri Krishna even in the midst of greatest dangers. The transcendental name of Krishna, even though uttered unconsciously by force or circumstances, can help one obtain freedom from the hurdle of birth and death. 15. Yatapada samshreha sutta muneyaha prasamanaya sadhaya punnatnantaya upprashtaha Swaardhanya apo anusevaya. Translation. O Sutta, those great sages who have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord can at once sanctify those who come in touch with them, whereas the waters of the Ganges can sanctify only water prolonged use. Pure devotees of the Lord are more powerful than the waters of the sacred rivers Ganges. One can derive spiritual benefit out of prolonged use of the Ganges waters, but one can be sanctified at once by the mercy of a pure devotee of the Lord. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said that any person, regardless of birth as Shudra, woman or merchant, can take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord and by so doing can return to Godhead. To take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord means to take shelter of the pure devotees. The pure devotees whose only business is serving and honored by the names of Prabhupada and Vishnupada, which indicates such devotees to be representative of the lotus feet of the Lord. Anyone, therefore, who takes shelter of the lotus feet of a pure devotee by accepting the pure devotees as the spiritual master can be at once purified. Such devotees of the Lord are honored equally with the Lord because they are engaged in the most confidential service of the Lord. For they deliver out of the material world the fallen souls whom the Lord wants to return home, back to Godhead. Such pure devotees are better known as wise lords, according to the revealed scriptures. The senior disciple of the pure devotee considered the spiritual master equal to the Lord, but always considered himself to be humble servant of the Lord, humble servant of the Lord. This is the pure devotional path. That's it, Prabhuji.
Want to say something? Yeah.
Which I read, Prabhuji. I just I'm not like too much talk like I don't know how to speak, Prabhuji, but which I read here, it's like saying we need like we have to follow disciple succession bona fide spiritual master because they are in the line and they are in the correct path. And again here the last which I read 15, they said we have to be like always engage in the God service and his devotees because the servant of the servants of the Lord. And it's if we engage in the sadhus, sangha, satsang and devotees association, and we will be purified. Thank you,
The
Prabhu.
Lord is very powerful.
Yeah, God is very powerful.
Anything that is in touch with the Lord is also very powerful.
Yeah. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you, Madhu. Oh, we are 4 minutes early. Madhavi Mataji?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Can I start, Prabhu?
Yeah, text 16.
Yes. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः.
Mataji, can start over because it's, the flow is there, continuous reading. So
Yes, Mataji. Yes, sorry. Yes, Prabhu. Yeah. We are reading 16th one. Kova bhagavatastasya punyaslokedya karmanah shuddhikamo na shruniyat yasya kali malapaham. Translation: who is there desiring deliverance from the vices of the age of quarrel, who is not willing to hear the virtuous glories of the Lord? Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The age of Kali is the most condemned age due to its quarrelsome features. Kali Yuga is so saturated with vicious habits that there is a great fight at the slightest misunderstanding. Those who are engaged in a pure devotional service of the Lord, who are without any desire for self-aggrandizement, and who are freed from the effects of fruitive actions and dry philosophical speculations, are capable of getting out of the estrangements of this complicated age. The leaders of the people are very much anxious to live in peace and friendship, but they have no information of the simple method of hearing the glories of the Lord. On the contrary, such leaders are opposed to the propagation of the glories of the Lord. In other words, the foolish leaders want to completely deny the existence of the Lord. In the name of secular state, such leaders are enacting various plans every year. But by the insurmountable intricacies of the material nature of the Lord, all these plans for progress are being constantly frustrated. They have no eyes to see that their attempts at peace and friendship are failing. But here is the hint to get over the hurdle. If we want actual peace, we must open the road to understanding of the Supreme Lord Krishna and glorify him for virtuous activities as they are depicted in the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam.
17.
Text 17. Tasya karmani udarani parigitani shuribhihim bhuhina shraddha dhananam leelaya dhadatah kalaha. Translation. His transcendental acts are magnificent and gracious, and great learned sages like Narada sing of them. Please, therefore, speak to us who are eager to hear about the adventures he performs in his various incarnations. Purport by His Divine Grace Swami Prabhupada. The personality of Godhead is never inactive, as some less intelligent persons suggest. His works are magnificent and magnanimous. His creations, both material and spiritual, are all wonderful and contain all variegatedness. They are described nicely by such liberated souls as Srila Narada, Vyasa, Valmiki, Devala, Asita, Madhva, Sri Chaitanya, Ramanuja, Vishnu Swami, Nimbaraka, Sridhara, Vishwanatha, Baladeva, Bhaktivinoda, Siddhanta Saraswati, and many other learned and self-realized souls. These creations, both material and spiritual, are full of opulence, beauty, and knowledge. But the spiritual realm is more significant due to its being full of knowledge, bliss, and eternity. The material creations are manifested for some time as perverted shadows of the spiritual kingdom and can be likened to cinemas. They attract people of less intelligent caliber who are attracted by false things. Such foolish men have no information of the reality, and they take it for granted that the false material manifestation is the all in all. But more intelligent men, guided by sages like Vyasa and Narada, know that the eternal kingdom of God is more delightful, larger, and eternally full of bliss and knowledge. Those who are not conversant with the activities of the Lord and his transcendental realm are sometimes favored by the Lord in his adventures as incarnations, wherein he displays the eternal bliss of his association in the transcendental realm. By such activities, he attracts the conditioned souls of the material world. Some of these conditioned souls are engaged in the false enjoyment of material senses, and others in simply negating their real life in the spiritual world. These less intelligent persons are known as karmis or fruitive workers, and jnanis or dry mental speculators. But above these two classes of men is the transcendentalist known as Satvata, or the devotee who is busy neither with rampant material activity nor with material speculation. He is engaged in the positive service of the Lord, and thereby he derives the highest spiritual benefit unknown to the karmis and jnanis. As the supreme controller of both the material and spiritual worlds, the Lord has different incarnations of unlimited categories. Incarnations like Brahma, Rudra, Manu, Prithu, and Vyasa are his material qualitative incarnations, but his incarnations like Rama, Narsimha, Varaha, and Vamana are his transcendental incarnations. Lord Sri Krishna is the fountainhead of all incarnations, and he is therefore the cause of all causes. 18th verse. Adhakhyahi harer dhiman avatara kadha shubhaham leela vidadhataha swairam ishwarasyatmamayaya. Translation. O wise Suta, please narrate to us the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Godhead's multi-incarnations, such auspicious adventures and pastimes of the Lord, the Supreme Controller, are performed by his internal powers. Purport. For the creation, maintenance, and destruction of the material worlds, the Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead himself appears in many thousands of forms of incarnations, and the specific adventures found in those transcendental forms are all auspicious. But those who are present during such activities and those who hear the transcendental narrations of such activities are benefited. 19th verse. Vayam tuna vitrapyama uttama shloka vikrame yachrinvatam rasajnanam svadu svadu pade pade. Translation: we never tire of hearing the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead, who is glorified by hymns and prayers. Those who have developed a taste for transcendental relationships with him relish hearing of his pastimes at every moment. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. There is a great difference between mundane stories, fiction, or history, and the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. The histories of the whole universe contain references to the pastimes of the incarnations of the Lord. The Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Puranas are histories of bygone ages recorded in connection with the pastimes of the incarnations of the Lord, and therefore remain fresh even after repeated readings. For example, anyone may read Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam repeatedly throughout his whole life and yet find in them new light of information. Mundane news is static, whereas transcendental news is dynamic in as much as the spirit is dynamic and matter is static. Those who have developed a taste for understanding the transcendental subject matter are never tired of hearing such narrations. One is quickly satiated by mundane activities, but no one is satiated by transcendental or devotional activities. Uttama Shloka indicates that literature which is not meant for naisance. Mundane literature is in the mode of darkness or ignorance, whereas transcendental literature is quite different. Transcendental literature is above the mode of darkness, and its light becomes more luminous with progressive reading and realization of the transcendental subject matter. The so-called liberated persons are never satisfied by the repetition of the words Aham Brahmasmi. Such artificial realization of Brahman becomes hackneyed, and so to relish real pleasure, they turn to the narrations of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Those who are not so fortunate turn to altruism and worldly philanthropy. This means the Mayavada philosophy is mundane, whereas the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental.
Continue, Mataji. You have a lot to cover. You want to finish the chapter.
Okay, okay, Prabhu. Yeah. Text 20. Kritavan kila karmani saha ramena keshavaham atimartyani bhagavan gudhaha kapatama manushaham. Translation: Lord Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, along with Balarama, played like a human being, and so masked, he performed many superhuman acts. Purport: the doctrines of anthropomorphism and zoomorphism are never applicable to Sri Krishna or the personality of Godhead. The theory that a man becomes God by dint of penance and austerities is very much rampant nowadays, especially in India. Since Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were detected by the sages and saints to be the personality of Godhead, as indicated in revealed scriptures, many unscrupulous men have created their own incarnations. This process of concocting an incarnation of God has become an ordinary business, especially in Bengal. Any popular personality with a few traits of mystic powers will display some feat of jugglery and easily become an incarnation of Godhead by popular vote. Lord Sri Krishna was not that type of incarnation. He was actually the personality of Godhead from the very beginning of his appearance. He appeared before his so-called mother as four-armed Vishnu. Then, at the request of the mother, he became like a human child and at once left her for another devotee at Gokula, where he was accepted as the son of Nanda Maharaja and Yashoda Mata. Similarly, Sri Baladeva, the counterpart of Lord Sri Krishna, was also considered a human child born of another wife of Sri Vasudeva. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that his birth and deeds are transcendental, and that anyone who is so fortunate as to know the transcendental nature of his birth and deeds will at once become liberated and eligible to return to the kingdom of God. So, knowledge of the transcendental nature of the birth and deeds of Lord Sri Krishna is sufficient for liberation. In the Bhagavatam, the transcendental nature of the Lord is described in 9 cantos, and in the 10th canto, his specific pastimes are taken up. All this becomes known as one's reading of this literature progresses. It is important to note here, however, that the Lord exhibited his divinity even from the lap of his mother, that his deeds are all superhuman. He lifted Govardhana hill at the age of 7, and that all these acts definitely prove him to be actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet, due to his mystic covering, he was always accepted as an ordinary human child by his so-called father and mother and other relatives. Whenever some Herculean task was performed by him, the father and mother took it otherwise, and they remained satisfied with unflinching parental love for their son. As such, the sages of Naimisharanya describe him apparently resembling a human being, but actually he is the supreme almighty personality of Godhead. 21st verse. Kalim agatam Agnaya Kshetresmin Vaishnave Vayam Asina Dirgha Satrena Kadhayam Sakshana Harehe. Translation. Knowing well that the age of Kali had already begun, we are assembled here in this holy place to hear at great length the transcendental message of Godhead, and in this way perform sacrifice. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. This age of Kali is not at all suitable for self-realization, as was Satya Yuga, the golden age, or Treta or Dwapara Yugas, the silver and copper ages. For self-realization, the people in Satya Yuga, living a lifetime of 100,000 years, were able to perform prolonged meditation. And in Treta Yuga, when the duration of life was 10,000 years, self-realization was attained by performance of great sacrifice. And in the Dwapara Yuga, when the duration of life was 1,000 years, self-realization was attained by worship of the Lord. But in the Kali Yuga, the maximum duration of life being 100 years only, and that combined with various difficulties, the recommended process of self-realization is that of hearing and chanting of the holy name, fame, and pastimes of the Lord. The sages of Naimisharanya began this process in a place meant specifically for the devotees of the Lord. They prepared themselves to hear the pastimes of the Lord over a period of 1,000 years. By the example of these sages, one should learn that regular hearing and recitation of the Bhagavatam is the only way for self-realization. Other attempts are simply a waste of time, for they do not give any tangible results. Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached this system of Bhagavata Dharma, and he recommended that all those who were born in India should take the responsibility of broadcasting the messages of Lord Sri Krishna, primarily the message of Bhagavad Gita. And when one is well established in the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, he can take up the study of Srimad Bhagavatam for further enlightenment in self-realization.
22.
Text 22. Tvam na sandarshito dhatra dushtaram nishtitirshatam kalim sattvaharam pumsam karanadhara ivarnavam. Translation. We think that we have met your goddess by the will of providence, just so that we may accept you as captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The age of Kali is very dangerous for the human being. Human life is simply meant for self-realization, but due to this dangerous age, men have completely forgotten the aim of life. In this age, the lifespan will gradually decrease. People will gradually lose their memory, finer sentiments, strength, and better qualities. A list of the anomalies for this age is given in the 12th canto of this work. And so this age is very difficult for those who want to utilize this life for self-realization. The people are so busy with sense gratification that they completely forget about self-realization. Out of madness, they frankly say that there is no need for self-realization because they do not realize that this brief life is but a moment on our great journey towards self-realization. The whole system of education is geared to sense gratification, and if a learned man thinks it over, he sees that the children of this age are being intentionally sent to the slaughterhouses of so-called education. Learned men, therefore, must be cautious of this age, and if they at all want to cross over the dangerous ocean of Kali, they must follow the footsteps of the sages of Naimisharanya and accept Sri Suta Goswami or his bona fide representative as the captain of the ship. The ship is the message of Lord Sri Krishna in the shape of Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Please share your experience from the reading, Mataji.
Yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable, but I'll try to, Prabhu. Yeah, in the previous verse, we are reading the symptoms of Kali Yuga, like how the people are we have a very short lifespan, and in this lifespan we try to achieve everything which are really not worth it, and we really don't have much interest, and many of the people don't have much interest, or they do not realize the purpose of human life, which is the self-realization or such things. Yeah, and the so-called education, like most of the times we send children to school, and everything, like it is highly geared towards the mundane achievements than any kind of spiritual knowledge is hardly imparted in any of the universities or in any all over the globe. Very hardly it is imparted, so we don't realize, and this is what is lacking, and especially in one way we are fortunate to be in Kali Yuga because the process is very simple, and if we make use of this opportunity, we are the most fortunate, and if we don't realize that, this is the toughest age for those people. That is my realization.
Wonderful. So nice, Mantri. This is what we want. Yeah. So we want some nice experiences, some realizations, knowledge, there's a lot of knowledge to know.
Yes,
you may not, but we want to feel happiness in the presence of Srila Prabhupada and Bhagavatam. So that's what we want. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Prabhu.
And we are running short of time. Devotees, please for your prayers short. So we'll keep on reading, and we'll be focusing on feeling the sweetness of the presence of Bhagavatam and Prabhupada in book Bhagavatam, person Bhagavatam. Okay, don't worry about and knowledge, just bring the attention, and it is so sweet. So we'll try to experience that. Okay. Sandhya Mataji, it's your turn right now. Next is
Yes,
Yogana.
Prabhu. Yogana.
Yeah.
Yes. Chapter 2, text 20, text 1, right, Prabhu?
Sorry, Mataji, like it is Yogananda 23.
Yeah, Prabhu. Yogananda joined.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Om Jnana-Timirandasya Jnananjana-Salakya Chaturunmilitamena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya.
Mati, sorry to interrupt you. We're running short. We
So-
want us devotees to offer their prayers beforehand.
Okay, Prabhu. Okay, I will start now. Is it text
Chapter 123. Chapter 123.
123? Okay.
Sorry.
Bruhi, no problem. Bruhi Yogeshware Krishne Brahmanye Dharmavarmani Swam Kashtam Athunopete Dharmakam Sharanam Gadaha. Translation: Since Krishna, the absolute truth, the master of all mystic powers, has departed for his own abode, please tell us to whom the religious principles have now gone for shelter. Purport: Essentially, religion is the prescribed codes enunciated by the personality of Godhead himself. Whenever there is gross misuse or neglect of the principles of religion, the Supreme Lord appears himself to restore religious principles. This is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Here, the sages of Naimisharanya are inquiring about these principles. The reply to this question is given later. The Srimad Bhagavatam is the transcendental sound representation of the transcendental sound representation of the personality of Godhead, and thus is the full full representation of transcendental knowledge and religious principles. Thus, in the Bhaktivedanta purports of the first canto, first chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Questions by the Sages. Okay, so text. Okay, text chapter 2, text 1. Vyasa vacha iti sambrasna sambrashto vipranam raumaharshanai pratipujya vachastesham pravaktum upachakrame. Translation: Ugrasrava, Sudha Goswami, the son of Ramaharshana, being fully satisfied by the perfect questions of the Brahmanas, thanked them and thus attempted to reply. Purport: The sages of Naimisharanya asked Sudha Goswami 6 questions, and so he is answering them one by one. Text 2. Sudha Vacha Yam pravrajandam anupedam apeda krityam dvaivayano viraha kadara ajuhava putreti tanmayataya taravo apinedus tam sarvabhuta hridayam munim anatosmi. Translation: Srila Sudha Goswami said, "Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto that great sage, Shukadev Goswami, who can enter the hearts of all. When he went away to take up the renounced order of life, sannyasa, leaving home without undergoing reformation by the sacred thread or the ceremonies observed by the higher caste, his father, Vyasadeva, fearing separation from him, cried out, 'Oh, my son, indeed, only the trees which were absorbed in the same feelings of separation echoed in response to the bereaved father.'" Purport: The institution of Varna and Asama prescribes many. Oh, Prabhu, this is stuck now. I cannot scroll. Many regulative duties to be observed by its followers. Such duties enjoin that a candidate willing to study the Vedas must approach a bona fide spiritual master and request acceptance as his disciple. The sacred thread is the sign of those who are competent to study the Vedas from the Acharya or the bona fide spiritual master. Sri Shukadev Goswami did not undergo such purificatory ceremonies because he was a liberated soul from his very birth. Generally, a man is born as an ordinary being, and by the purificatory processes, he is born for the second time. When he sees a new light and seeks direction for spiritual progress, he approaches a spiritual master for instruction in the Vedas. The spiritual master accepts only the sincere inquirer as accepts only the sincere inquirer as his disciple and gives him the sacred thread. In this way, a man becomes twice born or Dvija. After qualifying as a Dvija, one may study the Vedas, and after becoming well versed in the Vedas, one becomes a Vipra. A Vipra or a qualified Brahmana thus realizes the absolute and makes further progress in spiritual life until he reaches the Vaishnava stage. The Vaishnava stage is the postgraduate status of a Brahmana. A progressive Brahmana must necessarily become a Vaishnava, for a Vaishnava is a self-realized, learned Brahmana. Srila Shukadeva Goswami was a Vaishnava from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for him to undergo all the processes of the Varnasrama institution. Ultimately, the aim of Varnasrama dharma is to turn a crude man into a pure devotee of the Lord, or a Vaishnava. Anyone, therefore, who becomes a Vaishnava accepted by the first class Vaishnava, or Uttamadhikari Vaishnava is already considered a Brahmana, regardless of his birth or past deeds. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted this principle and recognized Srila Haridas Thakura as the Acharya of the holy name, although Haridas appeared in a Mohammedan family. In conclusion, Srila Shukadeva Goswami was born a Vaishnava, and therefore Brahmanism was included in him. He did not have to undergo any ceremonies. Any low-born person, low-born person, be he a Kirata, Una, Andhra, Pulinda, Pulkasha, Abhira, Shumbha, Yavana, Khasa, or even lower, can be delivered delivered to his the highest transcendental position by the mercy of Vaishnavas. Srila Shukadeva Goswami was the spiritual master of Srila sorry, Prabhu. Prabhu, I can't see now. Okay. Highest. Okay. Answer. The Sutta Goswami, who therefore offers his respectful obeisances unto Srila Shukadeva Goswami before he begins his answers to the questions of the sages at Naimisharanya. Shukadeva Goswami sets the example that he is a Brahmana being a Vaishnava. So, text 3. Ya swanuphavam akhila shruti saramekam athyatmadipam aditirishchatam pamondham samsarinam karunaya purana guhyam tam vyasasunum upayami gurum muninam. Translation: let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, Shuka, the spiritual master of all sages, the son of Vyasadeva, who, out of his great compassion for those gross materialists who struggle to cross over the darkest region of material existence, spoke this most confidential supplement to the cream of Vedic knowledge. After having personally assimilated it by experience. Purport. In this prayer, Srila Sutta Goswami practically summarizes the complete introduction of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the natural supplementary commentary on the Vedanta Sutras. The Vedanta Sutras, or the Brahma Sutras, were compiled by Vyasadeva with a view to presenting just the cream of Vedic knowledge. Srimad Bhagavatam is the natural commentary on this cream. Srila Shukadev Goswami was a thoroughly realized master on Vedanta Sutra, on the Vedanta Sutra, and consequently, he also personally realized the commentary, Srimad Bhagavatam. And just to show his boundless mercy upon bewildered materialistic men who want to cross completely over nescience, he recited for the first time this confidential knowledge. There is no point in arguing that a materialistic man can be happy. No materialistic creature, be he the great Brahma or an insignificant ant, can be happy. Everyone tries to make a permanent plan for happiness, but everyone is baffled by the laws of material nature. Therefore, the materialistic world is called sorry, Prabha, I can't. Therefore, the materialistic world is called the darkest region of God's creation. Yet the unhappy materialist can get out of it simply by desiring to get out. Unfortunately, they are so foolish that they do not want to escape. Therefore, they are compared to the camel who relishes thorny twigs because he likes the taste of the twigs mixed with blood. He does not realize that it is his own blood and that his tongue is being cut by the thorns. Similarly, to the materialist, his own blood is as sweet as honey. And although he is always harassed by his own material creations, he does not wish to escape. Such materialists are called karmis. Out of hundreds of thousands of karmis, only a few may feel tired of material engagement and desire to get out of the labyrinth. Such intelligent persons are called jnanis. The Vedanta Sutra is directed to such jnanis, but Srila Vyasadeva, being the incarnation of Supreme Lord, could foresee the misuse of the Vedanta Sutra by unscrupulous men, and therefore he personally supplemented the Vedanta Sutra with the Bhagavata Purana. It is clearly said that this Bhagavatam is the original commentary on the Brahma Sutras. Srila Vyasadeva also instructed the Bhagavatam to his son Shukadev, his own son Srila Shukadev Goswami, who was already at the liberated stage of transcendence. Srila Shukadeva realized it personally and then explained it. By the mercy of Srila Shukadeva, the Bhagavata Vedanta Sutra is available for all those sincere souls who want to get out of material existence. Srimad Bhagavatam is the one unrivaled commentary on Vedanta Sutra. Sripada Shankaracharya intentionally did not touch it because he knew that the natural commentary would be difficult for him to surpass. He wrote his Sharirika Bhashya, and his so-called followers deprecated the Bhagavatam as some new presentation. One should not be misled by such propaganda directed against the Bhagavatam by the Mayavada school. From this introductory sloka, the beginning student should know that Srimad Bhagavatam is the only transcendental literature meant for those who are Paramahamsas and completely freed from the material disease called malice. The Mayavadis are envious of the personality of Godhead, despite Sripad Shankaracharya's admission that Narayana, the personality of Godhead, is above the material creation. The envious Mayavadi cannot have access to the Bhagavatam, but those who are really anxious to get out of this material existence may take shelter of this Bhagavatam because it is uttered by the liberated Srila Shukadev Goswami. It is the transcendental torchlight by which one can see perfectly the transcendental absolute truth realized as Brahman, Paramatma and Bhagavan.
So now Could you please share your realizations?
Okay, Prabhu. So we started with the last question of the sages. That is, now that the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna has left the planet, where have the religious principles have gone found shelter? So having heard these perfect questions by the sages, Srila Suta Goswami is beginning to reply to their questions, first offering his homage to Shukadev Goswami, who is the master of all sages. So Shukadev, he has a brief reference to Shukadev Goswami's appearance. He was a self-realized soul even in the womb of his mother, and having appeared under the particular, particular circumstances, he just left home without waiting for any kind of purificatory ceremonies which are required by the higher caste, actually, because he is born a Vaishnava, no, beyond a Brahmana even. So Vyasadeva felt very sorrowful in separation from his son, because he was like a 16-year-old boy when he came out of his mother's womb and he left. And then Shukadev Goswami is realized Bhagavatam because Vyasadeva taught him the great literature even while he was in the womb of his mother. So he is the sure authority, the Brahman realized person. I mean, the realized person. And this is the literature which is like a commentary of the Vedanta Sutras or Brahma Sutras, supplementary to the Brahma Sutras which Vyasadeva composed.
How do you remember, Mataji? You took note or something?
Pardon me?
How do you remember?
Hare Krishna. So, and then, of course, in the last paragraph, it is saying that the impersonalists or Mayavadis, they do not have a grasp of what Bhagavatam is about, because they have no concept of the personality of Godhead. First of all, even though Shankaracharya said Narayana Parovyakta, Lord Narayana, the Supreme Lord, is above the material creation. Now that one statement is there, but they have no idea about his personal existence, and so Shankaracharya did not touch the topic of Bhagavatam, or comment on it.
So nice, Mataji.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
From text 4.
Sure, thanks, Prabhu. Starting with text 4. Narayanam namaskritya naran chaiva narottamam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayamudiyarayat. Translation. Before reciting the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the very means of conquest, the one should offer respectful obeisances onto the personality of Godhead, Narayana, onto Narayana, Naranarayana, the supermost human being, onto Mother Saraswati, the goddess of learning, and onto Srila Vyasadeva the other. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. All the Vedic literatures and the Puranas are meant for conquering the darkest region of material existence. The living being is in the state of forgetfulness of his relation with God due to his being overly attracted to material sense gratification from time immemorial. His struggle for existence in the material world is perpetual, and it is not possible for him to get out of it by making plans. If he at all wants to conquer this perpetual struggle for existence. He must reestablish his eternal relation with God, and one who wants to adopt such remedial measure must take shelter of literature such as Vedas and Puranas. Foolish people say that Puranas have no connection with the Vedas. However, the Puranas are supplementary explanations of the Vedas intended for different types of men. All men are not equal. There are men who are conducted by the mode of goodness, others who are under the mode of passion, and others who are under the mode of ignorance. The Puranas are so divided that any class of men can take advantage of them and gradually regain their lost position and get out of the hard struggle for existence. Srila Sutta Goswami shows the way of chanting the Puranas. This may be followed by persons who aspire to be preachers of the Vedic literatures and Puranas. Srimad Bhagavatam is the spotless Purana, and it is especially meant for them who desire to get out of the material entanglement permanently. Next. Text 5. Munayah sadhu prishtoham bhavadir loka mangalyam yatkrata krishna samprasno yanatma suprasidati. Translation: O sages, I have been justly questioned by you. Your questions are worthy because they relate to Lord Krishna and so are of relevance to the world's welfare. Only questions of this sort are capable of completely satisfying the self. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Since it has been started herein before that in the Bhagavatam, the absolute truth is known, these questions of the sages of Naimisaranya are proper and just because they pertain to Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the absolute truth. The Bhagavad Gita 15, the personality of Godhead says that in all the Vedas there is nothing but urge for searching after him. Lord Krishna, thus questions that pertain to Krishna are these sum and substance of all the Vedic inquiries. The whole world is full of questions and answers. The birds, beasts, and men are all busy with the matter of perpetual questions and answers. In the morning, the birds in the nest become busy with questions and answers. And in the evening, all the same birds come back and again become busy with questions and answers. The human being, unless he is fast asleep at night, is busy with questions and answers. The businessmen in the market are busy with questions and answers. And so also the lawyers in the court and the students in the schools and colleges. The legislators in the parliament are also busy with the questions and answers, and the politicians and the press representatives are all busy with the questions and answers. Although they go on making such questions and answers for their whole lives, they are not at all satisfied. Satisfaction of the soul can be obtained by questions and answers on the subject of Krishna. Krishna is our most intimate master, friend, father, or son, and object of conjugal love. Forgetting Krishna, we have created so many objects of Krishna and answers, but none of them are able to give us to complete satisfaction. All things, but Krishna give temporary satisfaction only. So if we are to have complete satisfaction, we must take to the questions and answers about Krishna. We cannot live for a moment without being questioned or without giving answers. because the Srimad Bhagavatam deals with questions and answers that are related to Krishna. We can derive the highest satisfaction only by reading and hearing this transcendental literature. One should learn the Srimad Bhagavatam and make an all-around solutions to all the problems pertaining to social, political, and religious matters. Srimad Bhagavatam and Krishna are the sum total of all things.
You want to share your experience from the reading, Prabhu?
Yeah, sure, Prabhu. I think the verses explaining that reading or understanding of our other Vedic literature and reading of Srimad Bhagavatam, the importance of our daily lives, and getting understanding of Krishna is the whole essence of these verses, Prabhu.
Krishna is taking off everything.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Do I just start or?
Yeah,
say it?
from the 6th mantra. Yeah.
Okay, text 6. Savai pumsham paro dharmo yato bhakti radhokshaje ahaitukiya pratihata yayatma suprasidati. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendental Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Purport. In this statement, Sri Sutta Goswami answers the first question of the sages of Naimisharanya. The sages asked him to summarize the whole range of revealed scriptures and present the most essential part so that fallen people or the people in general might easily take it up. The Vedas prescribe two different types of occupation for the human being. One is called the Pravritti Marga, or the path of sense enjoyment, and the other is called the Nivritti Marga, or the path of renunciation. The path of enjoyment is inferior, and the path of sacrifice for the supreme cause is superior. The material existence of the living being is a diseased condition of actual life. Actual life is spiritual existence, or Brahma Bhuta existence, where life is eternal, blissful, and full of knowledge. Material existence is temporary, illusory, and full of miseries. There is no happiness at all. There is just the futile attempt to get rid of the miseries, and temporary cessation of misery is falsely called happiness. Therefore, the path of progressive material enjoyment, which is temporary, miserable, and illusory, is inferior. But devotional service to the Supreme Lord, which leads one to eternal, blissful, and all-cognizant life, is called the superior quality of occupation. This is sometimes polluted when mixed with the inferior quality. For example, adoption of devotional service for material gain is certainly an obstruction to the progressive path of renunciation. Renunciation or abnegation for ultimate good is certainly a better occupation than enjoyment in the diseased condition of life. Such enjoyment only aggravates the symptoms of disease and increases its duration. Therefore, devotional service to the Lord must be pure in quality, that is, without the least desire for material enjoyment. One should therefore accept the superior quality of occupation in the form of the devotional service of the Lord without any tinge of unnecessary desire, fruitive action, and philosophical speculation. This alone can lead one to perpetual solace in his service. We have purposely denoted dharma as occupation because the root meaning of the word dharma is that which sustains one's existence. A living being's sustenance of existence is to coordinate his activities with his eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord Krishna. Krishna is the central pivot of living beings, and he is the all-attractive living entity, or eternal form amongst all other living beings or eternal forms. Each and every living being has his eternal form in the spiritual existence, and Krishna is the eternal attraction for all of them. Krishna is the complete whole, and everything else is his part and parcel. The relation is one of the servant and the served. It is transcendental and is completely distinct from our experience in material existence. This relation of servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. One can realize it as devotional service progresses. Everyone should engage himself in that transcendental loving service of the Lord, even in the present conditional state of material existence. That will gradually give one the clue to actual life and please him to complete satisfaction. Text 7. Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janayati Ashu Vairagyam Jnanam Cha Yadahim Ahaitukam. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. Purport. Those who consider devotional service to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna to be something like material emotional affairs may argue that in the revealed scriptures, sacrifice, charity, austerity, knowledge, mystic powers, and similar other processes of transcendental realization are recommended. According to them, bhakti, or the devotional service of the Lord, is meant for those who cannot perform the high-grade activities. Generally, it is said that the bhakti cult is meant for the Shudras, Vaishyas, and the less intelligent woman class. But that is not the actual fact. The bhakti cult is the topmost of all transcendental activities, and therefore it is simultaneously sublime and easy. It is sublime for the pure devotees who are serious about getting in contact with the Supreme Lord. And it is easy for the neophytes who are just on the threshold of the house of bhakti. To achieve the contact of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is a great science, and it is open for all living beings, including the Shudras, Vaishyas, women, and even those lower than the low-born Shudras. So what to speak of the high-class men, like the qualified Brahmanas and the great self-realized kings? The other high-grade activities designated as sacrifice, charity, austerity, etc., are all corollary factors following the pure and scientific bhakti cult. The principles of knowledge and detachment are two important factors on the path of transcendental realization. The whole spiritual process leads to perfect knowledge of everything material and spiritual. And the results of such perfect knowledge are that one becomes detached from material affection and becomes attached to spiritual activities. Becoming detached from material things does not mean becoming inert altogether, as men with a poor fund of knowledge think. Naishkarma means not undertaking activities that will produce good or bad effects. Negation does not mean negation of the positive. Negation of the non-essentials does not mean negation of the essential. Similarly, detachment from the material forms does not mean nullifying the positive form. The bhakti cult is meant for realization of the positive form. When the positive form is realized, the negative forms are automatically eliminated. Therefore, with the development of the bhakti cult, with the application of positive service to the positive form, one naturally becomes detached from the inferior things, and he becomes attached to superior things. Similarly, the bhakti cult, being the supermost occupation of the living being, leads him out of material sense enjoyment. That is the sign of a pure devotee. He is not a fool, nor is he engaged in the inferior energies, nor does he have material values. This is not possible by dry reasoning. It actually happens by the grace of the Almighty. In conclusion, one who is a pure devotee has all other good qualities, namely knowledge, detachment, etc. And one who has only knowledge or detachment is not necessarily well acquainted with the principles of the bhakti cult. Bhakti is the supermost occupation of the human being.
Mm.
Text 8. Text 8. Dharma svanusthita pumsham vishwakshena kathas suya notpadayat yadiratim shrama eva hi kevalam. Translation: the occupational activities a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the personality of Godhead. Purport: there are different occupational activities in terms of man's different conceptions of life. To the gross materialist, who cannot see anything beyond the gross material body, there is nothing beyond the senses. Therefore, his occupational activities are limited to concentrated and extended selfishness. Concentrated selfishness centers around the personal body. This is generally seen amongst the lower animals. Extended selfishness is manifested in human society and centers around the family, society, community, nation, and world with a view to gross bodily comfort. Above these gross materialists are the mental speculators who hover aloft in the mental spheres, and their occupational duties involve making poetry and philosophy or propagating some ism with the same aim of selfishness limited to the body and the mind. But above the body and the mind is the dormant spirit soul, whose absence from the body makes the whole range of bodily and mental selfishness completely null and void. But less intelligent people who have no information of the needs of the less intelligent people have no information of the needs of the spirit soul. Because foolish people have no information of the soul and how it is beyond the purview of the body and mind, they are not satisfied in the performance of their occupational duties. The question of the satisfaction of the self is raised herein. The self is beyond the gross body and subtle mind. He is the potent active principle of the body and mind. Without knowing the need of the dormant soul, one cannot be happy simply with emolument of the body and mind. The body and the mind are but superfluous outer coverings of the spirit soul. The spirit soul's needs must be fulfilled. Simply by cleansing the cage of the bird, one does not satisfy the bird. One must actually know the needs of the bird himself. The need of the spirit soul is that he wants to get out of the limited sphere of material bondage and fulfill his desire for complete freedom. He wants to get out of the covered walls of the greater universe. He wants to see the free light and the spirit. That complete freedom is achieved when he meets the complete spirit, the personality of Godhead. There is a dormant affection for God within everyone. Spiritual existence is manifested through the gross body and mind in the form of perverted affection for gross and subtle matter. Therefore, we have to engage ourselves in occupational engagements that will evoke our divine consciousness. This is possible only by hearing and chanting the divine activities of the Supreme Lord. And any occupational activity which does not help one to achieve attachment for hearing and chanting the transcendental message of Godhead is said herein to be simply a waste of time. This is because other occupational duties, whatever ism they may belong to, cannot give liberation to the soul. Even the activities of the Salvationists are considered to be useless because of their failure to pick up the fountainhead of all liberties. The gross materialist can practically see that his material gain is limited only to time and space, either in this world or in the other. Even if he goes up to the Svargaloka, he will find no permanent abode for his hankering soul. The hankering soul must be satisfied by the perfect scientific process of perfect devotional service.
Wow. Mother, you want to share your experiences?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm so I'm in the temple and I was doing some service, and I had forgotten the what time it is. But just about 10 minutes ago, I looked, and it was my turn. So once again, Bhagavatam and Krishna, I mean, so kind. But yeah, and these verses, they're so nice. All about the unalloyed, unmotivated, uninterrupted devotional service. And the last verse that I read, Shrama eva hi kevalam. I think that's what I'm involved in all the time. So I really need to read this verse again and again to make sure that I'm not cleansing the cage of the bird, but actually addressing the spirit, soul, and that whole, that complete, absolute spirit, this personality of Godhead, and dovetailing everything to Him. So that's it, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Oh, wonderful, Mataji. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarigrahi Mataji, text 9.
Text 9. Dharmasya hi apavargayasya nartho arthayo pakalpate narthasya dharmaikantasya kamo labhaya hi smritaha. Translation: all occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, according to the sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Purport: we have already discussed that pure devotional service to the Lord is automatically followed by perfect knowledge and detachment from material existence. But there are others who consider that all kinds of different occupational engagements, including those of religion, are meant for material gain. The general tendency of any ordinary man in any part of the world is to gain some material profit in exchange for religious or other occupational service. Even in the Vedic literatures, for all sorts of religious performances, an allurement of material gain is offered. And most people are attracted by such allurements or blessings of religiosity. Why are so-called men of religion allured by material gain? Because material gain can enable one to fulfill desires, which in turn satisfy sense gratification. This cycle of occupational engagements includes so-called religiosity, followed by material gain, and material gain, followed by fulfillment of desires. Sense gratification is the general way for all sorts of fully occupied men. But in the statement of Suta Goswami, as per the Vedic verdict of the Srimad Bhagavatam, this is nullified by the present shloka. One should not engage himself in any sort of occupational service for material gain only, nor should material gain be utilized for sense gratification. How material gain should be utilized is described as follows. Text 10. Kamasya nendriya pritir labhyo jivitaya yavataha jivasya tattva jignasa narthuyascheha kamabhi. Translation: life's desires should never be directed towards sense gratification. One should desire only a healthy life or self-preservation, since a human life is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's work. Purport: the completely bewildered material civilization is wrongly directed towards the fulfillment of desires and sense gratification. In such civilization, in all spheres of life, the ultimate end is self-gratification. In politics, social service, altruism, philanthropy, and ultimately in religion or even in salvation, the very same tint of self-gratification is ever increasingly predominant. In the political field, the leaders of men fight with one another to fulfill their personal sense gratification. The voters adore the so-called leaders only when they promise sense gratification. As soon as the voters are dissatisfied in their own sense gratification, they dethrone the leaders. The leaders must always disappoint the voters by not satisfying their senses. The same is applicable in all other fields. No one is serious about the problems of life. Even those who are on the path of salvation desire to become one with the absolute truth and desire to commit spiritual suicide for sense gratification. But Bhagavatam says that one should not live for sense gratification. One should satisfy the senses only in as much as required for self-preservation and not for sense gratification. Because the body is made of senses, which also require a certain amount of satisfaction, there are regulative direction for satisfaction of such senses. But the senses are not meant for unrestricted enjoyment. For example, marriage or the combination of a man with woman is necessary for progeny, but it is not meant for sense gratification. In the absence of voluntary restraint, there is propaganda for family planning, but foolish men do not know that the family planning is automatically executed as there is search after the absolute truth. Seekers of absolute truth are never allured by unnecessary engagements in sense gratification, because the serious students seeking the absolute truth are always overwhelmed with the work of researching the truth. In every sphere of life, therefore, the ultimate end must be seeking after the absolute truth, and that sort of engagement will make one happy because he will be less engaged in the varieties of sense gratification. And what that absolute truth is explained as follows. Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattvam yaj jnanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagwan iti shabdhyayate. Translations. Learned transcendentals who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma, or Bhagwan. Purport. The absolute truth is both subject and object, and there is no qualitative difference here. Therefore, Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagwan are qualitatively one and the same. The same substance is realized as impersonal Brahman by the students of Upanishads, as localized Paramatma by the Hiranyagarbhas or the yogis, and as Bhagwan by the devotees. In other words, Bhagwan, or the personality of Godhead, is the last word of the absolute truth. Paramatma is the partial representation of the personality of Godhead, and impersonal Brahman is the growing effulgence of the personality of Godhead, as the sun's rays are to the sun god. Less intelligent students of either of the above schools sometimes argue in favor of their own respective realization, but those who are perfect seers of the absolute truth know well that the above three features of the one absolute truth are different perspective views seen from different angles of vision. As it is explained in the first shloka of the first chapter of the Bhagavatam, the supreme truth is self-sufficient, cognizant, and free from the illusion of relativity. In the relative world, the knower is different from the known, but in the absolute truth, both the knower and the known are one and the same thing. In the relative world, the knower is the living spirit or superior energy, whereas the known is the inert matter or inferior energy. Therefore, there is both duality in inferior and superior energy, whereas in the absolute realm, both the knower and the known are the same superior energy. There are three kinds of energies of the supreme energetic. There is no difference between the energy and the energetic, but there is a difference in the quality of the energies. The absolute realm and the living entities are of the same superior energy, but the material world is the inferior energy. The living being in contact with the inferior energy is illusioned, thinking he belongs to the inferior energy. Therefore, there is the sense of relativity in the material world. In the absolute, there is no sense of difference between the knower and the known, and therefore everything there is absolute. Taksha dhana munayo jnana vairagya yuktaya pashyanti atmani chatmanam bhaktya shruta grihitaya. Translation. The seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes the absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from the Vedanta Shruti. Purport. The absolute truth is realized in full by the process of devotional service to the Lord Vasudeva, or the personality of Godhead, who is the full-fledged absolute truth. Brahman is his transcendental bodily effulgence, and Paramatma is his partial representation. As such, Brahman or Paramatma realization of the absolute truth is but a partial realization. There are 4 different types of human beings: the karmis, the jnanis, the yogis, and the devotees. The karmis are materialistic, whereas the other 3 are transcendental. The first class transcendentalists are the devotees who have realized the Supreme Person. The second class transcendentalists are those who have partially realized the plenary portion of the Absolute Person. And the third class transcendentalists are those who have barely realized the spiritual focus of the Absolute Person. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita and other Vedic literature, the Supreme Person is realized by devotional service, which is backed by full knowledge and detachment from material association. We have already discussed the point that devotional service is followed by knowledge and detachment from material association. As Brahman and Paramatma realization are imperfect realizations of the absolute truth, so the means of realizing Brahman and Paramatma, that is the path of jnana and yoga, are also imperfect means of realizing the absolute truth. Devotional service, which is based on the foreground of the full knowledge combined with detachment from material association, and which is fixed by the oral reception of the Vedanta Shruti, is the only perfect method by which the seriously inquisitive student can realize the absolute truth. Devotional service is not therefore meant for the less intelligent class of transcendentalists. There are 3 classes of devotees, namely first, second, and third class. The third class devotees, or the neophytes, who have no knowledge and are not detached from material association, but who are simply detached from attracted by the preliminary process of worshipping the deity in the temple, are called material devotees. Material devotees are more attached to material benefit than transcendental profit. Therefore, one has to make definite progress from the position of material devotional service to second-class devotional service. In the second-class position, the devotee can see 4 principles in the devotional line, namely the personality of Godhead, his devotees, the ignorant, and the envious. One has to raise himself at least to the stage of second-class devotees and thus become eligible to know the absolute truth. A third-class devotee, therefore, has to receive the instructions of devotional service from the authoritative sources of the Bhagavata. The number 1 Bhagavata is the established personality of devotee, and the other Bhagavatam is the message of Godhead. The third-class devotee, therefore, has to go to the personality of devotee in order to learn the instructions of devotional service. Such a personality of devotee is not a professional man who earns his livelihood by the business of Bhagavatam. Such a devotee must be the representative of Sukadev Goswami, like Suta Goswami, and must preach the cult of devotional service for the all-round benefit of all people. A neophyte devotee has very less the taste for hearing from the authorities. Therefore, neophyte devotee makes a show of hearing from professional men to satisfy his senses. This sort of hearing and chanting has spoiled the whole thing, so one should be very careful about the faulty process. The holy messages of Godhead as inculcated in the Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam are undoubtedly transcendental subjects, but even though they are so, such transcendental matters are not to be received from professional men who spoil them as a serpent spoils milk simply by the touch of his tongue. A sincere devotee must therefore be prepared to hear Vedic literature like the Upanishads, Vedantas, and other literatures left by the previous authorities or Goswamis for the benefit of his progress. Without hearing such literature, one cannot make actual progress. And without hearing and following the instructions, the show of devotional service becomes worthless, and therefore a sort of disturbance in the path of devotional service. Unless, therefore, devotional service is established on the principles of Shruti, Smriti, Purana, and Pancharatra authorities, the make show of devotional service should at once be rejected. An unauthorized devotee should never be recognized as a pure devotee. By assimilation of such messages from the Vedic literature, one can see the all-pervading localized aspect of the personality of Godhead within his own self constantly. This is called Samadhi.
Very well. Mother, you want to share your experience on the reading?
Yeah, so this is, the verses were saying that one should not be attached to sense gratification. Sometimes even religion may be used for self-gratification. I'm assuming he's talking more about karma. They're talking about karma kanda process also in that. But religion should not be used only like for material gain. And then they're talking about the absolute truth, in three forms, like Brahman, which is the effulgence, Paramatma, which is partial representation, and Bhagwan, which is the total realization. And everybody looks, but this is the same. But of course, the Bhagwan realization is the complete, absolute complete realization. And then the devotional service was explained in detail, and three classes of devotees, and that we should hear Bhagavatam from pure devotees, and not from like just non-devotees.
Sure, Meg. The sense gratification is prominent even in the liberation. It's also Mother.
Yes, that was emphasized as well.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yes.
Be very careful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mother.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Dandavat Pranam.
Krishna Prabhuji. 6:30.
Okay, I can start from here, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu. Atha Bumbir Dvijashrestha Varnashrama Vibhagasha Swanutistasya Dharmasya Samshridhir Aritoshanam. Translation: O best among the twice born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of God. Purport. Human society all over the world divided into 4 castes and 4 orders of life. The 4 castes are intelligent caste, the martial caste, the productive caste, and the laborer caste. These castes are classified in terms of one's work and qualification, and not by birth. Then again, there are 4 orders of life, namely the student life, the householder's life, the retired, and the devotional life. In the best interest of human society, there must be such divisions of life. Otherwise, no social institution can grow in a healthy state. And in each and every one of the above mentioned divisions of life, the aim must be to please the supreme authority of personality of God. This institution function of human society is known as a system of Varnashrama Dharma, which is quite natural for their civilized life. The Varnashrama institution is constructed to enable one to realize the absolute truth. It is not for artificial domination of one division over another. When the aim of life, that is to say, realization of the absolute truth, is missed by too much attachment for Indriya Priti or sense gratification, as already discussed here before, the institution of Varnashrama is utilized by the selfish man to pose an artificial predominance over the weaker section. In the Kali Yuga, or in the age of quarrel, this artificial predominance is already current, but the saner section of the people know it well that Divisions of caste and orders of life are meant for smooth social intercourse and high thinking self-realization, and not for any other purpose. Herein, the statement of Bhagavatam is that the highest aim of life, or the highest perfection of institution of Varnashram Dharma, is to cooperate jointly for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Tasmat ekena manasa Bhagavan Satvatam Patihi. Prabhu, if you can. Yeah. Shrotavya kirtitavyascha Dheya Pujaschya Nityada. Therefore, with one pointed attention, one should constantly hear about, glorify, remember, and worship the personality of Godhead, who is the protector of the devotees. Purport: if realization of absolute truth is the ultimate aim of life, it must be carried out by all means. In any one of the above mentioned castes and orders of life, the four processes, namely glorifying, hearing, remembering, and worshipping, are general occupations. Without these principles of life, no one can exist. Activities of the living being involve engagements in these four different principles of life, especially in modern society. All activities are more or less dependent on hearing and glorifying. Any man from any social status becomes a well-known man in a human society within a very short time if he is simply glorified truly or falsely in daily newspapers. Sometimes political leaders of the particular party are also advertised by newspaper propaganda, and by such method of glorification, an insignificant man becomes an important man within no time. But such propaganda by false glorification of an unqualified person cannot bring about any good, either for the particular man or for the society. There may be some temporary reactions to such propaganda, but there are no permanent effects. Therefore, such activities are a waste of time. The actual object of glorification is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has created everything manifested before us. We have broadly discussed this fact from the beginning of the Janmadi Asya shloka of this Bhagavatam. The tendency to glorify others or hear others must be turned to the real object of glorification, the Supreme Being, and that will bring happiness. Do you want me to continue? You have, yes. Okay. Yad anudyasina yuktaha karma granti nibandanam chindanti kovidastasya kona kuryat katharatim. With a sword in hand, intelligent man cut through the binding knots of reactionary work karma by remembering the personality of Godhead. Therefore, who will not pay attention to this message? Purport: the contact of a spiritual spark with the material elements creates a knot which must be cut if one wants to be liberated from the actions and reactions of the fruity work. Liberations means freedom from the cycle of reactionary work. This liberation automatically follows for one who constantly remembers the transcendental pastimes of the personality of Godhead. This is because all the activities of Supreme Lord, his Leela, are transcendental to the modes of the material energy. They are all attractive spiritual activities, and therefore constant association with the spiritual activities of Supreme Lord gradually spiritualizes the conditioned soul and ultimately severs the knot of material bondage. Liberation from material bondage is therefore a byproduct of devotional service. Attainment of spiritual knowledge is not sufficient to ensure liberation. Such knowledge must be overcoated with the devotional service so that ultimately the devotional service alone predominates. Then liberation is made possible. Even the reactionary work of the fruity workers can lead one to liberation when it is overcoated with the supreme with devotional service. Karma overcoated with the devotion service is called Karma Yoga. Similarly, the empirical knowledge overcoated with the devotion service is called Gnana Yoga. But pure Bhakti Yoga is independent of such karma and gnana because it alone can not only endow one with liberation from the conditioned life, but also award one the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Therefore, any sensible man who is above the average man with a poor fund of knowledge must constantly remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead by hearing about him, by glorifying him, by remembering him, and by worshipping him always without cessation. That is the perfect way of devotion service. The Goswamis of Vrindavana, who were authorized by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to preach the Bhakti cult, rigidly followed this rule and made immense literatures of transcendental science for our benefit. They have chalked out ways for all classes of men in terms of different castes and orders in life in pursuance of the teachings of Srimad Bhagavatam and similar other authoritative scriptures. So it is the Bhakti progresses, various stages of Bhakti. I don't know how far big is this? You want me to continue, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu, we can.
Yes, thank you. Susrusho Shraddadhanasya Vasudeva Katha Ruchi Shyan Mahat Sevaya Vipra Punya Tirtha Nisevanat. O twice born sages, by serving those devotees who completely freed from all wise great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. The conditioned life of a living being is caused by his revolting against the Lord. There are men called devas or godly living beings, and there are men called asuras or demons, who are against the authority of Supreme Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita, 16th chapter, of a vivid description of the asuras is given, in which it is said that asuras are put in a lower and lower states of ignorance, life after life, and so sing to the lower animal forms and have no information of the absolute truth. The personality of Godhead, these asuras are gradually rectified to God consciousness by the mercy of the Lord's liberated servitors in different countries according to the supreme will. Such devotees of God are very confidential associates of the Lord, and then they come to save human society from the dangers of the godliness. They are known as powerful incarnations of the Lord, as sons of the Lord, as servants of the Lord, or associates of the Lord. But none of them falsely claim to be God themselves. This is a blasphemy declared by the asuras, and the demoniac followers of such asuras also accept pretenders as God or his incarnation. In the revealed scriptures, there is definite information of the incarnation of the God. No one should be accepted as God or an incarnation of God unless it is confirmed by the revealed scriptures. The servants of the God are to be respected as God by the devotees who actually want to go back to Godhead. Such servants of God are called Mahatmas or Tirthas, and they preach according to particular time and place. The servants of God urge people to become devotees of the Lord. They never tolerate being called God. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was God himself according to the indication of the revealed scripture, but he played the part of a devotee. People who knew him to be God addressed him as God, but he used to block his ears and with his hands and chant the name of Lord Vishnu. He strongly protested against being called God, although undoubtedly he was God himself. The Lord behaves to warn us against unscrupulous men who take pleasure in being addressed as God. The servants of God come to propagate God consciousness, and intelligent people should cooperate with them in every respect. By serving the servant of God, one can please God more than directly serving the Lord. The Lord is the more pleased when he sees that his servants are properly respected, because such servants risk everything for the service of the Lord and are very dear to the Lord. The Lord declares in the Bhagavad Gita 18.69 that No one is dearer to him than who risks everything to preach his glory. By serving the servants of the Lord, one gradually gets the quality of such servants, and thus one becomes qualified to hear the glories of the Lord. God. The eagerness to hear about God is the first qualification of a devotee eligible for entering the kingdom of God. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
It's no
Wonderful, wonderful nectar.
After being with Prabhupada. Yeah. Yes, Prabhuji, you want to share something, Prabhu?
That the first verse was my favorite verse. Sam Siddhir Haritoshanam was my really favorite verse always. Whatever we do, in case what happens is this mind, even though you come and do for Krishna service here, what happens is, even though you're doing services for deities, services for something, sometimes my mind says, yeah, it is this for you, this is for you. How I can please my mind so that how many people can tell, hey, you did a very good job. Okay. So that always bothers me. In fact, this is still in my purificatory process. A few minutes I feel that, and then no, this is not for me. This is not for my mind. Some Siddhir Haritoshan, they think even though you come to the temple, you will do the deity services. It is to please Krishna. It is the service for Krishna. That is most important rather than pleasing your mind and senses. So you have to be careful that whatever we do, we pose. It's like, what do you call? More or less, it's an artificial, superficial. Right? So what we are doing, even though I'm in the temple, even though I'm doing services, for externally, this particular devotee is a devotee, but I am doing superficially. So that's my consciousness. So I have to make sure that is not me or you, or I think everybody has to come to the point that for any services you take, this is to please Krishna. Samsiddhar Haritoshna. This is more why I like this point. I used to hear Radhanath Maharaj lectures. He always points out to this particular shloka no matter what. Many times, many lectures, at least once will be there in a lecture on Samsiddhar Haritoshna. So that's why I like it. And this is what, end of the day, this is not my gratifying my senses, it is Krishna senses. Rishikesha Sevanam Bhakti Ruchate. But we know the verses, but how do you put practically is most important. Okay, and the other verses, it says about, I think it's already 10:31. I think I can leave it here. I think that's one of them. And then another thing I just thought of telling you is the Varnashrama Dharma. The Prabhupada very, very clearly says, this is nothing to do with whether the Brahmana or Kshatriya or Vaishya Sudra. This is the process to realize God. There also is telling to process to realize God. That's it, nothing else. And now if you think, we are thinking about the Hindus, we are thinking about the Christians and Muslims and so on and so forth. Initially, there was nothing in the Sanatana Dharma. All these religions, they are thinking, and then the British came and they killed our culture because they know that was our strong point of our Varnashrama. That is why they came and killed this Varnashrama Dharma, and which people mistake that this is all caste system and so on and so forth. But nobody knows. We got to go back and give this knowledge to politicians and so forth. This is really, guys, this is nothing to do with the Varnashrama. This is to the step-by-step process to realize God.
We need to give Bhagavatam sets to them.
Correct. Yes, Prabhuji. I can still speak. I think it is late. I can give others to speak. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Kishore Prabhuji, you are online?
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Text 17. Shrinvatam swakatha Krishna punya shravana kirtanaha hrudiyantasto hi abadrani vidunoti suhrutsatam. Translation. Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma, super soul, in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Messages of the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, are non-different from him. Whenever, therefore, offenseless hearing and glorification of God are undertaken, it is to be understood that Lord Krishna is present there in the form of transcendental sound, which is as powerful as the Lord personally. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in his Siksashtaka, declares clearly that the holy name of the Lord has all the potencies of the Lord, and that he has endowed his innumerable names with the same potency. There is no rigid fixture of time, and anyone can chant the holy name with attention and reverence at his convenience. The Lord is so kind to us that he can be present before us personally in the form of transcendental sound, but unfortunately, we have no taste for hearing and glorifying the Lord's name and activities. We have already discussed developing a taste for hearing and chanting the holy sound. It is done through the medium of service to the pure devotee of the Lord. The Lord is reciprocally respondent to his devotees. When he sees that a devotee is completely sincere in getting admittance to the transcendental service of the Lord and has thus become eager to hear about him, the Lord acts from within the devotee in such a way that the devotee may easily go back to him. The Lord is more anxious to take us back into his kingdom than we can desire. Most of us do not desire at all to go back to Godhead. Only a very few men want to go back to Godhead, but anyone who desires to go back to Godhead, Sri Krishna helps in all respects. One cannot enter into the kingdom of God unless one is perfectly cleared of all sins. The material sins are products of our desires to lord it over material nature. It is very difficult to get rid of such desires. Women and wealth are very difficult problems for the devotee making progress on the path back to Godhead. Many stalwarts in the devotional line fell victim to these allurements and thus retreated from the path of liberation. But when one is helped by the Lord himself, the whole process becomes as easy as anything by the divine grace of the Lord. To become restless in the contact of women and wealth is not an astonishment, because every living being is associated with such things from remote time, practically immemorial, and it takes time to recover from this foreign nature. But if one is engaged in hearing the glories of the Lord, gradually he realizes his real position. By the grace of God, such a devotee gets sufficient strength to defend himself from the state of disturbances, and gradually all disturbing elements are eliminated from his mind. Text 18. नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवती उत्तम श्लोके bhaktir naistiki. Translation. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by rendering of service to the pure devotees, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. Purport. Here is the remedy for eliminating all inauspicious things within the heart, which are considered to be obstacles in the path of self-realization. The remedy is the association of the Bhagavatas. There are two types of Bhagavatas, namely the book Bhagavata and the devotee Bhagavata. Both the Bhagavatas are competent remedies, and both of them or either of them can be good enough to eliminate the obstacles. A devotee Bhagavata is as good as the book Bhagavata because the devotee Bhagavata leads his life in terms of the book Bhagavata, and the book Bhagavata is full of information about the personality of Godhead and his pure devotees, who are also Bhagavatas. Bhagavata book and person are identical. The devotee Bhagavata is a direct representative of Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. So by pleasing the devotee Bhagavata, one can receive the benefit of the book Bhagavata. Human reason fails to understand how by serving the devotee Bhagavata or the book Bhagavata, one gets gradual promotion on the path of devotion. But actually, these are facts explained by Srila Narada Deva, who happened to be a maidservant's son in his previous life. The maidservant was engaged in the menial service of the sages, and thus he also came into contact with them. And simply by associating with them and accepting the remnants of foodstuff left by the sages, the son of the maidservant got the chance to become the great devotee and personality Srila Narada Deva. These are the miraculous effects of the association of the Bhagavatas. And to understand these effects practically, it should be noted that by such sincere association of the Bhagavatas, one is sure to receive transcendental knowledge very easily, with the result that he becomes fixed in the devotional service of the Lord. The more progress is made in devotional service under the guidance of the Bhagavatas, the more one becomes fixed in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The messages of the book Bhagavata therefore have to be received from the devotee Bhagavata, and the combination of these two Bhagavatas will help the neophyte devotee to make progress on and on. Text 19. Tada rajas tamo bhava kama lobhadayaschaye chetaiter anavidham sthitam sattve prasidati. Translation. As soon as irrevocable loving service is established in the heart, the effects of nature's modes of passion and ignorance, such as lust, desire, and hankering, disappear from the heart. Then the devotee is established in goodness and he becomes completely happy. Purport. A living being in his normal constitutional position is fully satisfied in spiritual bliss. This state of existence is called Brahmabhuta or Atmananda, or the state of self-satisfaction. This self-satisfaction is not like the satisfaction of the inactive fool. The inactive fool is in the state of foolish ignorance, whereas the self-satisfied Atmanandi is transcendental to the material state of existence. This stage of perfection is attained as soon as one is fixed in irrevocable devotional service. Devotional service is not inactivity, but the unalloyed activity of the soul. The soul's activity becomes adulterated in contact with matter, and as such, the diseased activities are expressed in the form of lust, desire, hankering, inactivity, foolishness, and sleep. The effect of devotional service becomes manifest by complete elimination of these effects of passion and ignorance. The devotee is fixed at once in the mode of goodness, and he makes further progress to rise to the position of Vasudeva, or the state of unmixed sattva or Shuddha sattva. Only in this Shuddha sattva state can one always see Krishna face to face by dint of pure affection for the Lord. A devotee is always in the mode of unalloyed goodness, therefore he harms no one. Prabhu, can you scroll a little up? Yeah. But the non-devotee, however educated he may be, is always harmful. A devotee is neither foolish nor passionate. The harmful, foolish, and passionate cannot be devotees of the Lord. However, they may advertise themselves as devotees by outward dress. A devotee is always qualified with all the good qualities of God. Quantitatively, such qualifications may be different, but qualitatively, both the Lord and his devotees are one and the same. Text 20. Evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogataha bhagavad tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jayate. Translation. Thus established in the mode of unalloyed goodness, the man whose mind has been enlivened by contact with devotional service to the Lord gains positive scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead in the stage of liberation from all material association. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita 7.3, it is said that out of many thousands of ordinary men, one fortunate man endeavors for perfection in life. Mostly men are conducted by the modes of passion and ignorance, and thus they are engaged always in lust, desire, hankerings, ignorance, and sleep. Out of many such men like animals, there is actually a man who knows the responsibility of human life and thus tries to make life perfect by following the prescribed duties. And out of many thousands of such persons who have thus attained success in human life, one may know scientifically about the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. In the same Bhagavad Gita 1855, it is also said that scientific knowledge of Sri Krishna is understood only by the process of devotional service, which is Bhakti Yoga. The very same thing is confirmed here in the above words. No ordinary man or even one who has attained success in human life can know scientifically or perfectly the personality of Godhead. Perfection of human life is attained when one can understand that he is not the product of matter, but is in fact spirit. And as soon as one understands that he has nothing to do with matter, he at once ceases his material hankerings and becomes enlivened as a spiritual being. This attainment of success is possible when one is above the modes of passion and ignorance, or in the mode of goodness. Or in other words, when one is actually a Brahmana by qualification. A Brahmana is a symbol of Sattva Guna or the mode of goodness. And others who are not in the mode of goodness are either Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, or less than the Shudras. The Brahmanical stage is the highest stage of human life because of its good qualities. So one cannot be a devotee unless one at least qualifies as a Brahmana. The devotee is already a Brahmana by action, but that is not the end of it. As referred to above, such a Brahmana has to become a Vaishnava, in fact, to be actually in the transcendental stage. A pure Vaishnava is a liberated soul and is transcendental even to the position of a Brahmana. In the material stage, even a Brahmana is also a conditioned soul, because although in the Brahmanical stage, the conception of Brahman or transcendence is realized, scientific knowledge of the Supreme Lord is lacking. One has to surpass the Brahminical stage and reach the Vasudeva stage to understand the personality of Godhead Krishna. The science of the personality of Godhead is a subject matter for study by the postgraduate students in the spiritual line. Foolish men or men with a poor fund of knowledge do not understand the Supreme Lord, and they interpret Krishna according to their respective whims. The fact is, however, that one cannot understand the science of the personality of Godhead unless one is freed from the contamination of the material modes, even up to the stage of a Brahmana. When a qualified Brahmana factually becomes a Vaishnava in the enlivened state of liberation, he can know what is actually the personality of Godhead.
Next one is longer. So you want to share your experience, Prabhuji, from reading?
Sure. Okay, Prabhu. These are usually the prayers most of us does before we read Srimad Bhagavatam. So it is very good to read the translation now or purpose. I felt like that. And again, it is a sequence of events from where I started. First, how the Supreme Personality of God is a constant companion of our soul. It's like is our friend, where he directs or he gives whatever we desire, and that is like little magic, how it happens. And then how one need to come into the mode of pure goodness, and get away from the passion and ignorance, the modes of passion and ignorance. And then here it's mentioned that the Brahmana is in the mode of goodness, but even that is not enough in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One has to elevate to the Vaishnava stage, where one can where one is not in the conditional state, even in this material world. So at that time one can see face to face by the dint of devotional service. So I was reading to my daughter also, where I read the first few verses of Bhagavatam. Vyasadeva writes, even no one can understand the Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavata Purana unless one is a pure devotee. So again, it's here also I've read that book Bhagavata or person Bhagavata, they are both are same. So with the mercy of the acharyas or our spiritual master, and also mercy of Srimad Bhagavatam, we get that strength and try to learn the science of God or understand who is Krishna. And that is, we are very fortunate to have both in our lives, because of the society that we have is gone. So the book Bhagavata is something that we are always connected with every day. Person Bhagavata is also there. Yes, Prabhu. That is it.
Sure, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Lakshmi Mataji?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
21.
Yeah. I have my book, no problem, Prabhu.
Okay.
Yeah. Text 21. Vidyate hridaya granthe sarva samshayaha kshiyante chasya karmani drishta evatmanishvare. Translation. Thus the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions is terminated when one sees the self as master. Purport. Attaining scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead means seeing one's own self simultaneously. As far as the identity of the living being as spirit self is concerned, there are a number of speculations and misgivings. The materialist does not believe in the existence of the spirit self, and empiric philosophers believe in the impersonal feature of the whole spirit without individuality of the living beings. But the transcendentalists affirm that the soul and the supersoul are two different identities, qualitatively one, but quantitatively different. There are many other theories, but all these different speculations are at once cleared off as soon as Sri Krishna is realized in truth by the progress of Bhakti Yoga. Sri Krishna is like the sun, and the materialistic speculations about the absolute truth are like the darkest midnight as midnight. As soon as the Krishna Krishna, sun, is arisen within one's heart, the darkness of materialistic speculations about the absolute truth and the living beings is at once cleared off. In the presence of the sun, the darkness cannot stand, and the relative truths that were hidden within the dense darkness of ignorance, become clearly manifested by the mercy of Krishna, who is residing in everyone's heart as the Supersoul. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.11, the Lord says that in order to show special favor to his pure devotees, he personally eradicates the dense darkness of all misgivings by switching on the light of pure knowledge within the heart of a devotee. Therefore, because of the personality of Godhead taking charge of illuminating the heart of his devotee, certainly a devotee engaged in his service in transcendental love cannot remain in darkness. He comes to know everything of the absolute and the relative truths. The devotee cannot remain in darkness, and because the devotee is enlightened by the personality of Godhead, his knowledge is certainly perfect. This is not the case for those who speculate on the absolute truth by dint of their own limited power of approach. Perfect knowledge is called parampara, or deductive knowledge coming down from the authority to the submissive oral receiver who is bona fide by service and surrender. One cannot challenge the authority of the Supreme and know him also at the same time. He reserves the right of not being exposed to such a challenging spirit of an insignificant spark of the whole, as spark subjected to the control of illusory energy. The devotees are submissive, and therefore the transcendental knowledge descends from the personality of Godhead to Brahma, and from Brahma to his sons and disciples in succession. This process is helped by the super soul within such devotees. That is the perfect way of learning transcendental knowledge. This enlightenment perfectly enables the devotee to distinguish spirit from matter, because the knot of spirit and matter is untied by the Lord. This knot is called ahankara, and it falsely obliges a living being to become identified with matter. As soon as this knot is loosened, therefore, all the clouds of doubt are at once cleared off. One sees his master and fully engages himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, making a full termination of the chain of fruitive action. In material existence, a living being creates his own chain of fruitive work and enjoys the good and bad effects of those actions life after life. But as soon as he engages himself in the loving service of the Lord, he at once becomes free from the chain of karma. His actions no longer create any reaction. Text 22. Ato vai kavayo nityam bhaktim paramaya muda vasudeve bhagavati kurvanti atma prasadanim. Translation. Certainly, therefore, since time immemorial, all transcendentalists have been rendering devotional service to Lord Krishna, the personality of Godhead, with great delight, because such devotional service is enlivening to the self. Purport. The specialty of devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, is specifically mentioned herein. Lord Sri Krishna is the Swayam Rupa, personality of Godhead, and all other forms of Godhead, beginning from Sri Baladeva, Shankarshana, Vasudeva, Niruddha, Pradyumna, and Narayana, and extending to the Purushavataras, Gunavataras, Leelavataras, Yugavataras, and many other thousands of manifestations of the personality of Godhead are Lord Sri Krishna's plenary portions and integrated parts. The living entities are separated parts and parcels of the personality of Godhead. Therefore, Lord Sri Krishna is the original form of Godhead, and he is the last word in the transcendence. Thus, he is more attractive to the higher transcendentalists who participate in the eternal pastimes of the Lord. In forms of the personality of Godhead other than Sri Krishna and Baladeva, there is no facility for intimate personal contact as in the transcendental pastimes of the Lord at Vrajabhumi. The transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna are not newly accepted, as argued by some less intelligent persons. His pastimes are eternal and are manifested in due course once in a day of Brahmaji, as the sun rises on the eastern horizon at the end of every 24 hours. Text 23. Sattvam rajas tamaiti prakritir gunastair yukta para purusha ekaiha dhatte sthitya daye harivirinchi hareti samnya shreyamshi tatra khalu sattvatanor nrunam syuhu. Translation. The transcendental personality of Godhead is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance. And just for the material world's creation, maintenance, and destruction, he accepts the three qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness. Purport: that Lord Sri Krishna, by his plenary parts, should be rendered devotional service, as explained above, is confirmed by this statement. Lord Sri Krishna and all his plenary parts are Vishnu Tattva, or the Lordship of Godhead. From Sri Krishna, the next manifestation is Baladeva. From Baladeva is Sankarshana. From Sankarshana is Narayana. From Narayana, there is a second Sankarshana, and from this Sankarshana, the Vishnu Purushavasaras. The Vishnu, or the deity of the quality of goodness in the material world, is the Purushavatara known as Kshirodakashayi Vishnu or Paramatma. Brahma is the deity of Rajas, passion, and Shiva of ignorance. They are the three departmental heads of the three qualities of this material world. Creation is made possible by the goodness of Vishnu, and when it requires to be destroyed, Lord Shiva does it by the Tandava Nritya. The materialists and the foolish human beings worship Brahma and Shiva respectively. But the pure transcendentalists worship the form of goodness, Vishnu, in his various forms. Vishnu is manifested by his millions and billions of integrated forms and separated forms. The integrated forms are called Godhead, and the separated forms are called the living entities or the Jivas. Both the Jivas and Godhead have their original spiritual forms. Jivas are sometimes subjected to the control of material energy, but the Vishnu forms are always controllers of this energy. When Vishnu, the personality of Godhead, appears in the material world, he comes to deliver the conditioned living beings who are under the material energy. Such living beings appear in the material world with intentions of being lords, and thus they become entrapped by the three modes of nature. As such, the living entities have to change their material coverings for undergoing different terms of imprisonment. The prison house of the material world is created by Brahma under instruction of the personality of Godhead. And at the conclusion of a kalpa, the whole thing is destroyed by Shiva. But as far as maintenance of the prison house is concerned, it is done by Vishnu. As much as the state prison house is maintained by the state, anyone, therefore, who wishes to get out of this prison house of material existence, which is full of miseries like repetition of birth, death, disease, and old age, must please Lord Vishnu for such liberation. Lord Vishnu is worshipped by devotional service only, and if anyone has to continue prison life in the material world, he may ask for relative facilities for temporary relief from the different demigods like Shiva, Brahma, Indra, and Varuna. No demigods, however, can release the imprisoned living being from the conditioned life of material existence. This can be done only by Vishnu. Therefore, the ultimate benefit may be derived from Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Shall I stop reading here, Prabhu? Or
Yes.
I can read one more.
Let me see how long is that. It's a longer one, so you can share your experience now.
Yeah, it's good reading this part of Bhagavatam on this auspicious day, Badra Purnima. So, yeah, before joining this call only, we along with our family read in Bhagavad Gita also about the same similar type of explanation what we have, what I have read now, like how we have been conditioned in this material world with these three modes of nature, bound by these three modes of nature. Right? We are identifying ourselves in with this body, our nation, our society, our familial relations, and all. So until and unless we go beyond these things and beyond this delusion, and until and unless we go out of this delusion, it is not possible to surrender to the Lord and to understand and to have that conclusion and consciousness, right, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Supreme One. So
unless we go other side, we cannot see what it is.
Prabhu?
Unless we go other side, we cannot see what it is.
That is very true, Prabhu. Like, how this bhakti yoga process helps us to realize that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I like this point from Prabhupada's purport from 21, that that Sri Krishna, and this is like the sun, right? We are in this darkness of material conception, and in this darkness, with the knowledge that is about the absolute truth, and the knowledge about the absolute truth is like the lightning that comes from the sun, which illuminates our mind, like to get out of this material world. So to go think out of our materialistic speculations and all. So until and unless we understand that yes, the absolute truth is there, who is the supreme controller. That's
so
it,
nice.
Prabhu.
Thank you for
Thank
joining.
you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
So next is Aditya. Aditya, are you there? I think he's not.
Actually, he was in class, Prabhu. I don't know he has finished or not.
Okay, that's fine. So I think I will read. Pativa Dharno Bhuma Duma Tasmad Agnistrayi Mayaha Tamasastu Rajas Tasmad Satvam Yad Brahma Darshanam. Firewood is a transformation of earth, but smoke is better than the raw wood, and fire is still better. For by fire, we can derive the benefits of superior knowledge through Vedic sacrifices. Similarly, passion, rajas, is better than the ignorance, tamas, but goodness, sattva, is best, because by goodness, one can come to realize the absolute truth. Purport. As explained above, one can get release from the conditioned life of material existence by devotional service to the personality of Godhead. It is further comprehended herein that one has to rise to the platform of the mode of goodness, sattva, so that one can be eligible for the devotional service of the Lord. But if there are impediments on the progressive path, anyone, even from the platform of tamas, can gradually rise to the sattva platform by the expert direction of the spiritual master. Sincere candidates must, therefore, approach an expert spiritual master for such a progressive march, and the modified expert spiritual master is competent to direct a disciple from any stage of life, tamas, rajas, sattva. It is a mistake, therefore, to consider that worship of any quality or any form of the Supreme Personality Godhead is equally beneficial. Except Vishnu, all separated forms are manifested under the conditions of material energy, and therefore the forms of material energy cannot help anyone to rise to the platform of sattva, which alone can liberate a person from material bondage. The uncivilized state of life or the life of the lower animals is controlled by the mode of tamas. The civilized life of man with a passion for various types of material benefits is the stage of rajas. The rajas stage of life gives a slight clue to the realization of absolute truth in the forms of fine sentiments in philosophy, art, and culture with moral and ethical principles. But the mode of sattva is still higher stage of material quality, which actually helps one in realizing absolute truth. In other words, there is qualitative difference between the different kinds of worshipping methods as well as respect to results derived from the predominating deities, namely Brahma, Vishnu, and Hara. 25. Bejiro monayotagre bhagavantam adokshajam sattvam vishuddham kshemaya kalpante yenutaniha. Previously, all the great sages rendered service unto the personality of Godhead due to his existence above the three modes of material nature. They worshipped him to become free from material conditions and thus derive the ultimate benefit. Whoever follows such great authorities is also eligible for liberation from the material world. Purport. The purpose of performing religion is neither to profit by material gain nor to get the simple knowledge of discerning matter from spirit. The ultimate aim of religious performances is to release oneself from the material bondage and regain the life of freedom in the transcendental world where the personality of Godhead is a supreme person. Laws of religion, therefore, are directly enacted by the personality of Godhead. And except for the Mahajans or the authorized agents of the Lord, no one can know the purpose of religion. There are 12 particular agents of the Lord who know the purpose of religion, and all of them render transcendental service unto him. Persons who desire their own good may follow these Mahajanas and thus attain the supreme benefit. 26. Mumukshavaha Gora Rupan Hetva Bhutam Patinata Narayana Kala Santa Bhajantihi Anusuyavaha. Those who are serious about liberation are certainly non-envious, and they respect all. Yet they reject the horrible and ghastly forms of the demigods and worship only the all-blissful forms of Lord Vishnu and his plenary portions. Purport. The Supreme Personality Godhead Shri Krishna, who is the original person of the Vishnu categories, expand himself into the two different categories, namely integrated plenary portions and separated parts and parcels. The separated parts and parcels are the servitors, and the integrated plenary portions of Vishnu Tattva are the worshipful objects of service. All demigods who are empowered by Supreme Lord are separated parts and parcels. They do not belong to the category of Vishnu Tattva. The Vishnu Tattvas are living beings equally as powerful as the original form of the personality of Godhead. And they display different categories of power in consideration of different times and circumstances. The separated parts and parcels are powerful by limitation. They do not have unlimited power like the Vishnu Tattvas. Therefore, one should never classify the Vishnu Tattvas or the plenary portions of Narayana, the personality Godhead, in the same category with the parts and parcels. If anyone does so, he becomes at once an offender by the name Pashandi. In the age of Kali, many foolish persons commit such unlawful offenses and equalize the two categories. The separated parts and parcels have different positions in the estimation of material powers, and some of them are like Kala Bhairava, Smasana Bhairava, Sani, Mahakali, and Chandika. These demigods were worshipped mostly by those who are in the lowest categories of the mode of darkness or ignorance. Other demigods like Brahma, Shiva, Surya, Ganesha, and similar many deities are worshipped by men in the mode of passion, urged on by the desire for material enjoyment. But those who are actually situated in the mode of goodness, Sattva Guna, or material nature, worship only Sattva of material nature worship only Vishnu Tattva. Vishnu Tattva are represented by the names, by various names and forms such as Narayana, Damodara, Vamana, Govinda, and Adokshaja. The qualified Brahmanas worship the Vishnu Tattvas, represented by Salagram Sila, and some of the higher castes like Kshatriyas and Vaishyas are also generally worship the Vishnu Tattvas. Highly qualified Brahmanas situated in the mode of goodness have no grudge against the mode of worship of others. They have all respect for other demigods, even though they may look ghastly like Kalabhairava or Mahakali. They know very well that these horrible features of the Supreme Lord are all different servitors of the Lord under different conditions. Yet, they reject the worship of both the horrible and attractive features of the demigods. And they concentrate only on the forms of Vishnu because they're very serious about liberation from the material conditions. The demigods, even to the stage of Brahma, the supreme of all the demigods, cannot offer liberation to anyone. Hiranyakashipu underwent a severe type of penance to become eternal in life. But his worshipful deity, Brahma, could not satisfy him with such blessings. Therefore, Vishnu and no one else is called Muktipada, or the personality of Godhead, who can bestow upon us mukti, liberation. The demigods, being like other living entities in the material world, are liquidated at the time of annihilation of the material structure. They are themselves unable to get liberation, and what to speak of giving liberation to their devotees. The demigods can award the worshippers some temporary benefit only, and not the ultimate one. It is for this reason only that candidates for liberation deliberately reject the worship of the demigods, although they have no disrespect for any one of them. Rajastama prakrutyaha samasila bhajanti vai pitrubhuta prajesadin Shriyeshwarya Prajepsavaha. Those who are in the mode of passion and ignorance worship those in the same category, namely forefathers, other living beings, and the demigods who are in charge of cosmic activities, for they are urged by desire to be materially benefited with women, wealth, power, and progeny. Purport. There is no need to worship the demigods of whatsoever category if one is serious about going back to Godhead. In the Bhagavad Gita 7:20-23, it is clearly said that those who are mad after material enjoyment approach the different demigods for temporary benefits, which are meant for men with a poor fund of knowledge. We should never desire to increase the depth of material enjoyment. Material enjoyment should be accepted only up to the point of bare necessities of life and not more or less than that. So to accept material enjoyment means to bind oneself more and more to the miseries of material existence. More wealth, more women, and false aristocracy are some of the demands of materially disposed man because he has no information of the benefit derived from Vishnu worship. By Vishnu worship, one can derive benefit in this life as well as in life after death. Forgetting these principles, foolish people who are after more wealth, more wives, and more children worship various demigods. The aim of life is to end the miseries of life and not to increase them. So, for material enjoyment, there is no need to approach the demigods. The demigods are but servants of the Lord. As such, they are duty bound to supply necessities of life in the form of water, light, air, etc. One should work hard and worship the Supreme Lord by the fruits of one's hard labor for existence. And that should be the mode of life. One should be careful to execute devotional service with faith in God in proper way, and that will lead one gradually on the progressive march back to Godhead. Lord Shri Krishna, when he was personally present at Vrajabhumi, stopped the worship of the demigod Indra and advised the residents of Vraja to worship by their business and to have faith in God. Worshipping the multi-demigods for material gain is practically a perversity of religion. This sort of religious activity has been condemned in the very beginning of Bhagavatam as Kaitava Dharma. There is only one religion in the world to be followed by one and all, and that is Bhagavata Dharma. or the religion which teaches one to worship the Supreme Personality Godhead and no one else. Who is next? Next is
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, it's me, I think.
you are there. Okay. I'll say in a minute. I took note of ghastly forms this time. I was really remembering, like if you see Mahakali or Bhairavi, they really look ghastly and they look angry actually. I was also thinking Narasimha was also angry. But anyway, Prabhupada was very nicely explaining that so many different worships have different goals. So the other worship has immediate result, but it is limited and only within this world and so on. It's not permanent and we cannot get higher ones. And very nice thing about worship of Vishnu is that we'll get benefited right now and also benefited in the future life as well, today, tomorroro, day after also. And he can also award the greater things like liberation, which no other Devata was able to offer. Hare Krishna. Sangeeta Mataji, please take it from 28.
Okay, Prabhuji. Just give me 1 second, please. Take my Bhagavad book.
I'll start off, Mataji. You can pitch in.
Yeah, I can start now. Yes.
Yes.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Text 28-29. Vasudeva Paraveda. Vasudeva Paramakha. Vasudeva Parayoga. Vasudeva Parakriya. Vasudeva Param Jnanam. Vasudeva Param Tapa. Vasudeva Paro Dharmo. Vasudeva Paragati. Translation. In the revealed scriptures, the ultimate object of knowledge is Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. The purpose of performing sacrifice is to please him. Yoga is for realizing him. All fruitive activities are ultimately rewarded by him only. He is supreme knowledge, and all severe austerities are performed to know him. Religion, dharma, is rendering loving service unto him. He is the supreme goal of life. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. That Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, is the only object of worship is confirmed in these 2 shlokas. The Vedic literature, there is the same objective, establishing one's relationship with ultimately reviving our lost loving service unto him. This is the sum and substance of the Vedas. In the Bhagavad Gita, the same theory is confirmed by the Lord in his own words. The ultimate purpose of the Vedas is to know him only. All the revealed scriptures are prepared by the Lord through his incarnation in the body of Srila Vyasadeva, just to remind that the fallen souls, conditioned by material nature of Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. No demigod can award freedom from material bondage. That is the verdict of all the Vedic literatures. Impersonalists who have no information of the personality of Godhead minimize the omnipotency of the Supreme Lord and put him on equal footing with all other living beings. And for this act, such impersonalists get freedom from material bondage only with great difficulty. They can surrender unto him only after many, many births in the culture of transcendental knowledge. One may argue that the Vedic activities are based on sacrificial ceremonies. That is true, but all such sacrifices are also meant for the realizing the truth about Vasudeva. Another name of Vasudeva is Yajna, sacrifice. And in the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that all sacrifices and all activities are to be conducted for the satisfaction of Yajna or Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. This is the case also with the yoga systems. Yoga means to get into touch with the Supreme Lord. The process, however, includes several bodily features such as asana, dhyana, pranayama, and meditation. And all of them are meant for concentrating upon the localized aspect of Vasudeva, represented as Paramatma. Paramatma realization is but partial realization of Vasudeva. And if one is successful in that attempt, one realizes Vasudeva in full. But by ill luck, most yogis are stranded by the powers of mysticism achieved through the bodily process. Ill-fated yogis are given a chance in the next birth by being placed in the families of good learned brahmanas or in the families of rich merchants in order to execute the unfinished task of Vasudeva realization. If such fortunate brahmanas and sons of rich men properly utilize the chance, they can easily realize Vasudeva by good association with saintly persons. Unfortunately, such preferred persons are captivated again by material wealth and honor, and thus they practically forget the aim of life. So true. This is also so for the culture of knowledge. According to Bhagavad Gita, there are 18 items in culturing knowledge. By such culture of knowledge, one becomes gradually prideless, devoid of vanity, non-violent, forbearing, simple, devoted to the great spiritual master, and self-controlled. By culture of knowledge, one becomes unattached to earth and home and becomes conscious of the miseries due to death, birth, old age, and disease. And all culture knowledge culminates in devotional service to the personality of Godhead Vasudeva. Therefore, Vasudeva is the ultimate aim in culturing all different branches of knowledge. Culture of knowledge leading one to the transcendental plane of meeting Vasudeva is real knowledge. Physical knowledge in its various branches is condemned in the Bhagavad Gita as ajnana, or the opposite of real knowledge. The ultimate aim of physical knowledge is to satisfy the senses, which means prolongation of the term of material existence and thereby continuance of the threefold miseries. So prolonging the miserable life of material existence is nescience. But the same physical knowledge leading to the way of spiritual understanding helps one to end the miserable life of physical existence and to begin the life of spiritual existence on the plane of Vasudeva. The same applies to all kinds of austerities. Tapasya means voluntary acceptance of bodily pains to achieve some higher end of life. Ravana and Hiranyakashipu underwent a severe type of bodily torture to achieve the end of sense gratification. Sometimes modern politicians also undergo severe types of austerities to achieve some political end. This is not actually tapasya. One should accept voluntary bodily inconvenience for the sake of knowing Vasudeva, because that is the way of real austerities. Otherwise, all forms of austerities are classified as modes of passion and ignorance. Passion and ignorance cannot end the miseries of life. Only the mode of goodness can mitigate the threefold miseries of life. Vasudeva and Devaki, the so-called father and mother of Lord Krishna, underwent penances to get Vasudeva as their son. Lord Sri Krishna is the father of all living beings, Bhagavad Gita 14.4. Therefore, he is the original living being of all other living beings. He is the original eternal enjoyer amongst all other enjoyers. Therefore, no one can be his begetting father. as the ignorant may think. Lord Sri Krishna agreed to become the son of Vasudeva and Devaki upon being pleased with their severe austerities. Therefore, if any austerities have to be done, they must have been done to achieve the end of knowledge, Vasudeva. Vasudeva is the original personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. As explained before, the original personality of Godhead expands himself by innumerable forms. Such expansions of forms is made possible by his various energies. His energies are also multifarious, and his internal energies are superior and external energies are inferior in quality. They are explained in the Bhagavad Gita 7.4 to 6 as the para and apara prakritis. So his expansions of various forms which take place via the internal energies are superior forms, whereas the expansions which take place via the external energies are inferior forms. The living entities are also his expansions. The living entities who are expanded by his internal potency are eternally liberated persons, whereas those who are expanded in terms of the material energies are eternally conditioned souls. Therefore, all culture of knowledge, austerities, sacrifice, and activities should be aimed at changing the quality of the influence that is acting upon us. For the present, we are all being controlled by the external energy of the Lord. And just to change the quality of the influence, we must endeavor to cultivate spiritual energy. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that those who are Mahatmas, or those whose mind have been so broadened as to be engaged in the service of the Lord Krishna, are under the influence of the internal potency. And the effect is that such broad-minded living beings are constantly engaged in the service of the Lord without deviation. That should be the aim of life. And that is the verdict of all the Vedic literatures. No one should bother himself with fruitive activities or dry speculation about transcendental knowledge. Everyone should at once engage himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Nor should one worship different demigods who work as different hands of the Lord for creation, maintenance, or destruction of the material world. There are innumerable powerful demigods who look over the external management of the material world. They're all different assisting hands of Lord Vasudeva. Even Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma are included in the list of demigods, but Lord Vishnu or Vasudeva is always transcendentally situated. Even though he accepts the quality of goodness of the material world, he is still transcendental to all the material modes. The following example will clear that matter more explicitly. In the prison house, there are the prisoners and the managers of the prison house. Both the managers and the prisoners are bound by the laws of the king. But even though the king sometimes comes in the prison, he is not bound by the laws of the prison house. The king is therefore always transcendental to the laws of the prison house, as the Lord is always transcendental to the laws of the material world. So I will stop here. Yes.
Text 30.
Oh, should I continue, Prabhu? I thought it's for 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, just this one was small.
Okay. So text 30. Sa evadam sasarjagre Bhagwan Atma Mayaya Sad Asad Rupaya Chasho Gunamaya Guno Vibhu. Translation. In the beginning of the material creation, that absolute personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, in his transcendental position, created the energies of cause and effect by his own internal energy. purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The position of the Lord is always transcendental because the causal and effectual energies required for the creation of the material world were also created by Him. He is unaffected, therefore, by the qualities of the material modes. His existence, form, activities, and paraphernalia all existed before the material creation. He is all spiritual and has nothing to do with the qualities of the material world, which are qualitatively distinct from, from the spiritual qualities of the Lord.
I was thinking you like philosophy so much, so Bhagavatam gave you the most philosophical verse in the chapter.
Yes. So my sharing from reading this purport and this is that the whole Vedic literature, the objective is establishing one's relationship with the Lord and reviving one's lost serving relationship to with the Lord. That's the ultimate purpose of the Vedas, to know Him only. And then I like this the tapasya. So even that's true. Even Ravan or Hiranyakashipu, they did a lot of tapasya. So that's not the right kind of tapasya. So
everyone is doing tapasya, but not with Krishna.
Yeah, so the real tapasya, according to this, and we hear all the time, is to have the loving devotional service unto the feet of the Lord. That's the real tapasya.
I was noting earlier that Hiranyakashipu was also looking for eternity.
Yeah.
But he is going to Lord Brahma, who is not able to give that.
Yeah. So even all those are still those are on the material platform. Even if you want to be Brahma, I think it's that unconditional service, unconditional love and service unto the feet of the Lord. So
it's the best.
Yeah. So thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji. Hari Bol. And we have next is, who is next? Krishna. Kiran Mataji. Kiran Mataji, Sandeep Prabhu, Anish Prabhu. Anyone there?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. This is Kiran.
Yes, Mataji. Text 31, Mataji.
Yes, Prabhuji. So I'm reading the text, translation, and purport, correct?
Yeah, text, translation, and purport. Yes, Mataji. We are running short of 2 verses. We'll finish this and go to the chapter.
Okay. So text 31. Taya vilashiteshu eshu guneshu gunavananiva antaha pravishta abhati vijnena vrijambita. Translation. After creating the material substance, the Lord Vasudeva expands himself and enters into it. And although he is within the material modes of nature and appears to be one of the created beings, he is fully enlightened in his transcendental position. Purport. The living entities are separated parts and parcels of the Lord, and the conditioned living entities who are unfit for the spiritual kingdom are strewn within the material world to enjoy matter to the fullest extent. As Paramatma, an external friend of the living entities, the Lord, by one of his plenary portions, accompanies the living entities to guide them in their material enjoyment and to become witness to all activities. While the living entities enjoy the material conditions, the Lord maintains his transcendental position without being affected by the material atmosphere. In the Vedic literatures, Shruti, it is said that there are 2 birds in one tree. One of them is eating the fruit of the tree, while the other is witnessing the actions. The witness is the Lord, and the fruit eater is the living entity. The fruit eater, living entity, has forgotten his real identity and is overwhelmed in the fruitive activities of the material conditions, but the Lord, Paramatma, is always full in transcendental knowledge. This is the difference between the supersoul and the conditioned soul. The conditioned soul, the living entity, is controlled by the laws of nature, while the Paramatma or the supersoul is the controller of the material energy. Text 32. Yata hi avito vanir darushva ekasva yunishu naneva bhati vishvatma bhuteshu cha tatha puman. The Lord, as Supersoul, pervades all things, just as fire permeates wood, and so he appears to be of many varieties, though he is the Absolute One without a second. Lord Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by one of his plenary parts, expands himself all over the material world, and his existence can be perceived even with the atomic energy. Matter, antimatter, proton, neutron, etc. are all different effects of the Paramatma feature of the Lord. As from wood, fire can be manifested, or as butter can be churned out of milk, so also the presence of the Lord as Paramatma can be felt by the process of legitimate hearing and chanting of the transcendental subjects, which are specially treated in the Vedic literatures like the Upanishads and the Vedanta. Srimad Bhagavatam is the bona fide explanation of these Vedic literatures. The Lord can be realized through the oral reception of the transcendental message, and that is the only way to experience the transcendental subject. As fire is kindled from wood by another fire, the divine consciousness of man can similarly be kindled by another divine grace. His divine grace, the spiritual master, can kindle the spiritual fire from the wood like living entity by imparting proper spiritual messages injected through the receptive ear. Therefore, one is required to approach the proper spiritual master with receptive ears only, and thus divine existence is gradually realized. The difference between animality and humanity lies in this process only. A human being can hear properly, whereas an animal cannot. Text 33. Asau gunamayer bhavayer bhuta shukmendriyatam atmavi shwanirmiteshu nirvishto bhunkte bhuteshu tadgunan. The supersoul enters into the bodies of the created beings who are influenced by the modes of material nature and causes them to enjoy the effects of these modes of the subtle mind. There are 8,400,000 species of living beings, beginning from the highest intellectual being, Brahma, down to the insignificant ant, and all of them are enjoying the material world according to the desires of the subtle mind and gross material body. The gross material body is based on the conditions of the subtle mind, and the senses are created according to the desire of the living being. The Lord, as Paramatma, helps the living being to get material happiness because the living being is helpless in all respects in obtaining what he desires. He proposes and the Lord disposes. In another sense, the living beings are parts and parcels of the Lord. They are therefore one with the Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita, the living beings in all varieties of bodies have been claimed by the Lord as his sons. The sufferings and enjoyments of the sons are indirectly the sufferings and enjoyments of the Father. Still, the Father is not in any way affected directly by the suffering and enjoyment of the sons. He is so kind that he constantly remains with the living being as Paramatma, and always tries to convert the living being towards the real happiness. Should I continue, Prabhuji? Text 30.
Please continue. Yes.
Text 34. Bhavayati Esha Satvena Lokan Ve Loka Bhavana Lilavataran Nurato Devatiryan Naradeshu. Thus, the Lord of the universes maintains all planets inhabited by demigod men and lower animals. Assuming the roles of incarnations, he performs pastimes to reclaim those in the mode of pure goodness. There are innumerable material universes, and in each and every universe, there are innumerable planets inhabited by different grades of living entities in different modes of nature. The Lord Vishnu incarnates himself in each and every one of them and in each and every type of living society. He manifests his transcendental pastimes amongst them just to create the desire to go back to Godhead. The Lord does not change his original transcendental position, but he appears to be differently manifested according to the particular time, circumstances, and society. Sometimes he incarnates himself or empowers a suitable living being to act for him, but in either case, the purpose is the same. The Lord wants the suffering living being to go back home, back to Godhead. The happiness which the living beings are hankering for is not to be found within any corner of innumerable universes and material planets. The eternal happiness which the living being wants is obtainable in the kingdom of God, but the forgetful living beings under the influence of the material modes have no information of the kingdom of God. The Lord therefore comes to propagate the message of the kingdom of God, either personally as an incarnation or through his bona fide representative as the good Son of God. Such incarnations or sons of God are not making propaganda for going back to Godhead only within the human society. Their work is also going on in all types of societies amongst demigods and those other human beings. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports of the first canto, second chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Divinity and Divine Service.
Haribo. Chapter 3, Mataji. Krishna, the source of all incarnations.
Krishna is the source of all incarnations. Text 1. Shuta Vacha Jagrehi Paurusham Rupam Bhagavan Mahad Adibi Sambhutam Soda Sakalam Adau Loka Shishrakaya. Translation. Sutta said, in the beginning of the creation, the Lord first expanded himself in the universal form of the Purusha incarnation and manifested all the ingredients for the material creation. And thus, at first, there was creation of the 16 principles of material action. This was for the purpose of creating the material universe. Purport. The Bhagavad Gita states that the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna maintains these material universes by extending his plenary expansions. So this Purusha form is the confirmation of the same principle. The original personality of Godhead, Vasudeva or Lord Krishna, who is famous as the son of King Vasudeva or King Nanda, is full with all opulences, all potencies, all fame, all beauty, all knowledge, and all renunciation. Part of his opulences are manifested as impersonal Brahman, and part of his opulences are manifested as Paramatma. This Purusha feature of the same personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is the original Paramatma manifestation of the Lord. There are three Purusha features in the material creation, and this form is known as the Karnadakshay Vishnu is the first of the three. The others are known as the Garbhodakshay Vishnu and the Shirodakshay Vishnu, which we shall know one after another. The innumerable universes are generated from the skin holes of this Karanadakshay Vishnu, and each one of the universes the Lord enters as Garbhodakshay Vishnu. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is also mentioned that the material world is created at certain intervals and then again destroyed. This creation and destruction is done by the supreme will because of the conditioned souls or the Nityabada living beings. The Nityabada or the eternally conditioned souls have the sense of individuality or akankara, which dictates them sense enjoyment, which they are unable to have constitutionally. The Lord is the only enjoyer, and all others are enjoyed. The living beings are predominated enjoyers. But the eternally conditioned souls, forgetful of this constitutional position, have strong aspirations to enjoy. The chance to enjoy matter is given to the conditioned souls in the material world, and side by side they are given the chance to understand their real constitutional position. Those fortunate living entities who catch the truth and surrender unto the lotus feet of Vasudeva after many, many births in the material world join the eternally liberated souls and thus are allowed to enter the kingdom of God. After this, such fortunate living entities need not come again within the occasional material creation. But those who cannot catch the constitutional truth are again merged into the Mahatattva at the time of annihilation of the material creation. When the creation is again set up, this Mahatattva is again let loose. This Mahatattva contains all the ingredients of the material manifestations, including the conditioned souls. Primarily, this Mahatattva is divided into 16 parts, namely the 5 gross material elements and the 11 working instruments or senses. It is like the cloud in the clear sky. In the spiritual sky, the effulgence of Brahman is spread all around, and the whole system is dazzling in spiritual light. The Mahatattva is assembled in some corner of the vast, unlimited spiritual sky, and the part which is thus covered by the Mahatattva is called the material sky. This part of the spiritual sky, called the Mahatattva, is only an insignificant portion of the whole spiritual sky, and within this Mahatattva there are innumerable universes. All these universes are collectively produced by the Kanodakshay Vishnu, called the Mahavishnu, who simply throws his glance to impregnate the material sky.
Yes, Mataji, we can hold here and please share your experience, Mataji.
So from what I get from this part is Prabhuji, there was a clear explanation of the difference between the soul and the super soul, how they are connected to each other, and how and then ultimately how we should how we should work towards entering the kingdom of God, how they're explaining how we can enter into the kingdom of God and not keep coming back to this material creation again and again. So then there is explanation of the three the creation, basically, the Karnadakshay Vishnu, Garbhodakshay Vishnu, Shirodakshay Vishnu, and how there is also a point in this whole thing about what is the role of the spiritual master, why we need to take the guidance of spiritual master to reach the ultimate goal and understand that Krishna is the source of all incarnations.
Basically, we are resetting our mode of actions in this world.
Right.
Okay. More Mataji or good?
No, I think I'm good, Prabhuji.
Thank you, Mataji, for
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. So next is Sandeep Prabhu.
Hare
Sandeep
Krishna,
Prabhu.
everyone.
Yes, Prabhuji. Text 2.
Next, okay. Yasyambasi sayanasya yoga nidram vita natvaha nabi hada mabutaj asid brahma viswa sajam pitaha. Translation: as part of Purusa lies down within the water of the universe. From the navel lake of his body spouts a lotus stem, and from the lotus flower atop its stem, Brahma, the master of all engineers in the universe, become manifested. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. The first Purusa in the Karnodosai Vishnu. From his skin holes, innumerable universes have sprung up. In each and every universe, the Purusa enters the Garbhodaksai Vishnu. He is lying within the half of the universe, which is full with the water of his body. And from the navel of Garbhodaksai Vishnu has sprung the stem of the lotus flower, the birthplace of Brahma, who is the father of all living beings and the master of all demigods, engineer, engaged in the perfect design and working of the universal order. Within the stems of the lotus, there are 14 divisions of planetary system, and the earthly planets are situated in the middle. Upward, there are other, better planetary system, and the topmost system is called Brahmaloka or Satyaloka. Downward from the earthly planetary system, there are 7 lower planetary systems inhabited by the asuras and similar other materialistic living beings. From Garbhodaksai Vishnu, there is expansion of Karnodaksai Vishnu, who is the collective Paramatma of all living beings. He is called Hari, and from him, all incarnations within the universe are expanded. Therefore, the conclusion is that Purusa Uttara is manifested in the 3 features. First, the Karnodakdasai, who creates aggregate material ingredients in the Mahatattva. Second, Garbhodaksai, who enters in each and every universe. And third, Karnodaksai Vishnu, who is the Paramatma of every material object, organic or inorganic. One who knows this planetary feature of the personality of Godhead knows Godhead properly, and thus the knower becomes freed from the material condition of birth, death, old age, and disease. And it is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. In this sloka, the subject matter of Mahavishnu is summarized. The Mahavishnu lies down in some part of the spiritual sky by his own free will. Thus he lies on the ocean of Karana, from where he glances over his material nature, and the Mahatattva is at once created. Thus, electrified by the power of the Lord, the material nature at once creates innumerable universe. Just as in due course a tree decorates itself with innumerable grown fruits. The seed of tree is sown by the cultivator. The tree or creeper is in due course becomes manifested with so many fruits. Nothing can take place without a cause. The Karana ocean is therefore called the causal ocean. Karana means causal. We should not foolishly accept the atheistic theory of creation. The description of the atheist is given in the Bhagavad Gita. The atheist does not believe in the creator, but he cannot give a good theory to explain the creation. Material nature has no power to create without the power of the Purusa, just as a Prakriti or woman cannot produce a child without the connection of a Purusa or man. The Purusa impregnates and Prakriti delivers. We should not expect milk from the fleshy bags on the neck of a goat, although they look like breastly nipples. Similarly, we should not expect any creative power from the material ingredients. We must believe in the power of Purusa, who impregnates Prakriti or nature. Because the Lord wishes to lie down in meditation, the material energy creates innumerable universes at once. In each of them, the Lord lays down, and thus all the planets and the different paraphernalia were created at once by the will of the Lord. The Lord has unlimited potencies, and thus he can act as he likes by perfect planning, although personally he has nothing to do. No one is greater than or equal to him. That is the verdict of the Vedas. Text 3. Yasya vayava samsnibha kalpito lok vistaraha tad vi bhagavato rupam visuddham sattvam urjitam. Translation. It is believed that all the universal planetary system are situated on the extensive body of the Purusa, but he has nothing to do with the created material ingredients. His body is eternally in spiritual existence par excellence. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The conception of the Virat Rupa or Viswarupa of the Supreme Absolute Truth is especially meant for the neophyte who can hardly think of the transcendental form of personality of Godhead. To him, a form means something of this material world, and therefore an opposite conception of the Absolute is necessary in the beginning to concentrate the mind on the power extension of the Lord. As stated above, the Lord expands his potency in the form of Mahatattva, which includes all material ingredients. The expansion of power by the Lord and the Lord himself personally are one in one sense. But at the same time, the Mahatattva is different from the Lord. Therefore, the potency of the Lord and the Lord are simultaneously different and non-different. The conception of the Virat Rupa, especially for the impersonalist, is thus non-different from the eternal form of the Lord. This eternal form of the Lord exists prior to creation of the Mahatattva. And it is stressed here that eternal form of the Lord is par excellence spiritual or transcendental to the modes of material nature. The very same transcendental form of the Lord is manifested by his eternal potency, and the formation of his multifarious manifestations of incarnation is always of the same transcendental quality without any touch of Mahatattva. Text 4. Pasyanti adorupam adbra chaksusa sahasra padoru bhujan na abhutam sahasa mudda sarva naksitam sahasara moil ambara kundalo lolusat. Translation. The devotees, with their perfect eyes, sees the transcendental form of the Purusa, who has thousands of legs, thighs, arms, faces, all extraordinary. In that body, there are thousands of heads, ears, eyes, and noses. They are decorated with thousands of helmets and glowing earrings and are adorned with garlands. Purposed by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. With our present materialized senses, we cannot perceive anything of the transcendental Lord. Our present senses are to be rectified by the process of devotional service, and then the Lord himself becomes revealed to us. in the Bhagavad Gita, it is confirmed that the transcendental Lord can be perceived only by pure devotional service. So it is confirmed in the Vedas that only devotional service can lead one to the side of the Lord, and that only devotional service can reveal him. In the Brahma Samhita also, it is said that Lord is always visible to devotees whose eyes have been annotated with the tinge of devotional service. So we have to take information of the transcendental form of the Lord from person who have actually seen him with perfect eyes, smeared with devotional service. In the material world also, we do not always see things with our own eyes. We sometimes see through the experience of those who have actually seen or done things. If that is the process for experiencing a mundane object, it is more perfectly applicable in matters of transcendental. So only with presence and perseverance can we realize the transcendental subject matter regarding the absolute truth and his different form. He is formless to the neophyte, but he is transcendental form to the expert servitor. Text number 5.
Prabhuji, you wanna share something? Share your experience?
Yes, Prabhu, I will try. Definitely.
Sorry, it's a little bit philosophical section.
Yes, Prabhu, but I'll try my sharing. The last perform was very much I was able to understand. But yes, means the first couple of slokas I read were defining about how the universe is formed and how his Lord is creating the universe and where he is located in 3 different places in the universe, basically within the Garbhodakshaya, Karnodakshaya, and Vishnu and Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. Yes, Prabhu. But even though it is nicely explained, the planetary system, but the last purpose I read says that God can only be understood if you are following the disciplic succession by the person who has himself seen a Lord with a devotional kind of
tinge of devotion.
Tinge of devotion, yes. Without that, it's difficult for us to understand. Forget about the creation of the Lord. So that is what was very, very important to me.
Wonderful.
That if I need to understand Lord and His creation and His part and parcel, it is for me to have that devotion first, and also to connect with somebody who has experienced that. Without that, no matter how much enjoy I do, it's not going to be realized.
Yes, Prabhu, you made the point. You hit the nail. And with that, I also want to wish you birthday again. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Prabhu.
And it's especially how you, being born in Badra Purnima, you also have a lot of responsibility. We put every 5 sets every year on your plate.
No, Prabhu. I'll try my best, Prabhu. Please continue to engage me in this kind of services, Prabhuji, and pray for me.
Sure, Prabhu. It's a special day. So you already have 5 sets in your home, 4 sets in your home for each one of you. So no wonder. So Bhagavatam is holding you, Prabhuji. Yeah.
Thank you, Prabhu.
And Anish Prabhu, are you there?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam, glories to Srila Prabhupada. Anish was having too much cold, Prabhuji, so he told me to read, so I'll read. You want to read? The 4th and 8th.
Rajamati, can you share the screen?
Hare Krishna Prabhu, yes.
Bhagavatam reading. Oh, we are reading there.
You forgot about it, Anish?
4th one. I don't know you.
5th one.
Prabhuji, 4th verse, right?
5th one.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this one has some notes. Let me delete them. You can skip the boxes and go to the purport and the text Mataji. Yeah.
Sure, Prabhu. Thank you.
5th one, Mata. Eta Nanavatara Nam, that one.
Yes, Prabhuji. निदानां बीजमव्ययं यस्यां सांसेन सृजाते नराध्ययाः. Yes. Translation. This form, the second manifestation of the Purusha, is the source and it was seed of multifarious incarnations within the universe. From the particles and portions of this form, different living entities like demigods, men, and others are created. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Purusha, after creating innumerable universes in the Mahatattva, entered in each of them as the second Purusha. Garbhodakshai Vishnu, when he saw that within the universe there was only darkness and space without a resting place,
Mataji?
Uh-oh.
I think we lost.
You got muted for a couple of minutes, Mataji.
yeah, sure, Prabhuji. I'll read one more time.
The Purusha after creating innumerable universes.
This water is called Garbhodaksha. Then from his navel, the stem of the lotus flower sprouted, and on the flower petals, the birth of Brahma, or the master engineer of the universal plan, took place. Brahma became the engineer of the universe, and the Lord himself took charge of the maintenance of the universe as Vishnu. Brahma was generated from Rajoguna Prakriti, or the mode of passion in nature, and Vishnu became the Lord of the mode of the goodness. Vishnu, being transcendental to all modes, is always aloof from materialistic affection. This has already been explained. From Brahma, there is Rudra, Shiva, who is in charge of the mode of ignorance and or darkness. He destroys the whole creation by the will of the Lord. Therefore, all three, namely Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, are incarnations of Garbhodakshai Vishnu. From Brahma, the other demigods like Daksha, Marichi, Manu, and many others become incarnated to generate living entities within the universe. This Garbhodakshai Vishnu is glorified in the Vedas in the hymns of Garbhastuti, which begin with the description of the Lord as having thousands of heads, etc. The Garbhodakshai Vishnu is the Lord of the universe, and although he appears to be lying within the universe, he is always transcendental. This is also has already been explained. The Vishnu, who is the plenary portion of the Garbhodakshai Vishnu, is the super soul of the universal life, and he is known as the maintainer of the universe or Garbhodakshai Vishnu. So, the three features of the original Purusha are thus understood, and all the incarnation within the universe are emanations from this Kshirodakshai Vishnu. In different millennia, there are different incarnations, and they are innumerable, although some of them are very prominent, such as Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Rama, Narasimha, Vamana, and many others. These incarnations are called Leela incarnations. Then there are qualities incarnations such as Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, or Rudra, who take charge of the different models of the material nature. Lord Vishnu is non-different from the personality of Godhead. Lord Shiva is in the marginal position between the personality of Godhead and the living entities or jivas. Brahma is always a jiva tattva, the highest pious living being or the greatest devotee of the Lord is empowered with the potency of the Lord for creation, and he is called Brahma. His power is like the power of the sun reflected in valuable stones and jewels. When there is no such living being to take charge of the post of Brahma, the Lord himself becomes a Brahma and takes charge of the post. Lord Shiva is not an ordinary living being. He is the plenary portion of the Lord. But because of Lord Shiva is in direct touch with the material nature, he is not exactly in the same transcendental position as Lord Vishnu. The difference is like that between milk and curd. curd is nothing but milk, and yet it cannot be used in the place of milk. The next incarnation are the Manus. Within one's day duration of life of Brahma, which is calculated by our solar years, 4,30,000 times 1,000 years, there are 14 Manus. Therefore, there are 420 Manus in 1 month of Brahma and 5,040 Manus in 1 year of Brahma. Brahma lives for 100 years of his age, and therefore there are 5,040 times 100 or 5,04,000 Manus in the duration of Brahma's life. There are innumerable universes, which one Brahma in each of them, and all of them are created and annihilated during the breathing time of the Purusha. Therefore, one can simply imagine how many millions of Manus there are during one breath of Purusha. The Manus who are prominent within the universe are as follows: Yajna as Swayambhuva Manu, Vibhu as Swarochisha Manu, Satyasena as Uttama Manu, Hari as Tamasa Manu, Vaikunta as Raivata Manu, Ajita as Chakshusha Manu, Vamana as Vaivasvatva Manu. The present age is under the Vaivasvata Manu. Sarvabhauma as Sarvani Manu, Rishabha as Daksha Sarvani Manu, Vivakshena as Brahma Savarani Manu, Dharma Setu as Dharma Savarani Manu, Sudama as Rudra Savarani Manu, Yogeshwara as Deva Savarani Manu, and Burhadanu as Indra Savarani Manu. These are the names of one set of 14 Manus covering 400,000 some millions solar years as described above. Then there are the Yuga avatars or the incarnations of the millennia. The yugas are known as Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. The incarnations of each yuga are of different color. The colors are white, red, black, and yellow. In the Dwapara Yuga, Lord Krishna is in black color appeared, and in the Kali Yuga, Lord Chaitanya is in yellow color appeared. So all the incarnations of the Lord are mentioned in the revealed scriptures. There is no scope for an impostor to become an incarnation, for an incarnation must be mentioned in the Shastras. An incarnation does not declare himself to be an incarnation of the Lord, but great sages agree by the symptoms mentioned in the revealed scriptures. The features of the incarnation and the particular type of mission which he has to execute are mentioned in the revealed scriptures. Apart from the direct incarnations, there are innumerable empowered incarnations. They are also mentioned in the revealed scriptures. Such incarnations are directly as well as indirectly empowered. When they are directly empowered, they are called incarnations. But when they are indirectly empowered, they are called vibhutis. Directly empowered incarnations are the Kumaras, Narada, Prithu, Shesha, Ananta, etc. As far as the Vibhutis are concerned, they are very explicitly described in the Bhagavad Gita in the Vibhuti Yoga chapter. And for all these different types of incarnations, the fountainhead is the Garbhodakshai Vishnu.
Mataji, you want to give us a little reflection?
Yes, Mataji. They're like before also I used to read and a lot of Leela avatars, Purusha avatars, Shakti Aveshar avatars. So there are so many incarnations of Krishna, and we can't even imagine how glorious his incarnations and everything. So I got moved with this whole sloka and purport, and Srila Prabhupada explained. I could appreciate and glorify Prabhupada also very detailedly. Just with one purport, we just know the whole Bhagavata and what it is. So I really appreciate Prabhupada giving us a detailed notes with one shloka. Yes, Mataji. You want me to read further, Mataji, or
Yeah, you can go ahead with one more, Mataji. I think we have time. Yeah.
My phone got locked. Yeah, somebody can go over, Mataji.
Okay. Next is anyhow
Thank you.
mine, Mataji. I can take over. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Sure, Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Sa eva प्रथमं देवा कौमारं सर्गमाश्रितः चचार दुश्चरं ब्रह्मचार्यम् अकण्ठितम्. Translation. First of all, in the beginning of the creation, there were the four unmarried sons of Brahma, the Kumaras, who, being situated in the awe of celibacy, underwent severe austerities for realization of the absolute truth. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The creation of the material world is effected, maintained, and then again annihilated at certain interval. So there are different names of the creation in terms of the particular types of Brahma, the father of the living being in creation. The Kumaras, as above mentioned, appeared in the Kaumara creation of the material world and to teach us the process of Brahman realization. They underwent a severe type of disciplinary action as bachelors. These Kumaras are empowered incarnation, and before executing the severe type of disciplinary action, all of them become qualified Brahmanas. This example suggests that one must first acquire the qualification of Brahmana, not simply by birth, but also by quality, and then one can undergo the process of Brahman realization. Text 7. Vidiyam Bhava Uppari Upadhata Lakshmi Shastokaram Bhuku. The supreme enjoyer of all sacrifices accepted the incarnation of Vibhur, the second incarnation, and for the welfare of the earth, he lifted the earth from the nether region of the universe. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The indication is that for each and every incarnation of the personality of Godhead, the particular function executed is also mentioned. There cannot be any incarnation without a particular function, and such functions are always extraordinary. They are impossible for any living beings to perform. The incarnation of the boar was to take the earth out of the Pluto region of the flitty matter. Picking up something from the flitty place is done by a boar, and the all-powerful personality of Godhead displayed this wonder to the Asura who had hidden the earth in the flitty place. There is nothing impossible for the personality of Godhead, and although he played the part of a boar, by the devotees is worshipped, staying always in transcendent. Text 8. Trithiyam Rishi Shangam Vai Deva Shitvam Petyasha Tantram Satvatam Ashaksta Naishkarnyam Karmanam Yataha. Translation. In the millennium of the Rishis, the personality of Godhead accepted the third empowered incarnation in the form of Devarishi Narada, who is a great sage among demigods. He collected exposition of the Vedas, which deals with the devotional service and which inspired non-fruitive action. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The great Rishi Narada, who is an empowered incarnation of the personality of Godhead, propagates devotional service all over the universe. All great devotees of the world, all over the universe and in different planets and species of life are his disciples. Srila Vyasadeva, the compiler of Srimad Bhagavatam, is also one of his disciples. Narada is the author of Narada Pancharatra, which is the exposition of the Vedas, particularly for the devotional service of the Lord. This Narada Pancharatra trains the karmis or the fruitive workers to achieve liberation from the bondage of fruitive work. The conditioned souls are mostly attracted by the fruitive work because they want to enjoy life by the sweat of their own brews. The whole universe is full of fruitive workers in all species of life. The fruitive work include all kinds of economic development plan, but the law of nature provides that each action has its resultant reaction, and the performer of the work is bound up by such reaction, good or bad. The reaction of good work is comparative material prosperity, whereas the reaction of the bad work is comparative material distress. But the material condition, either in so-called happiness or in so-called distress, are all meant ultimately for distress only. Foolish materialistic have no information of how to obtain eternal happiness in the unconditional state. Sri Narada informs these foolish fruitive workers how to realize the reality of happiness. He gives directions to the businessmen of the world, how one's present engagement can lead one to the path of spiritual emancipation. The physician directs the patient to take treated milk in the form of a curd for his suffering for indigestion due to his taking another milk preparation. So the cause of the disease and the remedy of the disease may be the same, but it must be treated by an expert physician like Narada. The Bhagavad Gita also gives the same solution of serving the Lord by the fruit of one's labor. That will lead one to the path of Naishkanya or liberation. Text 9. Turye dharma kala sarge nara narayana prishi bhutva mo pasha me pedam akro dusharam tapaha. Translation: in the fourth incarnation, the Lord becomes Nara and Narayana, the twin sons of the wife of King Dharma. Thus, he undertook severe and exemplary penances to control the senses. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. As King Rishabha advised his son, tapasya or voluntary acceptance of penance for realization of transcendence is the only duty of the human being. It was so done by the Lord himself in an exemplary manner to teach us. The Lord is very kind to the forgetful souls. He therefore comes himself and leaves behind necessary instruction and also sends his good son as representative to call all the conditioned souls back to Godhead. Recently, within the memory of everyone, Lord Chaitanya also appeared for the same purpose, to show special favor to the fallen souls of this age of iron industry. The incarnation of Narayana is worshipped still at Badrik Narayana on the range of Himalayas. Panchama Kapilo Namo Siddhe Shaka Piplutam. Sorry. Pravocha Shurashe Shankyam Tattva Krama Vinirnayam. Translation: the fifth incarnation, named Lord Kapila, is the foremost among the perfected beings. He gave an exposition of the creative elements and the metaphysics to the Asuri Brahmana. For in course of the time, this knowledge have been lost. Purport by Srila Prabhupada, the sum total of the creative element is 24 in all. Each and every one of them is explicitly explained in the system of Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya philosophy is generally used called metaphysics by the European scholars. The etymological meaning of Sankhya is that which explains very lucidly by analysis of material elements. This was done first time by Kapila, who is said herein to be the fifth in line of the incarnation. Text 11. Sastam atre apatyatvam pritha prapto anashuyaya anvikshikam alarkaya prahaladati paya uchivan. Translation: the sixth incarnation of the Purusha was the son of the sage Atri. He was born from the womb of Anusya, who prayed for an incarnation. He spoke on the subject matter of transcendence to Alarka, Prahlada, and others, Yadu, Haihaya, etc. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Lord incarnated himself as Dattatreya, the son of Rishi Atri Anusya. The history of the birth of Dattatreya as an incarnation of the Lord is mentioned in Brahmananda Purana in connection with the story of the devoted wife. It is said there that Anusya, the wife of Rishi Atri, prayed before the Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva as follows: my lords, if you are pleased with me and if you desire me to ask from you some sort of blessings, then I pray that you combine together to become my son. This was accepted by the lords, and as Dattatreya, the Lord expounded the philosophy of the spirit soul and especially instructed Halarka, Prahalata, Yadu, and Haihaya, etc. Text 12. Tata Saptama Akutyam Ruchir Yajna Apaya Jayata Sayama Taiha Surakhanhir Apat Swayam Uvavantaram. Translation: the seventh incarnation was Yajna, the son of Prajapati Ruchi and his wife Akti. He controlled the period during the change of Swayambhu Manu and was assisted by the demigods such as his son Yama. Purport: the administrative post occupied by the demigod for the maintaining the regulations of the material world are offered to the highly elevated pious living being. When there is a scarcity of such pious living being, The Lord incarnates himself as Brahma, Prajapati, Indra, etc. and takes up the charge. During the period of Swayambhuva Manu, the present period is Vaivashva Manu. There was no suitable living beings who could occupy the post of Indra, the king of Indraloka, heaven planet. The Lord himself at that time became Indra. Assisted by his own son like Yama and other demigods, Lord Yajna ruled the administration of the universal affairs. Text 13. Astame meru tavyam tu na per jata urikramaha dashyayam pratatmatiranam sarvashrama namaskritam. Translation: the eighth incarnation was King Rishabha, son of King Nabi, and his wife Meru Devi. In this incarnation, the Lord showed the path of perfection, which is followed by those who have fully controlled their senses and who are honored by all orders of life. Purport by Srila Prabhupada, the society of human being is naturally divided into 8 by order and the status of life. There are 4 divisions of occupation and 4 divisions of cultural advancement. The intelligent class, the administrative class, the productive class, and the laborer class are the 4 divisions of occupation, and the student life, the householder life, the retired life, and renounced life are the 4 stages of cultural advancement towards the path of spiritual realization. Out of this, the renounced order of life or the order of the sannyasa is considered the highest of all, and a sannyasi is constitutionally the spiritual master for all the orders and division. In the sannyasa order also, there are 4 stages of upliftment towards perfection. These stages are called Pratikshikata, Bahudakha, Pariprajakacharya, and Paramahamsa. The Paramahamsa stage of life is the highest stage of perfection. This order of life is respected by all. Maharaj Rishabha, the son of King Nabi and Meru Devi, was an incarnation of the Lord, and he instructed his son to follow the path of perfection by tapasya. It sanctifies one's existence and enables one to attain the stage of spiritual happiness, which is eternal and ever increasing. Every living being is searching after happiness, but no one knows where the eternal and unlimited happiness is obtainable. Foolish men seek after the material sense pleasure as a substitute for the real happiness, but such foolish men forget that temporary so-called happiness derived from the sense pleasure is also enjoyed by the dogs and hawks. No animals, birds, or beast is bereft of this sensual sense pleasure. In every species of life, including the human form of life, such happiness is immensely obtainable. The human form of life, however, is not meant for such cheap happiness. The human life is meant for attaining eternal and unlimited happiness by spiritual realization. The spiritual realization is obtained by tapasya or undergoing voluntarily the path of penance and abstinence from the material pleasure. Those who have been trained by the abstinence in material pleasures are called dhiras, or men undisturbed by senses. Only those dhiras can accept the order of sannyasa, and they can gradually rise to the status of Paramahamsa, which is adored by all members of the society. King Rishabha propagated this mission, and at the last stage, he became completely aloof from the material bodily needs, which is a rare stage, not to be imitated by the foolish men, but to be worshipped by all. Okay, text 14. Rishipir yachito peje mam pratifam vapu tukte mam oshatir viprastena yamsha shatmaha. Translation: O Brahmana, in the 9th incarnation, the Lord prayed by sages, accepted the body of King Prithu, who cultivated the land to yield various produce, and for that reason the earth was beautiful and attractive. Purport by Srila Prabhupada, before the advent of King Prithu, there was a great havoc of maladministration due to the virtuous life of the previous king, the father of Maharaj Prithu. The intelligent class of men, namely the sages and Brahmana, not only prayed for the Lord to come down, but also dethroned the previous king. It is the duty of the king to be pious and thus look after all around the welfare of the citizen. Whenever there is some negligence on the part of the king in discharging this duty, the intelligent class of men must dethrone him. The intelligent class of men, however, do not occupy the royal throne because they have much more important duties for the welfare of the public. Instead of occupying the royal throne, they prayed for the incarnation of the Lord, and the Lord came as Maharaj Prithu. Real intelligent men and qualified Brahmana never aspire for the political post. Maharaj Prithu evacuated many produces from the earth, and thus not only did the citizen become happy to have such a good king, but the complete sight of the earth also became beautiful and attractive. So I'll stop here. So totally in this verses, like different incarnations is actually coming to the Earth planet for like different reasons. Like it started with boar incarnation, where I started like it's like the Lord came as a boar and he lifted the earth from a filthy place. And for every incarnation, there is a specific reason which is mentioned. And he talks about like Narada, who's the spiritual master for everyone, including the person who wrote Bhagavatam. And then like different kings who was like working for the welfare of the people. And then one place where Lord becomes as an Indra in order to take care charge. When a person who's not qualified is not available, he is ready to take up the charge of like Indra, even Brahma and all this stuff. So, which I thought like it is mentioned already in the scriptures, and Prabhupada has clearly explained like every incarnation is coming for a particular reason. And it is already mentioned in the scripture and what is its purpose. So it's not like we as a public like a lot of people will see like somebody will say like incarnation of the God, and it is unless until it is mentioned in the scriptures, there is no reason for us to believe the outside people when they're saying they're incarnation of the Lord, right? So I thought like it's a nice thing, and Prabhupada has clearly explained like everything is clearly mentioned. You don't have to like go and look at 100 places to commit. It is already mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. This is the incarnation who's going to take, it's just taking place. And even it is mentioned about like Kalki Avatar, who is going to come after 4 lakh years. But it is already mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So it's like every step, like Prabhupada is like guiding us towards like what should be our belief and what should we believe in order to progress in the spiritual life, right? So, which I thought like it's very nice to understand. So with that, I'll stop and
should I start reading, Prabhu?
Malatmana Prabhu, Hare Krishna Prabhu. Yeah, you can get started with text 15, Prabhu.
Okay, Mataji. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing, Prabhu. Give me a second.
Okay.
You can see it, right?
Yeah, I can see. Thank you, Mataji. Okay, let me get started straight to text 15. Rupam sajagrahe matsyam chakshu sodadi samplave nave aropya mahimayam apadvaivasvatam manum. Translation. When there was a complete inundation after the period of Chakshusha Manu, and the whole world was deep within water, the Lord accepted the form of a fish and protected Vaivasvata Manu, keeping him up on a boat. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. According to Sripad Sridhar Swami, the original commentator on the Bhagavatam, there is not always a devastation after the change of every Manu. And yet, this inundation after the period of Chakshusha Manu took place in order to show some wonders to Satyavrat. But Sri Jiva Goswami has given definite proofs from authoritative scriptures like Vishnu, Dharmottara, Markandeya Puran, Harivamsha, etc., that there is always a devastation after the end of each and every Manu. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti has also supported Srila Jiva Goswami, and he, Sri Chakravarti, has also quoted from Bhagavatamrita about this inundation after each Manu. Apart from this, the Lord, in order to show a special favor to Satyavrat, a devotee of the Lord, in this particular period, incarnated himself. 16. Sura Suranam Udadhim Mathnatam Mandarachalam Dadre Kamatha Rupena Pristha Ekadase Vibhu. Translation. 11th incarnation of the Lord took the form of a tortoise whose shell served as the pivot for the Mandarachal hill, which was being used as a churning rod by the theists and the atheists of the universe. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Once both the atheists and the theists were engaged in producing nectar from the sea so that all of them could become deathless by drinking it. At that time, the Mandarachal hill was used as the churning rod, and the shell of the Lord of the shell and the shell of Lord Tortoise, the incarnation of Godhead, became the resting place or pivot of the hill in the seawater. Text 17. Dhanvantaram Dvadashamam Trayodasamam Evacha Apayayat Suran Anyan Mohinya Mohayan Triya. Translation. In the 12th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Dhanvantari, and in the 13th, he allured the atheists by the charming beauty of a woman and gave nectar to the demigods to drink. Text 18. Chaturdasham Narasimham Bibrad Daitendram Urjitam Dadara Karajair Urvav Erakam Katakrid Yatha. Translation. In the 14th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Narsingha and bifurcated the strong body of the atheist Hiranyakashipu with his nails, just as a carpenter pierces cane. Text 19. Panchadasham Vamanakam Kritvagad Adhvaram Balehe Padatrayam Vachamanaha Pratyadisus Tripishatam Pistapam. Translation. In the 15th incarnation, the Lord assumed the form of a dwarf Brahman, Vaman, and visited the arena of sacrifice arranged by Maharaj Bali. Although at heart he was willing to regain the kingdom of the 3 planetary systems, he simply asked for a donation of 3 steps of land. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Almighty God can bestow upon anyone the kingdom of the universe from a very small beginning. And similarly, he can take away the kingdom of the universe on the plea of begging a small piece of land. Text 20. Avatare Shodasame Pasyan Brahma Drudho Nirpan Krihit Saptakritvaha Kupito Nihikshatram Akaron Mahim. Translation. In the 16th incarnation of the Godhead, the Lord, as Bhrugupati, annihilated the administrative class Kshatriyas 21 times, being angry with them because of their rebellion against the Brahmanas, the intelligent class. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Kshatriyas, or the administrative class of men, are expected to rule the planet by the direction of the intelligent class of men, who give direction to the rulers in terms of the standard Shastras, or the books of revealed knowledge. The rulers carry on the administration according to that direction. Whenever there is disobedience on the part of the Kshatriyas, or the administrative class, against the orders of the learned and intelligent Brahmanas, the administrators are removed by force from the posts, and arrangement is made for better administration. 21. Tata saptadase jataha satyavatyam parasarat chakre veda taro sakha drishtva pumsho alpamedashaha. Thereafter, in the 17th incarnation of Godhead, Sri Vyasdev appeared in the womb of Satyavati through Parashar Muni, and he divided the one Veda into several branches and sub-branches, seeing that the people in general were less intelligent. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Originally, the Veda is one, but Srila Vyasdev divided the original Veda into four, namely Sam, Yajur, Rig, Atharva. And then again, they were explained in different branches like the Puranas and the Mahabharata. Vedic language and the subject matter are very difficult for ordinary men. They are understood by the highly intelligent and self-realized Brahmanas. But the present age of Kali is full of ignorant men. Even those who are born by a Brahmana father are in the present age no better than the Shudras or women. The twice born men, namely the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, are expected to undergo a cultural purificatory process known as samskaras. But because of the bad influence of the present age, the so-called members of the Brahmana and other high-order families are no longer highly cultured. They are called the Dvijabandhus, or the friends and family members of the twice born. But these Dvijabandhus are classified among the Shudras and the women. Srila Vyasdev divided the Vedas into various branches and sub-branches for the sake of the less intelligent class like the Dvijabandhus, Shudras, and women. 22. Nara Deva Tvam Apannaha Surakarya Chikirsaya Samudra Nigra Hanandini Chakre Virya Ni Ataparam. Translation. In the 18th incarnation, the Lord appeared as King Ram. In order to perform some pleasing work for the demigods, he exhibited superhuman powers by controlling the Indian Ocean and then killing the atheist King Ravan, who was on the other side of the sea. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The personality of Godhead, Sri Ram, assumed the form of a human being and appeared on the earth for the purpose of doing some pleasing work for the demigods or the administrative personalities to maintain the order of the universe. Sometimes, great demons and atheists like Ravan and Hiranyakashipu and many others become very famous due to advancing material civilization by the help of material science and other activities with the spirit of challenging the established order of the Lord. For example, the attempt to fly to the other planets by material means is a challenge to the established order. The conditions of each and every planet are different, and different classes of human beings are accommodated there for particular purposes mentioned in the codes of the Lord. But puffed up by tiny success in material advancement, sometimes the godless materialists challenge the existence of God. Ravan was one of them, and he wanted to deport ordinary men to the planet of Indra, or heaven, by material means without consideration of the necessary qualifications. He wanted a staircase to be built up directly reaching the heavenly planets so that people might not be required to. Can you scroll down, Mataji? Required to undergo the routine of pious work necessary to enter that planet. He also wanted to perform other acts against the established rule of the Lord. He even challenged the authority of Sri Ram, the personality of Godhead, and kidnapped his wife Sita. Of course, Lord Ram came to chastise these atheists, answering the prayer and desire of the demigod. Therefore, he took up the challenge of Ravan, and the complete activity is the subject matter of the Ramayana. Because Lord Ramchandra was the personality of Godhead, he exhibited superhuman activities which no human being, including the materially advanced Ravan, could perform. Lord Ramchandra prepared a royal road on the Indian Ocean with stones that floated on the water. Modern scientists have done research in the area of weightlessness, but it is not possible to bring in weightlessness anywhere and everywhere. But because weightlessness is the creation of the Lord by which he can make the gigantic planets fly and float in the air, he made the stones even within this earth to be weightless and prepared a stone bridge on the sea without any supporting pillar. That is the display of the power of God. 23. See, Mataji, how big?
Prabhu, if you want to go ahead with your reflection, you can get started.
Yeah, I was seeing how big is this one, the next one, 23.
It's small, yeah. If you want.
Let me read this. 23. Eko navimsha vimasati me Vrishnisu prapaya janmani Rama Krishna viti bhuvo Bhagavan aharad bharam. Translation. In the 19th and 20th incarnation, the Lord advented himself as Lord Balram and Lord Krishna in the family of Vrishni, the Yadu dynasty. And by so doing, he removed the burden of the world. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The specific mention of the word Bhagavan in this text indicates that Balram and Krishna are original forms of the Lord. This will be further explained later. Lord Krishna is not an incarnation of the Purush, as we learned from the beginning of this chapter. He is directly the original personality of Godhead. And Balram is the first planetary manifestation of the Lord. From Baldev, the first phalanx of planetary expansions, Vasudev, Sankarshan, Aniruddha and Pradyumna expands. Lord Krishna is Vasudev and Baldev is Sankarshan. So, like you also said, Mataji, these are different incarnations of the Lord, which is explained here one after another in sequence on how they took place in different yugas and the main things that they did and why they were in the, why they took incarnation, why Lord took incarnation in different forms. So yeah, this is a chronological listing of different incarnations, and it's great to read about them in sequence because that gives us a perspective of how things happened and that it's all from the same Lord and it's all here in our Bhagavatam. So yeah, that is what my understanding is.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Next, I think Shaurya. So he's here. I'll just know. 24/7. Which law is everyone got the value?
Yes, Prabhu, we can hear.
Okay.
So, verse 24. Tata kalo sampravritte samohaya suradvisham buddho namna jana sutta kikateshu bhavishyati. Translation. Then in the beginning of Kali Yuga, the Lord will appear as Lord Buddha, the son of Anjana, in the province of Gaya, just for the purpose of deluding those who are envious of the faithful theist. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Lord Buddha, a powerful incarnation of the personality of Godhead, appeared in the province of Gaya, Bihar, as the son of Anjana, and he preached his own conception of non-violence and deprecated even the animal sacrifices sanctioned in the Vedas. At the time when Lord Buddha appeared, the people in general were atheistic and preferred animal flesh to anything else. On the plea of Vedic sacrifice, every place was practically turned into a slaughterhouse, and animal killing was indulged in unrestrictedly. Lord Buddha preached nonviolence, taking pity on the poor animals. He preached that he did not believe in the tenets of the Vedas and stressed the adverse psychological effects incurred by animal killing. Less intelligent men of the age of Kali, who had no faith in God, followed his principle. And for the time being, they were trained in moral discipline and nonviolence, the preliminary steps for proceeding further on the path of God realization. He deluded the atheists because such atheists who followed his principles did not believe in God, but they kept their absolute faith in Lord Buddha, who himself was the incarnation of God. Thus, the faithless people were made to believe in God in the form of Lord Buddha. That was the mercy of Lord Buddha. He made the faithless faithful to him. Killing of animals before the advent of Lord Buddha was the most prominent feature of the society. People claim that these were Vedic sacrifices. When the Vedas are not accepted to authoritative disciplic succession, the casual readers of the Vedas are misled by the flowery language of that system of knowledge. In the Bhagavad Gita, a comment has been made on such foolish scholars of Vipashchita, the foolish scholars of Vedic literature, who do not care to receive the transcendental message through the transcendental realized sources of disciplic succession, are sure to be bewildered. To them, the ritualistic ceremonies are considered to be in all. They have no depth of knowledge. According to the Bhagavad Gita 15.15, Vedasya sarver ahameva vedya, the whole be in all. They have no depth of knowledge. Oh wait, no. The whole Supreme Lord, the individual soul, the cosmic situation, and the relation between all these items. When the relation is known, the relative function begins, and as a relation of such a function, the ultimate goal of life, or going back to Godhead, takes place in the easiest manner. Unfortunately, unauthorized scholars of the Vedas become captivated by the pure factory ceremonies only, and natural progress is thereby checked. To such bewildered persons of atheistic propensity, Lord Buddha is the emblem of theism. He therefore, first of all, wanted to check the habit of animal killing. The animal killers are dangerous elements on the path of going back to Godhead. There are two types of animal killers. The soul is also sometimes called the animal or living being. Therefore, both the slaughter of animals and those who have lost their identity of soul are animal killers. Maharaj Parikshit said that only the animal killer cannot relish the transcendental message of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, if people are to be educated on the path of Godhead, they must be taught first and foremost to stop the process of animal killing, as above mentioned. It is nonsensical to say that animal killing has nothing to do with spiritual realization. By this dangerous theory, many so-called sannyasis have sprung up by the grace of Kali Yuga, who preach animal killing under the garb of the Vedas. The subject matter has already been discussed in the conversation between Lord Chaitanya and Maulana Chand Qazi Sahib. The animal sacrifice, as stated in the Vedas, is different from the unrestricted animal killing in the slaughterhouse, because the asuras, or so-called scholars of Vedic literatures, put forward the evidence of animal killing in the Vedas. Lord Buddha superficially denied the authority of the Vedas. The rejection of the Vedas by Lord Buddha was adopted in order to save people from the vice of animal killing, as well as to save the poor animals from the slaughtering processes of their big brothers, who clamor for universal brotherhood, peace, justice, and equity. There is no justice when there is animal killing. Lord Buddha wanted to stop it completely, and therefore his cult of Ahimsa was propagated not only in India, but also outside the country. Technically, Lord Buddha's philosophy is called atheistic because there is no acceptance of the Supreme Lord, and because that system of philosophy denied the authority of the Vedas. But that is an act of camouflage by the Lord. Lord Buddha is the incarnation of Godhead. As such, he is the original propounder of Vedic knowledge. He therefore cannot reject Vedic philosophy, but he rejected it outwardly because the Suradvisha, or demons, who are always envious of the devotees of Godhead, try to support cow killing or animal killing from the pages of the Vedas. And this is now being done by the modernized sannyasis. Lord Buddha had to reject the authority of the Vedas altogether. This is simply technical, and had it not been so, he would not have been so accepted as the incarnation of Godhead, nor would he have been worshipped in the transcendental songs of the poet Jayadev, who is a Vaishnav Acharya. Lord Buddha preached the preliminary principles of the Vedas in a manner suitable for the time, and so also did Shankaracharya to establish the authority of the Vedas. Therefore, both Lord Buddha and Acharya Shankara have paved the path of theism, and Vaishnava Acharya, specifically Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, led the people on the path towards a realization of going back to Godhead. We are glad that people are taking interest in the nonviolent movement of Lord Buddha, but they will take the matter very seriously and close the animal slaughterhouses altogether. If not, there's no meaning to the Ahimsa cult. Srimad Bhagavatam was composed just prior to the beginning of age code, about 5,000 years ago, and Lord Buddha appeared about 2,600 years ago. Therefore, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Buddha is foretold. Such is the authority of this clear scripture. There are so many prophecies, and they are being fulfilled one after another. They will indicate the positive standing of Srimad Bhagavatam, which is without any trace of mistake, illusion, cheating, and imperfection, which are the four flaws of all conditioned souls. The liberated souls are above these flaws. They can see and foretell things which are to take place on the distant future dates. So this, yeah, this is a small verse. I'll do this soon. Yeah. So verse 25. Atha sa yuga sandhyayam dasyu prayeshu rajasu janita vishnui yashaso namna kalkir jagatpita. Translation. Thereafter, at the conjunction of two yugas, the Lord of the creation will take his birth as Kalki, as the Kalki incarnation, and become the son of Vishnu Yasha. At this time, almost all the rulers of the earth will have degenerated into plunderers. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Here is another foretelling of the advent of Lord Kalki, the incarnation of Godhead. He is to appear at the conjunction of the two yugas, namely at the end of Kali Yuga and the beginning of Satya Yuga. The cycle of the four yugas, namely Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, rotate like the calendar months. The present Kali Yuga lasts 432,000 years, out of which we have passed only 5,000 years, after the battle of Kurukshetra and the end of the regime of Maharaj Pariksit. So there are 427,000 years balance left to be finished. Therefore, at the end of this period, the incarnation of Kali will take place, as foretold in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Kalki. The name of his father, Vishnu Yasha, a learned Brahmana, and the village Shambhala are also mentioned. As above mentioned, all these foretellings will prove to be factual in chronological order. That is the authority of Srimad Bhagavatam. Should I do another one? 4 minutes left.
Yeah, you can stop, Mataji, if you want. Yeah.
Okay. So
give a summary. Quick summary of
yeah. So these two verses that I did, 23 and 24 and 25, they were talking about the prediction in Srimad Bhagavatam of Lord Buddha, and they were saying how it proved to be right, and then they're talking about how Lord Kalki will also come at the end of Kali Yuga. So I guess that's it.
Thank you, Mataji.
It is Shwarya.
Next is Megha Mataji. Megha Mataji, are you online?
Hare Krishna, yes, Mataji.
Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. You can get started from 26, Mataji.
Please accept my humble obeisances to Mataji. Our verse is Prabhupada, text 26. Avataraya sankheya hare sattva nidhe svijaha yatha vidasina kulya sarasasyo saharshaha saha. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. O Brahmanas, the incarnations of the Lord are innumerable, like rivulets flowing from inexhaustible sources of water. The list of incarnations of the personality of Godhead given herein is not complete. It is only a partial view of all the incarnations. There are many others, such as Sri Hayagriva, Hari, Hamsa, Prishnigarbha Vibhu, Satyasena Vaikuntha, Sarvabhauma, Vishwakshena, Dharma Setu, Sudhama, Yogeshwara, Prihad Bhanu, and others of the bygone ages. Shri Prahlad Maharaj said in his prayer, My Lord, you manifest as many incarnations as there are species of life, namely the aquatics, the vegetables, the reptiles, the birds, the beasts, the men and demigods, etc., just for the maintenance of the faithful and the annihilation of the unfaithful. You advance yourself in this way in accordance with the necessity of the different yugas. In the Kali Yuga, you have incarnated garbed as a devotee. This incarnation of the Lord in the Kali Yuga is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There are many other places, both in the Bhagavatam and in other scriptures, in which the incarnation of the Lord as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is explicitly mentioned. In the Brahma Samhita also it is said that, and is said indirectly, that although there are many incarnations of the Lord, such as Rama, Nrsimha, Varaha, Matsya, Kurma, and many others, the Lord himself sometimes incarnates in person. Lord Krishna and Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are not therefore incarnations, but the original source of all other incarnations. This will be clearly explained in the next shloka. So the Lord is an inexhaustible source for innumerable incarnations, which are not always mentioned, but such incarnations are distinguished by specific extraordinary feats, which are impossible to be performed by any living being. That is the general test to identify an incarnation of the Lord, directly and indirectly empowered. Some incarnations mentioned above are almost plenary portions. For instance, the Kumaras are empowered with transcendental knowledge. Sri Narada is empowered with devotional service. Maharaj Prithu is an empowered incarnation with executive function. The Matsya incarnation is directly a plenary portion. So the innumerable incarnations of the Lord are manifested all over the universes constantly without cessation, as water flows constantly from waterfalls. Text 27. Vishayo manavo deva manuputra mahojasaha kala sarve hare reva saprajapatayaha smitaha. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All the rishis, manus, demigods, and descendants of Manu who are especially powerful are plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. This also includes the Prajapatis. Purport. Those who are comparatively less powerful are called Vibhuti, and those who are comparatively more powerful are called Avesha incarnations. Text 28. Iti chamscha kalapumsa krishnastu bhagavan swayam indrari vyakulam lokam hridyanti yuge yuge. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All of the above mentioned incarnations are either plenary portions or the portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. But Lord Shri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. All of them appear on planets whenever there is a disturbance created by the atheist. The Lord incarnates to protect the theist. Purport. In this particular stanza, Lord Shri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, is distinguished from other incarnations. He is counted amongst the avatars incarnations because out of his causeless mercy, the Lord descends from his transcendental abode. Avatara means one who descends. All the incarnations of the Lord, including the Lord himself, descend on the different planets of the material world, as also in different species of life to fulfill particular missions. Sometimes he comes himself, and sometimes has different plenary portions or parts of the plenary portions, or his differentiated portions directly or indirectly empowered by him, descend on this material world to execute certain specific functions. Originally, the Lord is full of all opulences, all prowess, all fame, all beauty, all knowledge, and all renunciation. When they're partly manifested through the plenary portions or parts of the plenary portions, it should be noted that certain manifestations of his different powers are required for those particular functions. When in the room small electric bulbs are displayed, it does not mean that the electric powerhouse is limited by the small bulbs. The same powerhouse can supply power to operate large-scale industrial dynamos with greater volts. Similarly, the incarnations of the Lord display limited powers because so much power is needed at that particular time. For example, Lord Parshurama and Lord Nrsimha displayed unusual opulence by killing disobedient Kshatriyas 21 times and killing the greatly powerful atheist Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu was so powerful that even the demigods and other planets would tremble simply by the unfavorable raising of his eyebrow. The demigods in the higher level of material existence many times excel the most well-to-do human beings in duration of life, beauty, wealth, paraphernalia, and in all other respects. Still, they were afraid of Hiranyakashipu. Thus, we can simply imagine how powerful Hiranyakashipu was in this material world. But even Hiranyakashipu was cut into small pieces by the nails of Lord Nrsimha. This means that anyone materially powerful cannot stand the strength of the Lord's nails. Similarly, Jamadagnya displayed the Lord's power to kill all the disobedient kings powerfully situated in their respective states. The Lord's empowered incarnation Narada and plenary incarnation Varaha, as well as indirectly empowered Lord Buddha, created faith in the mass of people. Incarnations of Rama and Dhanavantri displayed his fame, and Balrama, Mohini, and Vamana exhibited his beauty. Dattatreya, Matsya, Kumara, and Kapila exhibited his transcendental knowledge. Nara and Narayana Rishis exhibited his renunciation. So all the different incarnations of the Lord indirectly or directly manifested different features. But Lord Krishna, the primeval Lord, exhibited the complete features of Godhead, and thus it is confirmed that he is the source of all other incarnations. And the most extraordinary feature exhibited by Lord Shri Krishna was his internal energetic manifestation of his pastimes with the cowherd girls. His pastimes with the gopis are all displays of transcendental existence, bliss, and knowledge. Although these are manifested apparently as sex love, the specific attraction of his pastimes with the gopis should never be misunderstood. The Bhagavatam relates these transcendental pastimes in the 10th canto, and in order to reach the position to understand the transcendental nature of Lord Krishna's pastimes with the gopis, the Bhagavatam promotes the student gradually in 9 other cantos. According to Srila Jiva Goswami's statement, in accordance with the authoritative sources, Lord Krishna is the source of all other incarnations. It is not that Lord Krishna has any source of incarnation. All the symptoms of the supreme truth in full are present in the person of Lord Shri Krishna. And in the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord emphatically declares that there is no truth greater than or equal to himself. In the stanza, the word Swayam is particularly mentioned to confirm that Lord Krishna has no other source than himself. Although in other places, the incarnations are described as Bhagavan because of their specific functions, nowhere are they declared to be the Supreme Personality. In the stanza, the word Swayam signifies the supremacy as the Samam Bonam. The Samam Bonam Krishna is one without a second. He himself has expanded himself in various parts, portions, and particles as Swayam Rupa, Swayam Prakasha, Tat Ekatma, Prabhava, Vaibhava, Vilasa, Avatara, Avesha, and Jivas, all provided with innumerable energies just suitable to their respective persons and personalities. Learned scholars in transcendental subjects have carefully analyzed the Samambonam Krishna to have 64 principal attributes. All the expansions or categories of the Lord possess only some percentages of these attributes, but Sri Krishna is the possessor of the attributes %. And his personal expansions such as Swayam Prakasha and Tad Ekatma, up to the categories of the avatars who are all Vishnu Tattva, possess up to 93% of these transcendental attributes. Lord Shiva, who is neither Avatara nor Avesha, nor in between them, possesses almost 84% of the attributes, but the jivas, or the individual living beings in the different statuses of life, possess up to the limit of 78% of the attributes. In the conditioned state of material existence, the living being possesses these attributes in very minute quantity, varying in terms of the pious life of the living being. The most perfect of living beings is Brahma, the supreme administrator of one universe. He possesses 78% of the attributes in full. All the demigods have the same attributes in less quantity, whereas human beings possess the attributes in very minute quantity. The standard of perfection for a human being is to develop the attributes up to 78% in full. The living being can never possess attributes like Shiva, Vishnu, or Lord Krishna. A living being can become godly by developing the 78% transcendental attributes in fullness, but he can never become a god like Shiva, Vishnu, or Krishna. He can become a Brahma in due course. The godly living beings, who are all residents of the planets in the spiritual sky, are eternal associates of God in different spiritual planets called Haridhama and Maheshatama. The abode of Lord Krishna above all spiritual planets is called Krishna Loka or Goloka Vrindavan, and the perfected living being, by developing 78% of the above attributes in fullness, can enter the planet of Krishna Loka after leaving the present material body. Should I read one more, Mataji? That's a small
Go ahead,
one.
Mataji.
Yeah.
Text 29.
Yeah. Okay. Text 29. Janma goyam bhagavato ya etat prayato naraha sayam prata grinan bhaktya dukha karamat vimuchyate. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Whoever carefully recites the mysterious appearances of the Lord with devotion in the morning and in the evening gets relief from all miseries of life. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita, the personality of Godhead has declared that anyone who knows the principles of the transcendental birth and activities of the Lord will go back to Godhead after being relieved from this material tabernacle. So simply knowing factually the mysterious ways of Lord's incarnations in this material world can liberate one from material bondage. Therefore, the birth of and activities of the Lord as manifested by him for the welfare of the people in general are not ordinary. They're mysterious, and only by those who carefully try to go deep into the matter by spiritual devotion is the mystery discovered. Thus one gets the liberation from material bondage. It is advised, therefore, that one who simply recites this chapter of Bhagavatam describing the appearance of the Lord in different incarnations in sincerity and devotion can have insight into the birth and activities of the Lord. The very word vimukti or liberation indicates that the Lord's birth and activities are all transcendental. Otherwise, simply by reciting them, one could not attain liberation. They are therefore mysterious, and those who do not follow the prescribed regulations of devotional service are not entitled to enter into the mysteries of his births and activities. Can I read one more?
Yes, Mataji, go ahead. Yep.
Text 30. Etadrupam bhagavato hya arupasya chitatmanaha maya guner virachitam mahatadibhiratmani. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The conception of the Virat, the universal form of the Lord, as appearing in the material world is imaginary. It is to enable the less intelligent and neophytes to adjust to the idea of the Lord's having form, but factually the Lord has no material form. Purport. The conception of the Lord, known as the Vishvarupa or Virat Rupa, is particularly not mentioned along with the various incarnations of the Lord, because all the incarnations of the Lord mentioned above are transcendental, and there is not a tinge of materialism in their bodies. There is no difference between the body and the self as there is in the conditioned soul. The Virat Rupa is conceived for those who are just neophyte worshippers. For them, the material Virat Rupa is presented, and it will be explained in the second canto. In the Virat Rupa, the material manifestations of different planets have been conceived as his legs, hands, etc. Actually, all such descriptions are for the neophytes. The neophytes cannot conceive of anything beyond matter. Material conception of the Lord is not counted in this list of his factual forms. As Paramatma or Supersoul, the Lord is within each and every material form, even within the atoms, but the outward material form is but an imagination both for the Lord and for the living being. The present forms of the conditioned souls are also not factual. The conclusion is that the material conception of the body of the Lord as Virat is imaginary. Both the Lord and the living beings are living spirits and have original spiritual bodies. Okay, I will hold here.
Yeah, you can close
And
it and go ahead with the reflection. Thank you.
yes, Mataji, thank you. So basically, it is saying that, you know, how the different incarnations have these different, you know, different quantities, but Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya are the Swayam Bhagavan. So they are, you know, there is no source of their incarnation because they are the sources of all the other incarnations. So we need to understand that, you know, this Lord and Lord Krishna has the 64 qualities in total, and that's why, you know, he's called the Samam. He's a Samam Bonam Krishna because he has all the 64 attributes. But all the other expansions, they only possess like some of the percentages of these 64 principal attributes. So as a jiva, we can have up to 78% transcendental attributes in fullness. So we should be aspiring to get to the 78%. And even Brahma, he is, you know, he possesses the 78% of the attributes in full. So, you know, other, even, you know, Lord Shiva and Vishnu and they have the lesser, but Lord Krishna has the 64, all of them. And then, so these pastimes of the Lord are very mysterious. So we need to try to go deep into the matter by our spiritual devotion to reveal the mystery of these incarnations. So in Bhagavad Gita, it is said that a person who understands the transcendental pastimes and the birth and you know, appearance and disappearance of the Lord, they can go back to God and, you know, be relieved from this material miseries. So it's only by this devotion that we can have this information or understand the information of the Lord's pastimes and his appearance and disappearance. And then, yeah, I think those are my sharings, Mataji.
Awesome.
Thank you. Hare
Thank you,
Krishna.
Mataji. Hare Krishna. Okay, the next one is Yashmati Patel.
Yes, Mataji.
Yeah, thank
Yeah, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Shri Guru and Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Text 32. Ata param yudavyaktam avyudha guna pruhitam adrashta shrutavastum tvam vasa jivo yat punarbhavaha. Translation. Beyond this gross conception of form is another subtle conception of form which is without former shape and is unseen, unheard, and unmanifest. The living being has his form beyond this subtly. Otherwise, he could not have repeated births. Purport by His Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Maharaj Ki Jai. As the gross cosmic manifestation is conceived as the gigantic body of the Lord, so also there is the conception of his subtle form, which is simply realized without being heard, being seen, heard, or manifested. But in fact, all these gross or subtle conceptions of the body are in relation with the living beings. The living being has his spiritual form beyond this gross material or subtle psychic existence. The gross body and psychic functions cease to act as soon as the living being leaves the visible gross body. In fact, we say that the living being has gone away because he is unseen and unheard. Even when the gross body is not acting, when the living being is in sound sleep, we know that he is within the body by his breathing. So the living beings passing away from the body does not mean that there is no existence of the living soul. It is there, otherwise how can he repeat his birth again and again? The conclusion is that the Lord is eternally existent in his transcendental form, which is neither gross nor subtle like that of the living being. His body is never to be compared to the gross and subtle bodies of the living being. All such conceptions of God's body are imaginary. The living being has his eternal spiritual form, which is conditioned only by his material contamination. Text 33. Yatre me sadasadrupe pratishiddhe swasamvida avidyayatmani krute iti tad brahma darshanam. Whenever a person experiences by self-realization that both the gross and subtle bodies have nothing to do with the pure self, at that time he sees himself as well as the Lord. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The difference between self-realization and material illusion is to know that the temporary or illusory impositions of material energy in the shape of gross and subtle bodies are superficial coverings of the self. The coverings take place due to ignorance. Such coverings are never effective in the person of the personality of Godhead. Knowing this convincingly is called liberation, or seeing the absolute. This means that perfect self-realization is made possible by the adoption of godly or spiritual life. Self-realization means becoming indifferent to the needs of the gross and subtle bodies and becoming serious about the activities of the self. The impetus for activities is generated from the self, but such activities become illusory due to ignorance of the real position of the self. By ignorance, self-interest is calculated in terms of the gross and subtle bodies, and therefore a whole set of activities is spoiled life after life. When, however, one meets the self by proper culture, the activities of the self begin. Therefore, a man who is engaged in the activities of the self is called a Jivan Mukta or a liberated person, even in the conditional existence. This perfect stage of self-realization is attained not by artificial means, but under the lotus feet of the Lord, who is always transcendental. Sorry. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that he is present in everyone's heart. And from him only all knowledge, remembrance, and or forgetfulness take place. When the living being desires to be an employer of material energy, illusion, phenomena, the Lord covers the living being in the mystery of forgetfulness, and thus the living being misinterprets the gross body and subtle mind to be his own self. And by culture of transcendental knowledge, when the living being prays to the Lord for a deliverance from the clutches of the forgetfulness, the Lord by his causeless mercy removes the living being's illusory curtain, and thus he realizes his own self. He then engages himself in the service of the Lord in his eternal constitutional position, becoming liberated from the conditioned life. All this is executed by the Lord either through his external potency or directly by the internal potency. Text 34. यद्देशो परता देवी माया वैशारदी मति संपन्न एवेति विदुर्महिम्नि स्वे महीयते. If the illusory energy subsides and the living entity becomes fully enriched with knowledge by the grace of Lord, then he becomes at once enlightened with self-realization and thus becomes situated in his own glory. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Because the Lord is the absolute transcendence, all of his forms, names, pastimes, attributes, associates, and energies are identical with him. His transcendental energy acts according to his omnipotency. The same energy acts as his external, internal, and marginal energies, and by his omnipotency. He can perform anything and everything through the agency of any of the above energies. He can turn the external energy into internal by his will. Therefore, by his grace, the external energy which is employed in illusioning those living beings who want to have it subsides by the will of the Lord in terms of repentance and penance for the conditioned soul. And the very same energy then acts to help the purified living being make progress on the path of self-realization. The example of electrical energy is very appropriate in this connection. The expert electrician can utilize the electrical energy for both heating and cooling by adjustment only. Similarly, the external energy which now bewilders the living and being into continuation of birth and death is turned into internal potency by the will of the Lord to lead the living being to eternal life. When a living being is thus graced by the Lord, he is placed in his proper constitutional position to enjoy eternal spiritual life. Text 35. Evam janmani karmani rikartu rajanasya cha varnayanti sma kavayo veda guhyani ritpatehe. Thus, learned men describe the births and activities of the unborn and inactive, which is undiscoverable even in the Vedic literatures. He is the Lord of the heart. Purport by Srila Prabhupada, both the Lord and the living entities are essentially all spiritual. Therefore, both of them are eternal, and neither of them has birth and death. The difference is that so-called births and disappearances of the Lord are unlike those of the living beings. The living beings who can take birth and then again accept death are bound by the laws of material nature. But the so-called appearance and disappearance of Lord are not actions of material nature, but are demonstrations of the internal potency of the Lord. They are described by the great sages for the purpose of self-realization. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita by the Lord that his so-called birth is in the material world and his activities are all transcendental. And simply by meditation on such activities, one can attain realization of Brahman and thus become liberated from material bondage. In the Shrutis, it is said that the birthless appears to take birth. The Supreme has nothing to do, but because he is omnipotent, everything is performed by him naturally, as if done automatically. As a matter of fact, the appearance and disappearance of Supreme Personality of Godhead and his different activities are all confidential, even to the Vedic literatures. Yet they are displayed by the Lord to bestow mercy upon the conditioned souls. We should always take advantage of the narrations of the activities of the Lord, which are meditations on Brahman in the most convenient and palatable form. Mataji, I stop here or continue.
You can go ahead with one more, Mataji. Yeah.
Text 36. Savaidam Vishwamamogalila Srujatyavatyatina Sajjatesmin Bhuteshu Chantarhita Atmatantra Shadvargikam Jignati Shadgunesha. Translation. The Lord, whose activities are always partless, is the master of the six senses and is fully omnipotent with six opulences. He creates the manifested universes, maintains them and annihilates them without being the least affected. He is within every living being and is always independent. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The prime difference between the Lord and the living being is that the Lord is the creator and the living entities are the created. Here he is called the Amoglilaha, which indicates that there is nothing lamentable in his creation. Those who create disturbance in his creation are themselves disturbed. He is He is transcendental to all material afflictions because he is full with all six opulences, namely wealth, power, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. And thus he is the master of the senses. He creates these manifested universes in order to reclaim the living beings who are within them suffering threefold miseries, maintains them, and in due course annihilates them without being the least affected by such actions. He is connected with this material creation very superficially, as one smells odor without being connected with the odorous article. No, non-godly elements, therefore, can never approach him despite all endeavors. Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you, Mataji. You want to share your reflection or like a summary of all the text you read?
Sure, Mataji. So here it says already that whenever the person, when they got experience about that he is got already self-realization, he got. So when, so then, so 1 second, whenever a person experiences by self-realization, so when they know about the self and soul and body and soul, right? So then he at that time he sees himself like a God, Lord, like as well as the Lord. So when the person got realized that I am not this body, I am the pure soul, I am the part and parcel of Lord, and I am eternal. Then he just sees the Lord everywhere, in all living entities. But right now, because of the illusory curtain, we cannot see the God. Even though God is with us, but we cannot see because we are covered. Our eyes is covered by illusory things. And but the grace of Lord, we already become enlightened when we subside the living entity, the illusory energy. Then grace of Lord, we become very enlightened with our self-realization. And because everything we see that all these things is Krishna's energy. Krishna is a very omnipotent. He can do everything. He can perform everything and anything by his energy. So we cannot compare us, the living entity cannot compare with the Lord. Even though we are the part and parts also, we are qualitatively, we are same, but quantitatively, we are different. So whatever Lord can do, we cannot do. That's what I understood, Mataji, that when we realize that I am not this body, and when we realize the Lord is the supreme and the supreme controller, then everything, and even though we can see all the person, all the living entity in the, we see the Lord in everyone, and like that. Mataji, sorry, I cannot explain very nicely.
Oh, that's okay, Mataji. We can totally understand what you're coming to say. Thank you so much, actually. Yeah, you are able to like enlighten us with like your sharings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next Yash is in line, right?
Yes, Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
It's from 37, correct?
Yes, I'm sharing the screen. I hope like you're able to see, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Na chasya kaschin nipunena datur avaiti jantu kumanisha utti namani rupani manavacho bi santanvato nata charyam eva jana. Translation. The foolish with a poor fund of knowledge cannot know the transcendental nature of the forms, names, and activities of the Lord, who is playing like an actor in a drama. Nor can they express such things, neither in their speculations nor in their words. Purport. No one can properly describe the transcendental nature of the absolute truth. Therefore, it is said that he is beyond the expression of mind and speech. And yet there are some men, with a poor fund of knowledge, who desire to understand the absolute truth by imperfect mental speculation and faulty description of his activities. To the layman, his activities, appearance, and disappearance, his names, his forms, his paraphernalia, his personalities, and all things in relation with him are mysterious. There are two classes of materialists, namely the fruitive workers and the empiric philosophers. The fruitive workers have practically no information of the absolute truth, and the mental speculators, after being frustrated in fruitive activities, turn their faces towards the absolute truth and try to know him by mental speculation. And for all these men, the absolute truth is a mystery, as jugglery of the magician is a mystery to children. Being deceived by the jugglery of the Supreme Being, the non-devotees, who may be very dexterous in fruitive work and mental speculation, are always in ignorance. With such limited knowledge, they are unable to penetrate into the mysterious region of transcendence. The mental speculators are little more progressive than the gross materialists or the fruitive workers, but because they are also within the group of illusion, they take it for granted that anything which has form, a name, and activities is but a product of material energy. For them, the Supreme Spirit is formless, nameless, and inactive. And because such mental speculators equalize the transcendental name and form of the Lord with mundane names and form, they are in fact in ignorance. With such a poor fund of knowledge, there is no access to the real nature of the Supreme Being. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the Lord is always in a transcendental position, even when he is within the material world. But ignorant men consider the Lord one of the great personalities of the world, and thus they are misled by the illusory energy. Text 38. Saveda datu padavim parasya duranta virasya ratanga paneha yo mayaya santata yanuruta vritya bhajeta tat pada sarajagandam. Translation. Only those who render unreserved, uninterrupted, favorable service unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who carries the wheel of the chariot in his hand, can know the creator of the universe in his full glory, power, and transcendence. Purport. Only the pure devotees can know the transcendental name, form, and activities of Lord Krishna due to their being completely freed from the reactions of fruitive work and mental speculation. The pure devotees have nothing to derive as personal profit from their unalloyed service to the Lord. They render incessant service to the Lord spontaneously, without any reservation. Everyone within the creation of the Lord is rendering service to the Lord indirectly or directly. No one is an exception to this law of the Lord. Those who are rendering service indirectly, being forced by the illusory agent of the Lord, are rendering service unto him unfavorably. But those who are rendering service unto him directly, under the direction of his beloved agent, are rendering service unto him favorably. Such favorable servitors are devotees of the Lord, and by the grace of the Lord, they can enter into the mysterious region of transcendence by the mercy of the Lord. But the mental speculators remain in darkness all the time. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the Lord himself guides the pure devotees towards the path of realization due to their constant engagement in the loving service of the Lord in spontaneous affection. That is the secret of entering into the kingdom of God. Fruitive activities and speculations are no qualifications for entering. Text 39. Ateha danya bhagavanta etam yad vasudeve akila lokanate purvanti sarvatmakam atma bhavam na yatra bhuya parivarta ugraha. Translation. Only by making such inquiries in this world can one be successful and perfectly cognizant. For such inquiries invoke transcendental ecstatic love unto the Lord, unto the personality of Godhead, who is the proprietor of all the universes, and guarantee cent per cent immunity from the dreadful repetition of birth and death. Purport. The inquiries of the sages, head by Shonaka, are here praised by Sruta Goswami on the merit of their transcendental nature. As already concluded, only the devotees of the Lord can know him to a considerable extent, and no one else can know him at all. So the devotees are perfectly cognizant of all spiritual knowledge. The personality of Godhead is the last word in absolute truth. Impersonal Brahman and localized Paramatma, Supersoul, are included in the knowledge of the personality of Godhead. So one who knows the personality of Godhead can automatically know all about him, his multi-potencies and his expansions. So the devotee are congratulated as being all successful. A 100% devotee of the Lord is immune to the dreadful material miseries of repeated birth and death. Text 40. Idam Bhagavatam Nama Purnimam Brahma Samamitam Utma Shloka Charitam Chakara Bhagavan Rishi Nihiryeshi Yasya Lokasya Dayanam Swasti Ayanam Mahar. Translation. This Srimad Bhagavatam is a literary incarnation of God, and it is compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of God. It is meant for the ultimate good of all people, and it is all successful, all blissful, and all perfect. Purport. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu declared that Srimad Bhagavatam is the spotless, sound representation of all Vedic knowledge and history. There are selected histories of great devotees who are in direct contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of Lord Sri Krishna and is therefore non-different from him. Srimad Bhagavatam should be worshipped as respectfully as we worship the Lord. Thereby we can derive the ultimate blessings of the Lord through its careful and patient study. As God is all light, all bliss, and all perfection, so also is Srimad Bhagavatam. We can have all the transcendental light of the Supreme Brahman, Sri Krishna, from the recitation of Srimad Bhagavatam, provided it is received through the medium of the transparent spiritual master. Lord Chaitanya's private secretary, Srila Swarup Damodar Goswami, advised all intending visitors who came to see the Lord at Puri to make a study of the Bhagavatam from the Person Bhagavatam. Person Bhagavatam is a self-realized bona fide spiritual master, and through him only can one understand the lessons of Bhagavatam in order to receive the desired result. One can derive from the study of the Bhagavatam all benefits that are possible to be derived from the personal presence of the Lord. It carries with it all the transcendental blessings of Lord Sri Krishna that we can expect from his personal contact. Text 41. Tad idam grahayam asa sutam atma vatam varam sarva vede ita sanam sarva vede tiha sanam saram samadutta dritam. Translation. Srila Vyasadeva delivered it to his son, who is the most respected among the self-realized, after extracting the cream of all Vedic literatures and histories of the universe. Purport. Men with a poor fund of knowledge only accept the history of the world from the time of Buddha, or since 600 BC, and prior to this period, all histories mentioned in the scripture are calculated by them to be only imaginary stories. This is not a fact. All the stories mentioned in the Puranas and Mahabharata, etc., are actual histories, not only of this planet, but also of millions of other planets within the universe. Sometimes the history of planets beyond this world appear to such men to be unbelievable, but they do not know that different planets are not equal in all respects, and therefore some of the historical facts derived from other planets do not correspond with the experience of this planet. Considering the different situation of different planets and also time and circumstances, there is nothing wonderful in the stories. There is nothing wonderful in the stories of the Puranas, nor are they imaginary. We should always remember that maxim that one man's food is another man's poison. We should not, therefore, reject the stories and histories of the Puranas as imaginary. The great rishis like Vyasa have no business putting some imaginary stories in their literatures. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Historical facts selected from the histories of different planets have been depicted. It is therefore accepted by all of the spiritual authorities as the Mahapurana. The special significance of these histories is that they are all connected with activities of the Lord in a different time and atmosphere. Srila Sukadev Goswami is the topmost personality of all the self-realized souls, and he accepted this as a subject of studies from his father, Vyasadeva. Srila Vyasadeva is the great authority, and the subject matter of Srimad Bhagavatam being so important, he delivered the message first to his great son, Srila Sukadev Goswami. It is compared to the cream of the milk. Vedic literature is like the milk ocean of knowledge. Cream or butter is the most palatable as essence of milk, and so also is Srimad Bhagavatam, for it contains all palatable, instructive, and authentic versions of different activities of the Lord and his devotees. There is no gain, however, in accepting the message of Bhagavatam from the unbelievers, atheists, and professional reciters who make a trade of Bhagavatam for the laymen. It was delivered to Srila Sukadev Goswami, and he had nothing to do with the Bhagavat business. He did not have to maintain family expenses by such trade. Srimad Bhagavatam should therefore be received from the representative of Sukadev, who must be in the renounced order of life without family encumbrance. Milk is undoubtedly very good and nourishing, but when it is touched by the mouth of a snake, it is no longer nourishing. Rather, it becomes a source of death. Similarly, those who are not strict in the Vaishnava discipline should not make a business of this Bhagavatam and become a cause of spiritual death for so many hearers. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that the purpose of all the Vedas is to know him, Lord Krishna, and Srimad Bhagavatam is Lord Sri Krishna himself in the form of recorded knowledge. Therefore, it is cream of all the Vedas, and it contains all historical facts of all times in relation with Sri Krishna. It is factually the essence of all histories.
Thank you, Prabhu. Can you go ahead with your reflection?
Sure, Madhuri. So in the last verse here, it really shows the importance of Srimad Bhagavatam and why we need to hear it. And showing that the Srimad Bhagavatam is no different than Krishna himself. So it's very important to know that when we're reading Srimad Bhagavatam, it's non-different than Krishna himself. And in the previous verses, there was talking about how we need to have that inquisitive nature and to hear from the proper source, which Krishna also mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 4, text 34 as well, how we need to have the correct spiritual master and the correct guidance and to hear that from the correct source. So only then can we actually get the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam. If we don't have the correct source, then it's just hearing it for a hearsay and not really actually relishing the nectar of Bhagavatam.
Thank you, Prabhu. It was nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji.
Okay, Prashant Prabhu, right?
Yeah, Mataji. So he's here. I'm just going to hand it off to him here.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
42. Yeah.
Hare Krishna all. Text number 42. Setu Sansra Vayamasa Maharajam Parikshatam Prayo Bhavishtam Gandaya Paritam Parimashabhi. We are doing that? Only translate. Okay. Sukdev Goswami, the son of Vyasadeva, in his turn delivered the Bhagavatam to the great emperor Parikshit, who sat surrounded by sages on the bank of the Ganges, awaiting death without taking food or drink. All transcendental messages are received properly in the chain of disciplic succession. This disciplic succession is called parampara. Unless, therefore, Bhagavatam or any other Vedic literature are received through the parampara system, the reception of knowledge is not bona fide. Vyasadeva delivered the message of Sukadeva Goswami, and from Sukadeva Goswami, the Sutta Goswami received the message. One should therefore receive the message of Bhagavatam from Sutta Goswami or from the representative and not from any irrelevant interpreter. Emperor
Prakshit received information of his death in time and at once left his kingdom and family and sat down on the bank of the Ganges to fast till death. All great sages, sages, philosophers, mystics, etc., went there due to his imperial position. They offered many suggestions about his immediate duty, and at last, it was settled that he would hear from Sukadeva Goswami about Lord Krishna. Thus, the Bhagavatam was spoken to him. Sripad Sankaracharya, who preached Mayavad philosophy and stressed the impersonal feature of the Absolute and recommended that one must take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna, for there is no hope of gain from debating. Indirectly, Sripad Sankaracharya admitted that what he had preached in the grammatical interpretations of the Vedic Vedanta Sutra cannot help one at the time of death. At the critical hour of death, one must recite the name of Govinda. Thus, that is the recommendation of all great transcendentalists. Sukadeva Goswami had long ago stated the same truth, that at the end one must remember Narayana. That is the essence of all spiritual activities. In presence of this eternal truth, Srimad Bhagavatam was heard by Emperor Parikshit, and it was recited by the able Sukadeva Goswami, and both of the speaker and the receiver of the message of Bhagavatam were duly delivered the same medium. Text number 43. Krishne swadha mopagate dharma jnanada bhisaha kalo nashta dashamesha purana krodha noditi. Translation. This Bhagavad Purana is brilliant as the sun, and it had arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode. Accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc., a person who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from the Puranas. Purport. Lord Sri Krishna has eternal Dhama or abode where he eternally enjoys himself with his eternal associate and paraphernalia. And his eternal abode is a manifestation of his eternal energy, whereas the material world is a manifestation of external energy. When he descends on the material world, he displays himself with the paraphernalia in his eternal potency, which is called Atma Maya. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that he descends by his own potency, Atma Maya. His form, name, fame, paraphernalia, abode, etc. are not therefore creations of matter, creation of matter here. Okay. He descends to reclaim the fallen soul and to reestablish courts of religion which are directly enacted by him. Except for God, no one can establish the principles of religion. Either he or a suitable person empowered by him can dictate the course of religion. A real religion means to know God, our relations with him and our duties in relation with him, and to know ultimately our destination after leaving the material body. The conditioned souls who are entrapped by the material energy hardly know all these principles of life. Most of them are like animals, engaged in eating, sleeping, fearing, and mating. They are mostly engaged in sense enjoyment. Under the protection of religiosity, knowledge and salvation, they are still more blind in the present age of quarrel. or Kali Yuga. In the Kali Yuga, the population is just a royal addition of the animal. They have nothing to do with spiritual knowledge or godly religious life. They are so blind that they cannot see anything beyond the jurisdiction of the subtle mind, intelligence, or ego, but they are very much proud of their advancement in knowledge, science, and material prosperity. They can risk their lives to become a dog or hog just after leaving the present body, for they have completely lost sight of the ultimate aim of life. The personality of Godhead Sri Krishna appeared before us just a little prior to the beginning of Kali Yuga, and he returned to his eternal home practically at the commencement of Kali Yuga. While he was present, he exhibited everything by his different activities. He spoke the Bhagavad Gita especially, and educated all pretentious principles of religiosity, and prior to his departure from the material world, he empowered Sri Vyasadeva through Narada to complete the message of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And thus, both the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam are like torchbearers for the blind people of this age. In other words, if men in the age of Kali want to see the real light of life, they must take to these two books only, and their aim of life will be fulfilled. Bhagavad Gita is a preliminary study of the Bhagavatam, and Srimad Bhagavatam is the summum bonum of life. Lord Sri Krishna, personified, we must therefore accept Srimad Bhagavatam as the direct representation of Lord Krishna. One who can see Srimad Bhagavatam can see also Lord Sri Krishna as a person. They are identical. Text number 44. Tat kirtiyato vigra vipresho bhurate jasaha ahem chadyagam tatra nimashtis tadanugrahat soham va Sravyashyami yathadhitam yathamati. Translation. For learned Brahmins, when Sukadeva Goswami recited Bhagavatam there in the presence of Emperor Parikshit, I heard him with rapt attention, and thus, by his mercy, I learned the Bhagavatam from the great and powerful sage. Now I shall try to make you hear the very same thing as I learned it from him and as I have realized it. Purport. One can certainly see directly the presence of Lord Sri Krishna in the pages of Bhagavatam if one has heard it from a self-realized great soul like Sukadeva Goswami. One cannot, however, learn Bhagavatam from a bogus hired reciter. Those whose aim of life is to earn some money out of such recitation and employ the earning in sex indulgence. No one can learn Srimad Bhagavatam who is associated with person engaged in sex life. That is the secret of learning Bhagavatam. Nor can one learn Bhagavatam from one who interpreted the text by his mundane scholarship. One has to learn Bhagavatam from the representative of Sukadeva Goswami and no one else. If one at all wants to see Lord Sri Krishna in the pages, that is the process, and there is no alternative. Sudha Goswami is a bona fide representative of Sukadeva Goswami because he wants to present the message which he received from the great learned Brahmana. Sukadeva Goswami presented Bhagavatam as he heard it from his great father. And so also Sutta Goswami is presenting Bhagavatam as he had heard it from Sukdev Goswami. Simply hearing is not all. Simply hearing is not all. One must realize the text with proper attention. The word Nivishtaha means that Sutta Goswami drank the juice of Bhagavatam through his ears. That is the real process of receiving Bhagavatam. One should hear with rapt attention from the real person, and then he can at once realize the presence of Lord Krishna in every page. The secret of knowing Bhagavatam is mentioned here. No one can give rapt attention who is not pure in mind. No one can be pure in mind who is not pure in action. No one can be pure in action who is not pure in eating, sleeping, fearing, and mating. But somehow or other, if someone hears with rapt attention from the right person at the very beginning, one can assuredly see Lord Krishna in person in the page of Bhagavatam. Thus, end of Bhaktivedanta purport of the first canto, third chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Krishna is the source of all incarnation. Chapter 4. The appearance of
Prabhuji, sorry. You want to go ahead with your reflection from your verses, Prabhu?
So Mataji, the first verse, I think it was 43. It started 42.
Yeah, it's 42.
Yeah. So they are talking about the parampara, why the parampara is more important, and why you should hear from them. And the second one, they are talking more about that you should be hearing Bhagavatam from the right source and with the full attention. Your attention should be there, and you should be so much dedicated, paying attention that each and every page and line you can see the Krishna. So pretty much they are saying your focus has to be there, and you have to have bona fide teacher or who's reciting the Bhagavatam. So you can understand that. That much I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Vamsidhari Prabhu, you are here?
Yeah, Mata, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prabhu. You can take over and
Can you make me back the host?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Prashant Prabhu. Such a crux of the text you read. That's the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
And thank you for joining, Prabhu. I didn't know. I only saw Yash Prabhu's name. So
They just made me join.
okay. Thank you, Prabhu. Okay, now we are going into the fourth chapter, appearance of Narada Muni. First three chapters are said to be the most philosophical chapters of Srimad Bhagavatam, because Vyasadeva was giving an introduction to Srimad Bhagavatam for those 12 cantos, 18 books in this first three verses of the first chapter, and further it is said first three chapters. So from fourth chapter onwards, the juice starts. I mean, more explicitly, of course, it was still juicy first three chapters also. So here, that chapter name is Appearance of Narada Muni, and this chapter we will know why and when Vyasadeva wrote Vedas and so on. How Bhagavatam birth took place, and it will be covered in the next three chapters. I think now is Kardama Muni Prabhu, right? Next, Kardama Muni Prabhu. Meeting controls. It is Kardama Muni Prabhu. You're there? Okay. Is not there anyone want to take over the slot? You want to read? Oh God, I got disconnected. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay, yeah. Okay, nobody is ready, right? So maybe I will only read.
Prabhu, Aditya is want to read.
Okay. Chapter 4, text 1.
Okay, should I just read off the screen?
Yeah.
Sure. Iti bruvam samstuya murinam dirga shastrinam vridakulapati sutram bhavra saunako abravit. Translation. Vyasadeva said, on hearing Sutta Goswami speak thus, Sanaka Muni, who was the elderly learned leader of all the rishis engaged in the prolonged sacrificial ceremony, congratulated Sutta Goswami by addressing him as follows. Purport. In a meeting of learned men, when there are congratulations or addresses for the speaker, the qualifications of the congratulator should be as follows. He must be the leader of a house and an elderly man. He must be vastly learned also. Sri Shaunaka Rishi had all these qualifications, and thus he stood up to congratulate Sri Sutta Goswami, when he also expressed his desire to present Srimad Bhagavatam exactly as it heard it from Sukadeva Goswami, and also realized it personally. Personal realization does not mean that one should, out of vanity, attempt to show one's own learning by trying to surpass the previous acharya. He must have full confidence in the previous acharya, and at the same time, he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. The original purpose of the text must be maintained. No obscure meaning should be screwed out of it, yet it should be presented in an interesting manner for the understanding of the audience. This is called realization. The leader of the assembly, Shaunaka, could estimate the value of the speaker, Shrishata Goswami, simply by his uttering yata ditam and yata mati, and therefore he was very glad to congratulate him in ecstasy. No learned man should be willing to hear a person who does not represent the original acharya. So the speaker and the audience were bona fide in this meeting, where Bhagavatam was being recited for the second time. That should be the standard of recitation of Bhagavatam, so that the real purpose can be served without difficulty. Unless this situation is created, Bhagavatam recitation for extraneous purposes is useless labor, both for the speaker and for the audience.
So you're really like, you were really liking, okay, you were really sound like running. You want to take a breath and say something and continue the next, or you're okay to continue?
Yeah, I can continue.
You can continue. Okay. It sounded like you just got from the plane.
Shaunaka uvacha sutta sutta mahabhaga vadano vadatam vara katam bhagavatim punyam yadaha bhagavanchuka. Shaunaka said, O Sutta Goswami, you are the most fortunate and respected of all those who can speak and recite. Please relate the pious message of Srimad Bhagavatam, which was spoken by the great and powerful sage Sukadeva Goswami. Purport. Sutta Goswami is twice addressed herein by Shaunaka Goswami out of great joy, because he and the members of the assembly were eager to hear the text of Bhagavatam uttered by Sukadeva Goswami. They were not interested in hearing it from a bogus person who would interpret it in his own way to suit his own purpose. Generally, the so-called Bhagavatam reciters are either professional readers or so-called learned impersonalists who cannot enter into the transcendental personal activities of the Supreme Person. Such impersonalists twist some meanings out of the Bhagavatam to suit and support impersonalist views, and the professional readers at once go to the 10th canto to misexplain the most confidential part of the Lord's pastimes. Neither of these reciters are bona fide persons to recite Srimad Bhagavatam. Only one who is prepared to present Bhagavatam in the light of Sukadeva Goswami, and only those who are prepared to hear Sukadeva Goswami and his representative are bona fide participants in the transcendental discussion of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 3. Kashmin yuge pravritteyam stane vakena hetuna kuta sanshodita Krishna krita van samati muni. In what period and in what place was this first begun, and why was this taken up? From where did Krishna Dvaipena Vyasa, the great sage, get the inspiration to compile this literature? Because Srimad Bhagavatam is the special contribution of Srila Vyasadeva, there are so many inquiries by the learned Shaunaka Muni. It was known to them that Srila Vyasadeva had already explained the text of the Vedas in various ways up to the Mahabharata for the understanding of less intelligent women, Shudras, and fallen members of the family of twice-born men. Srimad Bhagavatam is transcendental to all of them because it has nothing to do with anything mundane. So the inquiries are very intelligent and relevant. Text 4. Tasya putra mahayogi samadrin nirvikalpaka ekanta matir nidra guda mudai. His Vyasadeva's son was a great devotee, an unequal balanced monist, whose mind was always concentrated in monism. He was transcendental to mundane activities, but being unexposed, he appeared like an ignorant person. Srila Sukadeva Goswami was a liberated soul, and thus he remained always alert, not to be trapped by the illusory energy. In the Bhagavad Gita, this alertness is very lucidly explained. The liberated soul and conditioned soul have different engagements. The liberated soul is always engaged in the progressive path of the spiritual attainment, which is something like a dream for the conditioned soul. The conditioned soul cannot imagine the actual engagements of the liberated soul. While the conditioned soul thus dreams about spiritual engagement, the liberated soul is awake. Similarly, the engagement of a conditioned soul appears to be a dream for the liberated soul. A conditioned soul and liberated soul may apparently be on the same platform, but factually they are differently engaged, and their attention is always alert, either in sense enjoyment or in self-realization. The conditioned soul is absorbed in matter, whereas the liberated soul is completely indifferent to matter. This indifference is explained as follows. Drishtavanuyantam rishim atmajamapi anaganam devyoshya paridadurnaasutasya chitram tadvikshya prachati munu jagadastavesti stribumbidhanatu tasya vivikta drishte. While Sri Vyasadeva was following his son, beautiful young damsels who were bathing naked covered their bodies with cloth, although Vyasadeva himself was not naked. But they had not done so when his son had passed. The sage inquired about this, and the young ladies replied that his son was purified, and when looking at them made no distinction between male or female. But the sage made such distinctions. In Bhagavad Gita 5.18, it is said that a learned sage looks equally on a learned and gentle brahmana, a chandala dog eater, a dog or a cow eater is spiritual vision. Srila Sukadeva Goswami attained that stage. Thus, he did not see a male or female. He saw all living entities in different dress. The ladies who were bathing could understand the mind of a man simply by studying his demeanor. Just as by looking at a child, one can understand how innocent he is. Sukadeva Goswami was a young boy, 16 years old, and therefore all parts of his body were developed. He was naked also, and so were the ladies. But because Sukadeva Goswami was transcendental to sex relations, he appeared very innocent. The ladies, by their special qualifications, could sense this at once, and therefore they were not very concerned about him. But when his father passed, the ladies quickly dressed. The ladies are exactly like his children or grandchildren, yet they reacted to the presence of Vyasadeva according to the social custom because Srila Vyasadeva played the part of a householder. A householder has to distinguish between a male or female, otherwise he cannot be a householder. One should therefore attempt to know the distinction between body and soul without any attachment for male and female. As long as such distinction is there, one should not try to become a sannyasi like Sukadeva Goswami. At least theoretically, one must be convinced that a living entity is neither male or female. The outward dress is made of matter by material nature to attract the opposite sex and thus keep one entangled in material existence. A liberated soul is above this perverted distinction. He does not distinguish between one living being and another. For him, they are all one and the same spirit. The perfection of the spiritual vision is the liberated stage, and Srila Sukadeva Goswami attained that stage. Srila Vyasadeva was also in the transcendental stage, but because he was in the householder's life, he did not pretend to be a liberated soul as a matter of custom. Katama lakshita pure samprapta kujangalan unmata mukajadavat vicharan gaja sahavaye. How was he, Srila Sukadeva, the son of Vyasa, recognized by the citizens when he entered the city of Hastinapura, now Delhi? after wandering in the provinces of Kuru and Jangala, appearing like a madman, dumb and retarded. The present city of Delhi was formerly known as Hastinapura because it was established by King Hasti. Goswami Sukadeva, after leaving his paternal home, was roaming like a madman, and therefore it was very difficult for citizens to recognize him in his exalted position. A sage is not therefore recognized by sight, but by hearing. One should approach a great sadhu or great sage not to see him, but to hear him. If one is not prepared to hear the words of a sadhu, there is no profit. Sukadeva Goswami was a sadhu who could speak on the transcendental activities of the Lord. He did not satisfy the whims of ordinary citizens. He was recognized when he spoke on the subject of Bhagavatam, and he never attempted jugglery like a magician. Outwardly, he appeared to be a retarded, dumb madman, but in fact, he was the most elevated transcendental personality. Katam va pandaves veyasya rajurse munina saha samvada sambhuta tata yatra sha satvati shruti. How did it so happen that King Parikshit met this great sage, making it possible for this great transcendental essence of the Vedas, Bhagavatam, to be sung to him? Srimad Bhagavatam is stated here as the essence of the Vedas. It is not an imaginary story as it's sometimes considered by unauthorized men. It is also called Sukha Samhita, the Vedic hymn spoken by Sri Sukadeva Goswami, the great liberated sage. Sagodohena matram hi griheshu grihamedinam avikshate mahabhagas dirti korvam sadashramam. He, Shukadeva Goswami, was accustomed to stay at the door of a householder only long enough for a cow to be milked, and he did this just to sanctify the residence. Sukadeva Goswami met Emperor Parikshit and explained the text of Srimad Bhagavatam. He was not accustomed to stay at any householder's residence for more than half an hour at the time of milking the cow, and he would take alms from the fortunate householder. That was to sanctify the residence by his auspicious presence. Therefore, Sukadeva Goswami is an ideal preacher established in the transcendental position. From his activities, those who are in the renounced order of life and dedicated to the mission of preaching the message of Godhead should learn that they have no business with householders, save and except to enlighten them in transcendental knowledge. Such asking for alms from the householder should be for the purpose of sanctifying his home. One who is in the renounced order of life should not be allured by the glamour of the householder's worldly positions and thus become subservient to worldly men. For one who is in the renounced order of life, this is more dangerous than drinking poison and committing suicide.
Okay, wanna share your experience?
Yeah, sure.
For you
So
reading this,
these sets of verses are explaining like the qualities of Sukadeva Goswami and why he's so special and why he's qualified to speak to Srimad Bhagavatam. Some of his qualities are like he's completely detached from material life because he only stays at people's houses only like to sanctify it. He doesn't want anything back. He's basically like giving his mercy to everybody. It may seem like he needs the alms that he's begging from the householders, but in reality, he's actually just giving his mercy to the place. So those are the kinds of qualities of pure devotees. They only give and they don't like need anything back. And you can recognize Sukadeva Goswami as there's one saying, a sadhu can recognize another sadhu. So like when he speaks Srimad Bhagavatam, everybody who's listening there is also a sadhu because they are hearing from Sukadeva Goswami, who is a representative of Krishna speaking the Srimad Bhagavatam. And also one of his major qualities are being humble. He doesn't want to like take the position of the previous acharya. He doesn't want to like make sure he's better than them. He's always humble, and his main goal is to serve Krishna by explaining his glories to the world.
Very nice. Very nice. One thing also, even if we may not be a sadhu, but we can be in the mode of hearing so that we can become sadhus. Maybe that's
Yeah.
better sadhus maybe. Right?
Yeah.
So previous chapter also, Suta Goswami is telling, I was just pretty attentive. Even this chapter also, Prabhupada was telling, right? We should go to sadhu to hear, not for anything else. So if we can cultivate the hearing, we can also get there. Yeah, just adding it. Okay, thank you. Kardamuni Prabhu, I heard your voice. You want to read now? They muted you. Can you be able to unmute now?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear now?
Yes, Prabhu, I can hear. Yeah.
Okay.
You can read text 9.
Text 9. Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Abhimanyu sutam sutta prahuru bhagavatottvam tasya janma mahascharya karmani cha gruhanina. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. It is said that Maharaja Pariksit is a great first-class devotee of the Lord and that his birth and activities are all wonderful. Please tell us about him. Purport. The birth of Maharaja Pariksit is wonderful because in the womb of his mother, he was protected by the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. His activities are also wonderful because he chastised Kali, who was attempting to kill cow. To kill cow means to end human civilization. He wanted to protect the cow from being killed by the great representative of his sin. His death is also wonderful because he got previous notice of his death, which is wonderful for any mortal being. And thus he prepared himself by passing away, by sitting down on the bank of Ganges and hearing the transcendental activities of the Lord. During all the days he heard Bhagavatam, he did not take food or drink, nor did he sleep a moment. So everything about him is wonderful, and his activities are worth hearing attentively. Desire is expressed herein to hear about him in detail. Text number 10. Sa samrakya vahetu pangavana manavardana prayopavisto gangayam anadhyatyadirasriyam. Translation. He was a great emperor and possessed all the opulences of his acquired kingdom. He was so exalted that he was increasing the prestige of the Pandu dynasty. He did give up. Why did he give up everything to sit down on the bank of Ganges and fast until death? Purport. Maharaja Pariksit was the emperor of the world and all the seas and oceans, and he did not have to take the trouble to acquire such kingdom by his own effort. He inherited it from his grandfather Maharaja Yudhishthir and brothers. Besides that, he was doing well in the administration and was worthy of the good names of his forefather. Consequently, there was nothing undesirable in his opulence and administration. Then why should he give up all these favorable circumstances and sit down on the bank of the Ganges, fasting till death? This is astonishing, and therefore all were eager to know the cause. Namante yad padani ketatmana Sivaya hani dhanan sutrava katham savira sriyamanga dustajam yusjestastostru lushtamaho mahasubihi. Translation. He was such a great emperor that all his enemies would come and bow down at his feet and surrender all their wealth for their own benefit. He was full of youth and strength, and he possessed insuperable kingly opulence. Why did he want to give up everything, including his life? Purport. There was nothing undesirable in his life. He was quite a young man and could enjoy life with power and opulence. So there was no question of retiring from active life. There was no difficulty in collecting the state taxes. He was so powerful and chivalrous, for even his enemies would come to him and bow down at his feet and surrender all wealth for their own benefit. Maharaja Pariksit was a pious king. He conquered his enemies, and therefore the kingdom was full of prosperity. There was enough milk, grain, and metals. Now all the rivers and mountains were full of potency. So materially, everything is satisfactory. Therefore, there was no question of untimely giving up his kingdom and life. The sages were eager to hear about all this. Okay, Prabhu. You want me to read?
Continue, Prabhu. Yeah.
Continue? Okay. Number 12. Sivaya lokasya bhavaya bhutaye na uttam sloka parayana janaha jivanti natma arthas masau parasyam momocha nirvidya kutah kalevaram. Translation. Those who were devoted to the cause of the personality of Godhead live only for the welfare, development, and shaping happiness of others. They do not live for any selfish interest. So even though the emperor Pariksit was free from all attachment to worldly possession, how could he give up this mortal body, which was shelter for others' purpose? Pariksit Maharaj was an ideal king and householder because he was a devotee of the personality of God. A devotee of the Lord automatically has all good qualification, and the emperor was a typical example of this. Personally, he had no attachment for all the worldly opulences in his position, but since he was king for an all-around welfare of his citizens, he was always busy in the welfare work of the public, not only for this life, but also for the next. He would not allow slaughterhouses or killing of cows. He was not a foolish and partial administrator. He would arrange for the protection of one living being and allow another to be killed. Because he was devotee of the Lord, he knew perfectly well how to conduct his administration for everyone's happiness. Men, animals, plants, and all living creatures. He was not selfishly interested. Selfishness is either of self-centered or self-extended. He was neither. His interest was to please the supreme truth, personality of Godhead. The king is the representative of the supreme Lord, and therefore the king's interest must be identical with that of the supreme Lord. The supreme Lord wants all living beings to be obedient to him and thereby become happy. Therefore, the king's interest is to guide all subjects back to the kingdom of God. Hence, the activities of the citizen should be so coordinated that they can, at the end, go back home, back to Godhead. Under the administration of the representative king, the kingdom is full of opulence. At that time, human beings need not eat animals. There are ample food, grains, milk, fruit, and vegetables, so that the human being as well as the animals can eat sumptuously and to their heart's content. To all living beings are satisfied with food and shelter and obey the prescribed rulers. There cannot be any disturbance between one living being and another. Emperor Pariksit was a worthy king, and therefore all were happy during his reign. Number 13. Tat sarvam na samachaksva prushto yadiya kinchana manyet tvam visaya vacham stana tatyatra sandasad. Translation. We know that you are expert in the meaning of all subjects except some portions of the Vedas, and thus you can clearly explain the answers to all the questions we have just put to you. Purport. The difference between the Vedas and the Puranas is like that between the Brahmans and Parivrajaka. Brahmans are meant to administer some ritual sacrifice mentioned in the Vedas, but the Parivajakarasya or learned preachers are meant to disseminate transcendental knowledge to one and all. As such, the Parivrajakacharyas are not always expert in pronouncing the Vedic mantras, which are practiced systematically by accent and meter by Brahmins, who are meant for administrative Vedic rites. Yet, it should not be considered that the Brahmins are more important than the itinerant preachers. They are one and different simultaneously because they are meant for the same end in different ways. There is no difference also between the Vedic mantras and which explained in the Puranas Itihas. According to Srila Jiva Goswami, it is mentioned in the Madhyaninda Shruti, and that all the Vedas, namely the Sama, Atharva, Ruga, Yajura, Puranas, Itihasa, Upanishad, etc., are emanation from the breathing of the Supreme Being. The only difference is that the Vedic mantras are mostly begun by Purana Omkar, and it requires some training to practice the metric pronunciation of the Vedic mantras. But that does not mean the Srimad Bhagavatam is of less importance than the Vedic mantras. On the contrary, it is ripened fruit of the Vedas, as stated before. Beside that, the most perfectly liberated soul, Sri Sukadeva Goswami, is absorbed in the studies of Srimad Bhagavatam, although he is already self-realized. Srila Sutta Goswami is following his footsteps, and therefore his position is not the least less important because he was not expert in chanting the Vedic mantras with metric pronunciation, which depends more on practice than actual realization. Realization is more important than pravartike chanting.
I don't like chanting. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Okay.
Want to share something or some of your experience from this reading these verses?
I cannot speak properly or write something like that, so forgive me. But you see, Parikshit Maharaj was so powerful. He was as emperor or king for whole world and earth. So everything like he's working like a Krishna or God. It's belongs to him. Everything. He's so powerful. So he was like a king, but his thought was trying to help every living being. Every living being means not just like a human being, but every living entity. So he was trying to think to live. Every living entity must live, be happy. So he was trying to provide all the food and shelter and everything. So he was a great king. And but at the end of the life, something he has got some problem like a.
He left the world. Like
he left the world. He has to suffer something like that.
Despite being great.
Yes.
So sages were asking, why did he leave? Because such a powerful king.
Yes.
Right. You were saying something, Prabhu?
No, that's about it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for joining.
Thank you. I was listening since 8 o'clock.
Really?
Yes, I listen all the lectures, all the verses until now.
Thank you for your presence, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
It's very blessed.
I really appreciate what you are doing for everybody. I feel something different today. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. And Govinda Mohini Mataji, text 14. So this is where
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Haribol Mataji.
I don't see Mataji on. I have the slot from 2:45 to 3. Shall I read?
Yeah, okay, Mataji. You can take it and finish the chapter. Let's go.
Yeah, text 14, right?
Yeah. So only we are halfway through the chapter, we can finish it by 3.
Okay, sure. If Mataji joins, then she can continue. I can read until then.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone joins.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mataji and Prabhu, I think she might not be able to join.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you, Mataji. Om Agnanatimirandhasya Gnananjana Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Vanchakalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhyeva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Could you start off, Mataji?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, because there are other.
Text 14. Yeah, the appearance of Sri Narada. Suta Uvacha Dvapare Samanuprapte Tritiye Yuga Paryaye Jata.
Mataji, you got on. I muted you by mistake. Please unmute yourself. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Prabhu. Translation. Suta Goswami said, when the second millennium overlapped the third, the great sage Vyasadeva was born to Parashara in the womb of Satyavati, the daughter of Vasu. Purport. There is a chronological order of the four millenniums, namely Satya, Dwapara, Treta, and Kali. But sometimes there is overlapping. During the regime of Vivasvata Manu, there was an overlapping of the 28th round of the four millenniums. And the third millennium appeared prior to the second. In that particular millennium, Lord Shri Krishna also descends. And because of this, there was some particular alteration. The mother of the great sage was Satyavati, the daughter of the Vasu, fisherman, and the father was the great Parashara Muni. That is the history of Vyasadeva's birth. Every millennium is divided into 3 periods, and each period is called a Sandhya. Vyasadeva appeared in the third Sandhya of that particular age. Text 15. Sakadachit saraswatya upasprisya jalam shuchi vivikta eka asina uditera vimandale. Once upon a time, he, Vyasadeva, as the sun rose, took his morning ablution in the waters of the Saraswati and sat alone to concentrate. Purport. The river Saraswati is flowing in the Badrikashram area of the Himalayas. So the place indicated here is Shamya Prasa in Badrikashrama, where Sri Vyasadeva is residing. Text 16. Paravaragna Sarishi Kale Navyaktaram Hasa Yugadharma Vyatikaram Praptam Bhuvi Yuge Yuge. The great sage Vyasadeva saw anomalies in the duties of the millennium. This happens on the earth in different ages due to unseen forces in the course of time. Purport. The great sages like Vyasadeva are liberated souls, and therefore they can see clearly past and future. Thus, he could see the future anomalies in the Kali, the future anomalies in the Kali age, and accordingly he made arrangement for the people in general so that they can execute a progressive life in this age, which is full of darkness. The people in general in this age of Kali are too much interested in matter, which is temporary. Because of ignorance, they are unable to evaluate the assets of life and be enlightened in spiritual knowledge. Text 17 and 18. Bhautikānām ca bhāvānām shaktirāsam ca tatkritam ashraddadhānān nishatvān durmedhān hrasitayusha durbhagamsya janan vikshya munir divyena chakshusha sarvavarnashramanam yad dadhyau hitam amoghadrik. The great sage, who was fully equipped in knowledge, could see through his transcendental vision the deterioration of everything material due to the influence of the age. He could also see that the faithless people in general would be reduced in duration of life and would be impatient due to lack of goodness. Thus, he contemplated for the welfare of men in all statuses and orders of life. Purport. The unmanifested forces of time are so powerful that they reduce all matter to oblivion in due course. In Kali Yuga, the last millennium of a round of 4 millenniums, the power of all material objects deteriorates by the influence of time. In this age, the duration of the material body of the people in general is much reduced, and so is the memory. The action of matter has also not so much incentive. The land does not produce food grains in the same proportions as it did in other ages. The cow does not give as much milk as it used to give formerly. The production of vegetables and fruits is less than before. As such, all living beings, both men and animals, do not have sumptuous, nourishing food. Due to want of so many necessities of life, naturally the duration of life is reduced. The memory is short, intelligence is meager, mutual dealings are full of hypocrisy, and so on. The great sage Vyasadeva could see this by his transcendental vision. As an astrologer can see the future fate of a man, as an astronomer can foretell the solar and lunar eclipses, those liberated souls who can see through the scriptures can foretell the future of all mankind. They can see this due to their sharp vision of spiritual attainment. And all such transcendentalists who are naturally devotees of the Lord are always eager to render welfare service to the people in general. They are the real friends of the people in general, not the so-called public leaders who are unable to see what's going to happen 5 minutes ahead. In this age, the people in general, as well as their so-called leaders, are all unlucky fellows, faithless in spiritual knowledge and influenced by the age of Kali. They are always disturbed by various diseases. For example, in the present age, there are so many TB patients and TB hospitals. But formerly, this was not so, because the time was not so unfavorable. The unfortunate men of this age are always reluctant to give a reception to the transcendentalists who are representatives of Srila Vyasadeva, and selfless workers always busy in planning something which may help everyone in all statuses and orders of life. The greatest philanthropists are those transcendentalists who represent the mission of Vyasa, Narada, Madhva, Chaitanya, Rupa, Saraswati, etc. They are all one and the same. The personalities may be different, but the aim of the mission is one and the same, namely to deliver the fallen souls back home, back to Godhead. Jai. Text 19. Chaturhotram karma shuddham prajanam vikshya vaidikam vyadadhad yajna santatyai vedam ekam chaturvidham. He saw that the sacrifices mentioned in the Vedas were means by which the people's occupations could be purified. And to simplify the process, he divided the one Veda into 4 in order to expand them among men. Purport. Formerly, there was only the Veda of the name Yajur, and the 4 divisions of sacrifices were there specifically mentioned. But to make them more easily performable, the Veda was divided into 4 divisions.
Mataji? Amatikali Mataji?
The fallen souls of this age of Kali. As such, the Puranas and Mahabharata were made from related historical facts which explain the teaching of the 4 Vedas. There is no point in doubting the authority of the Puranas and Mahabharata as parts and parcels of the Vedas. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.1.4, the Puranas and Mahabharata, generally known as histories, are mentioned as the 5th Veda. According to Srila Jiva Goswami, that is a way of ascertaining the respective values of the revealed scriptures. Text 20. Rigyaju Sama Tharvakya Veda Shatvara Udhrata Itihasa Puranam Cha Panchamo Veda Uchyate. The 4 divisions of the original sources of knowledge, the Vedas, were made separately, but the historical facts and authentic stories mentioned in the Puranas are called the 5th Veda. Text 21. Tatra Rigveda Dharapaila Samago Jaimini Kavi Vaishampayana Evaiko Nishnato Yajusham Uta. After the Vedas were divided into 4 divisions, Paila Rishi became the professor of Rigveda, Jaimini the professor of the Samaveda, and Vaishampayana alone became glorified by the Yajurveda. Purport. The different Vedas were entrusted to different learned scholars for development in various ways. Text 22. Adharvangira Sam Asit Sumantur Daruno Muni Itihasa Purananam Pitamero Maharshana. The Sumantu Muni Angira, who was very devotedly engaged, was entrusted with the Atharva Veda. And my father, Romaharshana, was entrusted with the Puranas and historical records. Purport. In the Shruti Mantras also it is stated that Angira Muni, who strictly followed the rigid principles of the Atharva Veda, was a leader of the followers of Atharva Veda. Text 23. Tayeta Rishayo Vedam Swam Swam Vyasan Anekadha Sishay Prasishay Stachishay Vedas Te Shakhino Bhavan. All these learned scholars, in their turn, rendered their entrusted Vedas unto their many disciples, grand-disciples, and great-grand-disciples. And thus the respective branches of the followers of the Vedas came into being. Purport. The original source of knowledge is the Vedas. There are no branches of knowledge, either mundane or transcendental, which do not belong to the original text of the Vedas. They have simply been developed into different branches. They were originally rendered by great, respectable, and learned professors. In other words, the Vedic knowledge, broken into different branches by different disciplic successions, has been distributed all over the world. No one, therefore, can claim independent knowledge beyond the Vedas. Text 24. Tayeva Veda Durmedhay Dharyante Purushai Yatha Evam Chakara Bhagavan Vyasa Kripano Vatsalaha. Vyasa Kripanavatsalaha. Thus, the great sage Vyasadeva, who is very kind to the ignorant masses, edited the Vedas so they might be assimilated by less intellectual men. Purport. The Veda is one, and the reasons for its divisions in many parts are explained herewith. The seed of all knowledge, or the Veda, is not a subject matter which can easily be understood by any ordinary man. There is a stricture that no one should try to learn the Vedas who is not a qualified Brahmana. This stricture has been wrongly interpreted in so many ways. A class of men who claim Brahminical qualifications simply by birthright in the family of a Brahmana claim that the study of the Vedas is a monopoly of the Brahmana caste only. Another section of the people take this as an injustice to members of other castes who do not happen to take birth in a Brahmana family. But both of them are misguided. The Vedas are subjects which had to be explained even to Brahmaji by the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the subject matter is understood by persons with exceptional qualities of goodness. Persons who are in the modes of passion and ignorance are unable to understand the subject matter of the Vedas. The ultimate goal of Vedic knowledge is Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. This personality is very rarely understood by those who are in the modes of passion and ignorance. In the Satya Yuga, everyone was situated in the mode of goodness. Gradually, the mode of goodness declined during the Treta and Dwapara Yugas, and the general mass of people became corrupt. In the present age, the mode of goodness is almost nil. And so, for the general mass of people, the kind-hearted, powerful sage Srila Vyasadeva divided the Vedas in various ways so that they may be practically followed by less intelligent persons in the modes of passion and ignorance. It is explained in the next shloka as follows. Text 25. Stri Shudra Dvija Bandhu Nam Trayina Shruti Gochara Karma Shreyasi Mudhanam Shreya Yevam Bhavediha Iti Bharata Makhyanam Kripaya Munina Kritam. Out of compassion, the great sage thought it wise that this would enable men to achieve the ultimate goal of life. Thus, he compiled the great historical narration called the Mahabharata for women, laborers, and friends of the twice-born. Purport. The friends of the twice-born families are those who are born in the families of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, or the spiritually cultured families, but who themselves are not equal to their forefathers. Such descendants are not recognized as such for want of purificatory achievements. The purificatory activities begin even before the birth of a child. And the seed-giving reformatory process is called Garbhadana Samskara. One who has not undergone such Garbhadana Samskara or spiritual family planning is not accepted as being of an actual twice-born family. The Garbhadana Samskara is followed by other purificatory processes, out of which the sacred thread ceremony is one. This is performed at the time of spiritual initiation. After this particular samskara, one is rightly called twice born. One birth is calculated during the seed-giving samskara, and the second birth is calculated at the time of spiritual initiation. One who has been able to undergo such important samskaras can be called a bona fide twice born. If the father and the mother do not undertake the process of spiritual family planning and simply beget children out of passion only, their children are called Dvija Bandhus. These Dvija Bandhus are certainly not as intelligent as the children of the regular twice-born families. The Dvija Bandhus are classified with the Shudras and the women class, who are by nature less intelligent. The Shudras and the women class do not have to undergo any samskara, save and except the ceremony of marriage. The less intelligent classes of men, namely women, Shudras, and unqualified sons of the higher caste, are devoid of necessary qualifications to understand the purpose of the transcendental Vedas. For them, the Mahabharata was prepared. The purpose of the Mahabharata is to administer the purpose of the Vedas, and therefore, within this Mahabharata, the summary Veda of Bhagavad Gita is placed. The less intelligent are more interested in stories than in philosophy, and therefore, the philosophy of the Vedas in the form of the Bhagavad Gita is spoken by Lord Shri Krishna. Vyasadeva and Lord Krishna are both on the transcendental plane, and therefore they collaborated in doing good to the fallen souls of this age. The Bhagavad Gita is the essence of all Vedic knowledge. It's the first book of spiritual values, as the Upanishads are. The Vedanta philosophy is a subject matter for study by the spiritual graduates. Only the postgraduate spiritual student can enter into the spiritual or devotional service of the Lord. It's a great science, and the great professor is the Lord himself in the form of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And persons who are empowered by him can initiate others in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Text 26. Evam pravrittasya sada bhutanam shreyasi tvija sarvatmake napi yada natushya dridayam tatha. O twice-born Brahmanas, still his mind was not satisfied, although he engaged himself in working for the total welfare of all people. Purport. Sri Vyasadeva was not satisfied with himself, although he had prepared literatures of Vedic value for the all-around welfare of the general mass of people. It was expected that he would be satisfied by all such activities, but ultimately he was not satisfied. Text 27. Nati prasida dridaya sarasvatyastate suchau vitarkayan viviktastha idam chovacha dharmavid. Thus the sage, being dissatisfied at heart, at once began to reflect, because he knew the essence of religion, and he said within himself, Purport. The sage began to search out the cause of not being satisfied at heart. Perfection is never attained until one is satisfied at heart. This satisfaction of heart has to be searched out beyond matter. Text 28 and 29. Dhritavratena himaya chandamsi guravognaya manita nirvyalikena grihitam chanushasanam bharatavyapadeshena hyamna yarthasya pradarshita drishyate yatra dharmadi stri shudradibhirapyuta. I have, under strict disciplinary vows, unpretentiously worshipped the Vedas, the spiritual master, and the altar of sacrifice. I have also abided by the rulings and have shown the import of disciplic succession through the explanation of the Mahabharata, by which even women, Shudras, and others, friends of the twice-born, can see the path of religion. Purport. No one can understand the import of the Vedas without having undergone a strict disciplinary vow and disciplic succession. The Vedas, spiritual masters, and sacrificial fire must be worshipped by the desiring candidate. All these intricacies of Vedic knowledge are systematically presented in the Mahabharata for the understanding of the women class, the laborer class, and the unqualified members of Brahmana, Kshatriya, or Vaishya families. In this age, the Mahabharata is more essential than the original Vedas. Text 30. Tathapi batamedahyo hyatma chaivatmana vibhu asampanna iva bhati brahma vachasya sattama. I am feeling incomplete, though I myself am fully equipped with everything required by the Vedas. Purport. Undoubtedly, Srila Vyasadeva was complete in all the details of Vedic achievements. Purification of the living beings submerged in matter is made possible by the prescribed activities in the Vedas. But the ultimate achievement is different. Unless it is attained, the living being, even though fully equipped, cannot be situated in the transcendently normal stage. Srila Vyasadeva appeared to have lost the clue and therefore felt dissatisfaction. Text 31. Kimva Bhagavata Dharma na prayena nirupita priya paramahamsanam tayeva hyachyuta priya. This may be because I did not specifically point out the devotional service of the Lord, which is dear both to perfect beings and to the infallible Lord. Purport. The dissatisfaction which was being felt by Srila Vyasadeva is expressed here in his own words. This was felt for the normal condition of the living being in the devotional service of the Lord. Unless one is fixed in the normal condition of service, neither the Lord nor the living being can become fully satisfied. This defect was felt by him when Narada Muni, his spiritual master, reached him. It is described as follows. Text 32. Tasyevam khilam atmanam manyamanasya khidyata krishnasya narado bhyagat ashramam prag udahritam. As mentioned before, Narada reached the cottage of Krishna Dvaipa in Vyasa on the banks of the Saraswati, just as Vyasadeva was regretting his defects. Purport. The vacuum felt by Vyasadeva was not due to his lack of knowledge. Bhagavata Dharma is purely devotional service of the Lord to which the monist has no access. The monist is not counted amongst the Paramahamsas, the most perfect of the renounced order of life. Srimad Bhagavatam is full of narrations of the transcendental activities of the personality of Godhead. Although Vyasadeva was an empowered divinity, he still felt dissatisfaction because in none of his works were the transcendental activities of the Lord properly explained. The inspiration was infused by Sri Krishna directly in the heart of Vyasadeva, and thus he felt the vacuum as explained above. It is definitely expressed here with that without the transcendental loving service of the Lord, everything is void. But in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, everything is tangible without any separate attempt at fruitive work or empiric philosophical speculation. Text 33 and the last of this chapter. Tam abhigyaya sahasa pratyuthaya gatam muni pujayamasa vidhivan naradam surapujitam. At the auspicious arrival of Sri Narada, Sri Vyasadeva got up respectfully and worshipped him, giving him veneration equal to that given to Brahmaji, the creator. Purport. Vidhi means Brahma, the first created living being. He is the original student as well as professor of the Vedas. He learned it from Sri Krishna and taught Narada first. So Narada is the second Acharya in the line of spiritual disciplic succession. He is a representative of Brahma and therefore he is respected exactly like Brahma, the father of all Vidhis, regulations. Similarly, all other successive disciples in the chain are also equally respected as representatives of the original spiritual master. Thus end the Bhakti Vedanta purports of the first canto, fourth chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam entitled The Appearance of Sri Narada. Jai.
Ball. It was such a nice plan, but Lakshminanta Prabhu put, we finished before time. So nice. Yes, Mataji.
Thank you, Prabhu. Just one point which was really striking, I think in 14 or 15 purport, Prabhupada is talking about how these sages having this transcendental vision, they could foresee the conditions and they are the best well-wishers, not any other people who doesn't know what's going to happen 5 minutes after. And with that welfare of the people in general for the next generations, Vyasadeva, and definitely as the last purport is mentioning, all his representatives and followers have given us this knowledge. And I was, really relating what we are doing here, this Kannepavil Sankirtan team, in the same lines, even when people say, no, I'm good, kind of understanding what is real good, we are still pushing. So I really felt very inspired to see that and felt the connection to this wonderful book distribution.
Am I hearing that you're ready to push the people?
I mean, it almost feels like that after reading this purport. So powerful, very wonderful. Thank you so much.
Being
Yeah.
Prabhupada is different.
Jai. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you, Mataji, for joining and reading. So that's it, devotees. It looks very short. This 8 hours is, we need to go for 12-hour one. This 8 hours is looking pretty short, at least for me. I don't know about others. Maybe a thought is for Gita Jayanti, for Bhagavad Gita, maybe we'll do 3 days, 12 hours, a full 18 chapters. 3 weekends, 3 Saturdays, something like that. So we'll see how the plan comes out. But thank you all for joining in. Lakshmikanta Prabhu, you are there?
Prabhu service, I believe, in the temple.
Okay. So on behalf of the Lakshmikanta Prabhu, so we're going to come to close. Is that okay for anyone want to say anything? Okay. So we will see you all at 5 o'clock in the evening. Happy Badra Purnima. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, encourage your friends and families about the Bhagavatam. Speak Bhagavatam. Say Bhagavatam. Everything Bhagavatam. Okay. Thank you. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Prabhu. Thank you.